bulk of goods that are USMCA compliant. Ultimately, there's still a lot that's left on the table. Just from Mexico statistics, I pulled the data this morning, 83% of the goods that come over the southern border are USMCA compliant, but that still leaves about $80 billion worth of imports that are subject to a higher tariff.
All right, Tyler, certainly a fluid situation. Really appreciate your reporting. That is Tyler Kendall joining us from Washington. Now, some other movers on our radar as we count down to that opening bell. eBay gaining as sales growth tops estimates, and Americans continue to shop on the platform. Shares up a whopping 13% pre-market.
Yeah, big move there. Also, Norwegian Cruise says demand rallied in recent months, allowing it to confirm its guidance. That's good for a 11% gain in the shares pre-market. And we're going to hear from the CEO of Norwegian later in this program. Harry Sommer joins us.
Looking forward to that conversation. Let's quickly talk about Shake Shack having a totally different morning, slumping in a big way after the burger chain forecast revenue that fell below expectations, pointing to inflation and those cautious diners. They're spending all their dollars on eBay. They don't have money left over for Shake Shack.
Well, the Shake Shack burgers are very expensive, and I actually need to do the math. Maybe if I cut out my Shake Shack spend, I could afford Zeppelin.
Hva skjer med koa? Nei, si det. Donald Trump, blant annet.
GLP-1s coming up, a ton of health earnings this morning. We'll dive into that sector next. This is Open Interest.
Skjermene mine funker jo ikke, så jeg får bare brukt en skjerm. Det er noe gærent med hele oppsettet her.
It's the most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and center.
Hva går til det lovet for det?
Consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time, helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise, with some fun along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Hva går til det lovet? Ja, men der jo... Hvorfor ser man ikke mer da? Der jo Trump som skremmer vann med alle.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
Jeg treder som en gærning i dag. Jeg tapte 14.000 i går. Så hentet jeg en 12.000 i dag. Tapte det på Nasdaq.
To educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a four-part journey as I explore the
consequences of longevity.
Only on Bloomberg.
Jeg synes det spesielt at Nasdaq så svak etter de sterke tallene fra Microsoft og Meta. Det helt sinnssyke tall. Halla, Roy!
Live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Hello, Alex.
CVS surging this morning after raising guidance for the full year with the Aetna Health Insurance arm and its pharmacy unit both outperforming expectations.
Jeg kjøpte jo I går på bånd da, Fredriksen.
Swetlitz joins us now. Ike, you and I spoke to David Joyner about these results, and a big portion of the conversation was
about... Det blir litt lettere når vi får mer og mer på den kontoen, for det fortsatt mange små kontoer.
Plenty of its rivals.
So maybe a year or two ago, CVS saw similar problems that other insurers are seeing now in the market, they repriced their plans, changed some of the benefits, and so are better positioned now. Other insurers, didn't make those changes at that time.
Så jævlig mange som fikk hetta I går på gul.
What's the result of the huge story around GLP-1s? Because for some of the GLP-1 producers, it turns out to be not great. How is it for CVS?
Well, so one of the parts of CVS.
Så på gevinsten på Nasdaq redd at Nasdaq går videre opp til oss. Den ser blytung ut nå.
And other plan sponsors manage their drug costs. And one of the things that they've been doing, starting recently, they've decided to sort of prefer, push patients more toward one of the drugs, Novo Nordisk Wegovy over Eli Lilly's Zepbound, and they are doing that, in order to get a better price on Wegovy. They aim to save those employers and other plan sponsors money. They estimate about 10 to 15% of the obesity medicine costs. We'll see, over the next few months as data comes in how that's playing out.
Yeah, and remember, Matt, in May they dropped Eli Lilly's Zepbound as the preferred drug. That was certainly a win for Novo.
Fokuser mer på Gold nå? Nei, begge deler, men jeg gidder ikke bare gjøre en trade før en trade, for jeg vet hva som skjer. Og det at Trump kommer til å styre med tariffene. Jeg tror fristen på fredag, altså I morgen. Med mange av de, og da vet jeg at det kommer til å komme tariffer I huet og ræva. Så det bare sånn, da det bare å sitte rolig og følge med. Han kommer med 2 tariffer I går. I stedet for å ha begge samtidig, så kom han med 1 på morgenen og 1 på kvelden, så markedet gikk jo Først så var det 1 på India, og så var det 1 på Sør-Korea. Han jo helt nede.
Vaccines are profitable for large chain pharmacies.
India var I går slett.
It's a question of what's going to happen sort of in the second half of the year here.
Ike, thanks very much for your reporting. Great story. We're going to continue to follow this because, frankly, everyone cares about CVS.
Yes.
Right? Is that just in New York or?
I do worry that might be our own bias, but definitely we interact with CVS a lot. We were talking about COVID vaccines. Let's quickly talk about Moderna. Moderna, the news out that it's cutting about 10% of its workforce to reduce spending as COVID vaccine sales decline, potentially also an issue for CVS in the second half.
Yeah, we see Bristol Myers down as well as Eli.
Hvor mye gull opp I dag da, fra I går?
Just 3 minutes to go until we do that. This is Bloomberg.
$33. $33. Jeg tror gull kommer til å gå all time high. Kommer til å blåse oppover. Skulle likt å gjort det, Story, men du må huske på det at Trump kremmer vann av alle investorer. Overalt. Ingen som skjønner noen ting. Det eneste alle skjønner at AI det eneste som går. Det det eneste alle skjønner. Og se Nasdaq da. Det rart at Nasdaq så svært, så svak I dag når Microsoft med opp 10%. Det nå 1000 kroner her nå. Da jeg hentet nesten en tapet mitt. Jeg var tapt med nesten 12.500. Det verste at jeg var short, jeg gikk long Nasdaq I går, og så gikk det greit, og så shortet jeg etter børs, og så bare boom! Og så bare fuck! Så bare tenkte jeg, jeg tror ikke sitte mer. Så jeg heldigvis klart å hente en nesten hele tapet. Og det var surt. Hadde jeg bare sittet rolig den shorten, så hadde jeg gått til pluss.
Young people, good education, and latest technology. That's the only way to go. Education not contribute much profit for equity, but from the quantity point of view, that's most useful contribution what equity should do. And today we're thinking about every
Ja, fy faen,
kids.
det er det.
Not in cities like Hanoi or Ho Chi Minh City, but kids
Jeg skal
in
ta
the
gevinstene her før å
countryside
åpne, for kommer sikkert til å smelle opp igjen.
got the good education. That's what we're going to do now.
So you're leapfrogging.
Yes, exactly.
Tok gevinsten nå. $103.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
Very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Bersachian Zahran, and this is Bloomberg.
Å, fy faen, Nasdaq faller.
We are
Jesus.
moments away from the start of trading, and we're looking at potentially a new record, definitely another $4 trillion company in Microsoft. This is Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We're seeing
Met opp
futures
12%.
rally pretty hard. 0.8% on the S&P futures, more than 1% on NASDAQ futures. Small caps are moving down. You hear and see the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Figma out with the biggest IPO this year, and they are pumped.
Faen, se Nasdaq, da.
It looks like fun down there. At the NASDAQ market site, you've got Intuitive Machines. The ticker is Lunar, L-U-N-R, and it's a pretty cool
Lurer på om jeg skal bare ta og sette et lite kjøp på Nasdaq, bare fordi den går opp hver jævla dag. Jeg tror Nasdaq er overpriset til helvete, eller jeg vet den er, han peter faen meg opp 40 snart.
You're looking at one going the other way. Katie Greifeld, what is it?
Man kan ta den opp på 23,550.
Microsoft, you take a look at what it's doing this morning, becoming the second $4 trillion company thanks to huge growth in its cloud business. Its CEO says
Ja, han bryter der også. Da er neste nummer 23,500 faktisk.
features in its ecosystem. I know Matt Miller has some suspicions about this. Shares currently up about 7% right now. I believe it was even higher pre-market. I do wonder, Matt, if we could see a Starbucks situation where it opened so much higher and then those gains faded. But at least for right now, people are excited about Microsoft and buying shares at the open.
While the rumor sell the news happens, Katie, do you use Copilots at all? Microsoft Copilots?
No, I'm not the best person.
Det er deilig å se Nasdaq går i rødt,
Do you use Microsoft AI products in any way?
I'm very AI resistant.
Apparently
so
800 million people do.
Apparently.
I don't. So I don't know where those numbers are coming from.
You are representative of every person there ever was, so who knows?
Meta, well, the two of us together. Meta's digital ad growth is still outpacing YouTube and TikTok, helping fuel AI spending, which Bloomberg Intelligence says will top $100 billion in 2026. That's for this one company. They're going to spend over $100 billion.
Kaster den ut hvis det ikke funker. Jeg er negativ til Nasdaq, så spruter etter deg, ass.
Over $70 billion on AI this year, and yet the stock is up. I guess, you know, they did better than expected. They had a great outlook, an 11% gain for Meta Platforms. It's pretty fascinating to watch. Moneta Chief Global Market Strategist Ethan Devitt joins us now to talk about this big run-up in the AI bet. Just when you thought it couldn't go any further, Ethan, it continues to rise and looks like it's going to push us to new highs. What's your take?
Exactly. It did seem, I was surprised at that Meta number 2. One would have to think that a lot of this was already priced in, but clearly there was a lot of money sitting on the sidelines keen to get on this really arms race that we're seeing around AI, data centers, and just spending. So quite surprising, probably coming from the sidelines of money market funds, but it just really remains to see what the rest of the year has to hold in terms of this momentum.
Holder posisjonen fortsatt, pluss med $50 nå. $60 nå.
This is a very busy week, to put it mildly. Of course, we got the Fed decision yesterday. We had the press conference. We have a wave of economic data, and we have all of these earnings. For the trajectory of the rest of the year, Ethan, what is really going to be the catalyst? I know the answer is something along the lines of all of them, but what do you think is really the driving force of this market through the end of 2025?
I think when it gets down to the detail, the devil will be in the detail of the execution and how some of these trade deals actually look on the ground. There was a lot of fanfare around the EU trade deal, this commitment to invest in the US, really unprecedented. It wasn't quite clear what the EU got from that trade deal, if anything.
Han får litt morsomt på 23,555.
Now it remains to be seen as to how that will actually be enforced. We also have some deadlines being
Nå er
set
jeg
by
tilbake i
President
null
Trump
igjen, det var
around the
akkurat til 1000.
geopolitics of the whole region,
Det må
particularly
dra opp.
in Ukraine, Russia, and that will have an impact on the supply of fuel, and we'll see how Europe fares. Europe won't be in any position to fulfill its conditions if it is continuing to be really facing these headwinds. So it's going to be the devil in the detail. We have this strong growth. Does that feel like that on the ground? We're seeing pictures of empty Las Vegas. We're hearing about the consumer feeling the pain. We saw Carvana up today because we know that used cars are in higher demand, probably reflecting a lack of interest in buying new cars. So we do have this kind of coming apart at the seams for the lower end consumer. So it remains to be seen just how this euphoria is translated into the rest of the year.
I mean, I gotta say, Ethan, it seems like Europe got away pretty good with just 15% flat tariffs on the cars that they sell into this market. Whereas U.S. producers like Ford, they have to pay 50% on steel, 50% on aluminum, 25% on foreign parts, 80% stacked tariffs on Chinese stuff. And when you get done adding that bill up, they're paying $5,000 to $10,000 more per car than direct rivals being looking at production in Japan or in Germany. Is that a concern to you that the administration is shooting itself in the foot with this tariff policy?
Well, that's certainly been the economic dogma, that tariffs are not good for around inflation, and certainly the Fed seems to believe that. It has not been in any way kowtowed by pressure. We know that today, even though there were 2 dissenters. So they're quite clearly concerned about the effect. We do know that the transmission effect of tariffs is going to be delayed. And we're all focused today
Nei,
on
minus $50 kan være pluss $100.
And we've almost forgotten about the old economy earnings that were getting the headlines last week when we heard about just how much these already razor-thin margins in the old economy stocks, like the auto manufacturers, are being erased by tariffs. And this is really where the uncertainty remains. There is less uncertainty, I'd say, in the AI momentum. We all know what direction that is heading. We all know the commitments to expenditure that have been made and the deep pockets that can support that. What we don't know is where the other old economy companies have their likely to fare, and a lot of uncertainty still prevails there.
Absolutely, a good reminder on that persistent dichotomy there exists when it comes to the old economy and the new economy. But to that point, Ethan, you asked the question in the notes that you sent over to our producers. Should we look at big tech stocks in the U.S. as a law entirely onto themselves, such as a fifth estate? I'll ask you that same question. Are they a fifth estate at this point?
It does seem that way. They certainly seem to be immune from trade, from geopolitics, from many of the other factors around consumer demand. They have built giant moats around themselves. They were basically dominating the US stock market. Investors seem to like that. They've seen that state of affairs prevail for 18 months. They haven't been in any way perturbed, it seems, by the fact that other smaller mid-cap stocks, as well as older economy or more basic stocks, have not participated. So I would say equally that the seat at the table that these tech leaders are getting now is unprecedented. We've just seen them really start to move the needle and influence policy in a very big way. We saw that with the recent AI bill. They are going to be driving their own vertical integration of supply chains around data centers, etc. So it really seems that they are somewhat untouchable at this point in regards to policy that doesn't affect them.
All right, Ethan, that's a good place to leave it. Great to get some time with
Apple
you.
ikke rødt.
Chief Global Market Strategist.
Jeg håper innerst inne at det tryner til
Meanwhile, let's
helvete
get
på
a check
Nasdaq.
on this market. We're about 7 minutes into the session, and the numbers look pretty good. You're up 0.7% on the S&P 500. But if you wanted to get a little bit worried here, this is a pretty narrow rally. You have about 200 names in the green, 300 in the red, trading places a little bit there. It's all the names that you would want to see leading the way higher. Microsoft, Meta, Nvidia, Amazon, the list goes on. But you can see that Microsoft gains, they're already starting to fade. The company's still up 5.5%. Certainly nothing to sneeze at, but still not where we were pre-market. On the other side, you do have Meta extending their gains from the pre-market, currently up about 12%, and Amazon getting a bit of a bid before it takes the stage tonight. Take a look at the downside quickly. You can see that Alphabet dragging us down. You also have Lam Research and Applied Materials on the back foot as well. Let's take a look at what this looks like at the sector level. This is interesting too. You have communications up at the top, up 3%. That's just Meta really flexing its muscles there. Big tech also having a good day, as we know. You go down to the bottom. It's pretty much an even split right now, Matt Miller, but you can see that real estate, consumer staples, and healthcare are your laggards of the day, even though CVS put up a really impressive beat and raise quarter last night, or this morning rather.
You know, we are focused on, here on set and in the control room, Microsoft's GIP graph, because one of our producers, Assad in London, wants to make a bet with you that Microsoft stays above $4 trillion through the closing bell at 4 p.m. The stock is trending down a little bit. Right now it's worth 4.02.
Halla, Impro. Ja, den Nasdaqen har hunta meg lenge, ass. Den går bare opp på AI.
Very good. We'll continue to track that to see if Assad wins or Katie does. Coming up, Apple and Amazon on deck after blowout results from the M's, the A's after the bell today, and we'll talk about what to expect next. This is Open Interest.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Alberta, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Open Interest. It's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, United Health getting cut to a sell over at Baird. The firm sees a more challenging road ahead for the company after it reported results that fell way below expectations. Shares down another 3% this morning. Next up, CoreWeave getting upgraded to a buy over at Citi. The firm expects that AI demand will continue into next year, and Citi says we come away with a stronger view on the demand picture as highlighted by Microsoft.
Apple som fortsetter å ramle nå, og Microsoft har falt med 5% siden åpning.
KeyBank raising its rating to a buy.
Sitter litt til,
As
følger
you
med.
have JP Morgan, Barclays, and TD Cowen all raising their price targets. The software giant just moments ago hitting that $4 trillion in market cap, Matt, but there is some debate as to whether that will hold through the close today.
Right, we see, this is a 2-day chart, so obviously a massive jump overnight after those earnings. The question is, does it keep at $4 trillion? We saw Starbucks, as you point out, go up and down yesterday, and a lot of times investors like to take profits after these big milestones. Meta is also rallying after delivering a strong revenue outlook. We are waiting now for Amazon earnings after the bell. Joining us with more is Youssef Squali, senior analyst at Truist Securities. He has a buy rating on Meta with an $880 price target and a buy rating on Amazon with a $250 price target. Youssef, great to have you on the program. Before we get to Amazon, what's your take on Meta's spending? Because it seems to me that they're running out of money.
They're not running out of money. And I think to the extent that they continue to deliver the goods in terms of accelerating top line growth, which is what they delivered last night. Last night, they put up a 22% growth versus like 16% the quarter before. To the extent that they keep delivering the goods on the margin side and on the EPS, they delivered like a 43% operating margin, up from like 41% the quarter before. I think they have earned the right to continue to invest and continue to chase this AGI or SGI, as Mark Zuckerberg likes to call it, right? So, you know, I think the $100 billion or the implied $100 billion CapEx number for next year is dizzying. But when you look at the underlying, you know, kind of drivers of the business and how AI has so far really improved the economics, it has improved the advertiser conversion, it has improved the user engagement. And remember that like 3.4 billion users already and growing. Again, I go back and say they have earned the right to continue to invest.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point because I feel like a broken record at this point, but I keep bringing up the year of efficiency that followed that massive cash burn on the metaverse. And right now you have investors really cheering along this AI spending. Of course, there's a bit of an arms race going on when it comes to the Magnificent Seven and the CapEx spend. But Youssef, how much confidence do you have in this management team to actually spend that money in a way that delivers results, some ROI here?
Well, so the answer to that question is not very clear and honestly won't be satisfactory because we don't have the KPIs to be able to say they've spent, you know, they're spending $70 billion this year. What are they really getting for it from an ROI perspective? And that's because this is a company, even going back to its IPO in 2012, has really been investing with an eye towards the 5 to 10 year plus investment horizon. That said, the breadcrumbs that we have is what I mentioned earlier. Today, they're using AI to drive their core business, right? And to the extent that they're able to accelerate the top line growth, to the extent they are able to increase the user engagement, increase the advertiser ROI while generating higher margin, right? That's really all you can ask for today. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I think it's going to be a totally different environment. We're going into an environment where maybe the smartphone won't be the primary way people are communicating, et cetera. Maybe it'll be smart glasses. Those are the type of investments the company is investing in. Today, they're losing their shirt on them, right? Doesn't mean that 5 or 10 years from now, they won't. But going back to the IPO, seeing how they've been able to execute against what they've promised, I think it's a stellar management team.
I hope I don't live to see a future where people communicate via smart glasses, Youssef. Smartphone's bad enough. I want to ask about Amazon because President Trump surprised a lot of people with some tariff changes yesterday. And one of the things he's going to do away with is the exemption on goods under $800. When I think of companies that sell Chinese stuff that costs less than $800, I think of Amazon. How come investors don't care?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Keep in mind a couple of things though. One, over half of what all the goods that are sold on Amazon, they're actually sold by third party, right? And Amazon takes a cut. They take a 30-35% margin. So in a way, as those costs are passed on to consumers, ASPs go up, average selling price goes up, and so Amazon actually gets a higher cut of that. Of the other piece that Amazon sources itself, we think Amazon, this is a relative game, right? We think Amazon has the scale, they have the logistics, they have the brand, they have the relationships to actually, pound or force those manufacturers back in China to give them the best deals they can, or they will give to any of their partners. So again, maybe net Amazon loses a bit of growth from the de minimis exemption going away, but because this is a relative game, Amazon still comes out a net winner, in my view.
All right, looking forward to maybe getting some clarity at the bell today on Amazon. Great to preview those results with you, Youssef. That is Youssef Squali of Truist. Also reporting after the bell today is Apple. And here with a preview is Krish Sankar. He is senior research analyst over at TD Cowen. He has a buy rating on Apple with a $275 price target. It's been hard to be a buy on Apple this year, Krish.
Apple og Alphabet sin kommentardag, det jo ganske sprøtt da.
Trade uncertainty. How are tariffs impacting Apple, and that overhanging narrative that Apple has really fallen behind on AI? Do you expect any dispelment of those two narratives after the bell this evening?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me, Katie. I think you kind of characterized it very well. This has not been a great year for Apple, at least in terms of headline news. Number one behind in AI, tariffs, lawsuits, Google, TAC, etc. I don't think you're going to get any of the resolution today, to be honest. AI still is a longer term thing. The management issue doesn't comment on ongoing litigation.
Nå penger igjen. Jeg sitter bare rolig. Jeg kjøpte nok litt for tiden. Det så vanskelig å time det fallet der. Han falt jo noe så jævlig.
Some short-term impact from a tariff standpoint. But other than that, I don't think you're going to get a resolution from AI or any of the overhang the stock has been having today.
In terms of the spend, when does it get to be too much, Krish? I mean, I could ask that question for any of these companies, but Apple seems to be the one that needs it the most.
Yeah, you're not going to hear like Meta, Microsoft's kind of numbers, right, in terms of spend. I think last year CapEx is about 10 billion, give or take. I think they do obviously have like more of a cloud strategy where they go through other third-party data centers. I think what the investors really want to see is some kind of, I would say, a coherent AI strategy from Apple's standpoint. People got excited last year with Siri, and that didn't really go much further. I think what you need is something more concise. I would also say that, if you look at the smartphone, I do believe that they need to have better hardware specs in order to do more inference on the edge. Ability to have a better, more seamless cloud strategy in case the smartphone has to integrate with the cloud to do inferencing. And then third, I think more importantly, have some sort of like Gen AI software development kits so you can actually transact with third-party apps. Clearly, the apps aren't there much today, but I think it might come. But I think these are a few of the things that Apple needs to do in order to show that you're doing something on AI. But you're not going to get any answer today. But I do think that they still have probably a year and a half or so before people really start seriously worrying about them.
And Krish, we have less than a minute left here, but I think back to Texas Instruments, their results, how they were unsure whether the demand that they saw in the previous quarter was a pull forward ahead of tariffs. Could we see something similar?
Akkurat her har du motstand.
Yeah, I think we've been hearing from the supply chain there was some probably
Kanskje det tar noe
especially on smartphones. It's hard to quantify it. Keep in mind Apple probably run rates around give or take 50 million units on a quarterly basis around this time. There might probably be a handful, maybe a couple of million that got pulled in because of tariffs. They're not going to tell you the exact amount, but I do believe there was some kind of pull-in.
All right, Krish, great to preview these Apple results with you. That is Krish Sankar of TD Cowen. This is Open Interest.
Kanskje ta resten nå. ute. Så jeg hentet inn... Jeg var i minus med 2,5, og jeg hentet inn... Jeg kan vise det. Så dere ser at jeg også tar av. Og så jeg hentet inn... Så jeg hentet inn... Tradet inn nesten 11 000 nå.
Key investors, top executives.
Det er jævlig mye lettere for meg når det er volum, vet du.
Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anin, only on Bloomberg.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges.
Da kan du se at jeg tar tap, og så trader jeg inn en tapet. Det tapet tok jeg i går, og så tradet jeg inn nå.
Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Jeg kan det, Roy, med en gang vi får de der 5.000 kroner kontoene ut. Jeg kan ikke trade, jeg kan ikke ta tap, jeg kan ikke gjøre en dritt når jeg har så dårlige marginer. Det skulle jeg gasse på. Nå kjørte jeg 2 kontrakter, en på 5 og en på 2, bang, bang. Og så gjorde jeg 2 lapper nå, liksom. Jeg kan ikke gjøre det på 5.000 kroner. Da ble jeg sett på som en fyr som er helt uansvarlig. Det er litt vår feil. Jeg trodde alle hadde fått med seg. Jeg har ikke sjans til det. Satt en ny short nå på Nasdaq. 3 kontrakter, bare en liten. Det er ganske galskap å gå short Nasdaq nå egentlig, når Apple kommer tallet på og Amazon. Den er svak.
Actually, I don't look very often at the dollar. Wait, check out, Ryan, the dollar here. I mean, it's been on a run. It's been on a little bit of a streak. So that's interesting as the 10-year yield drops down to 4.35. Apple right now, little changed. Amazon up 1.5% there after the bell. CVS impressing with earnings we talked about. We'll talk about it more. Up 5.7%. Norwegian Cruise Lines up almost 14%. We're going to talk to the CEO in the next hour. Katie?
All right, looking forward to that conversation. I will point out that Microsoft is still up 5%.
Gull bør egentlig stige til nytt hopp, men det er liksom, den detter sammen alltid på USA-åpning, for da driver alle også og kjøper Nasdaq, basically, hver jævla dag. Jeg tror det var bare 5-6 stykker som røk i går på det fallet, ellers så tror jeg de fleste har puttet opp i litt mer penger. Men nå når gull går rett opp igjen, så er det mye lettere å komme ut.
Are you worried about your orders because of what's going on in Russia and Ukraine? Is that something you worry about in terms of the impact of Russia-Ukraine on your investment appetite for things like that?
I'm not worried about Russia invading Norway anytime soon. We are a member of NATO. We do border to Russia, but now, since Finland and Sweden joined NATO, we feel stronger than before.
So today, what would you say your biggest investment concerns are? You're running $1.7 trillion fund. For the average person to not manage that much money, what should they be worrying about, and what are you worrying about?
No, I think you've got two things. One, you have the known unknowns, right? So, and there at the top of my list would be two things. One is inflation, because I think there is an argument in a tight labor market when you potentially decline the supply or reduce the supply of labor. In the US, you put on tariffs. These things can be inflationary, and there could be a moment where, given the high level of government debt, that the investors suddenly decide, you know what, we want a much higher coupon to lend to, to governments. And so you could see a step up in interest rates, which could be negative for financial markets. Then, of course, all the AI-related stocks, the epicenter here is Taiwan, so you need to watch that. The thing that really scares us when it happens is the unexpected,
Nei, jeg venter litt med den. Jeg generelt ganske urolig for markedet nå på grunn av alle de tariffene som har ventet til det ute, for det vel fristen her I morgen. Og det kan jo smelle alle veier. Du så det I går, hvor gale enkelte ble, for det falt, og gull skal til $2,000, og da faen hva jeg hørte fra dere. Jeg orker ikke sånn surr, så tar det rolig. Ta gevinst på shortman her igjen. Og så det jævla frustrerende, ikke sant, når, sånn som I går, når han, sånn som I går da, når gull var opp og banket på 36 I går flere ganger, og så kommer plutselig en tariff, boom, og så ramler alt bare krasj. Og så, jeg visste ikke at den tariffen kom I går. Jeg ante ikke at den skulle komme I går I det hele tatt, jeg. Og så ser jeg bare gull bare raser, og så ser jeg, å faen, jeg kan ikke kjøre en hedge, for hvis jeg kjører en hedge, så ryker jo de små kontoene, så jeg bare håper på at det ikke faller nok. Og så går jeg på chatten, så ser jeg at folk helt kriser som sitter I minus, så sitter jeg og vet at det her bare støy. Gull skal opp, liksom. Inflasjon stiger, de trykker penger som var faen nå, for å så basically kjøre valutaen eller dollaren svakere. Det det Trump vil. Og så kom den tariffen I går med India, som også skal styrke gull, og derfor gull går I dag. Det skulle egentlig gått I går, men folk skjønner jo ikke en dritt, for det tar tid for folk forstår makro, og når jeg ser det, så tenker jeg, det ikke noe kult som å sitte og trade når folk ikke skjønner noen ting. Og sånn som, jeg satt I minus I går med nesten 300 000 kroner feil, meg selv. Alt jeg tjente forsvant I går på det her Trump-greiene. Og så må man ta en vurdering, stemmer bevegelsen eller stemmer bevegelsen ikke? Nei, den bevegelsen stemmer ikke, hva gjør jeg da? Da kjøper jeg. Og da kjøpte jeg, og da gikk det rett opp I dag. Da hentet jeg en dag forbedret kontoen med en dag med over 70 000 kroner. Så kan du lure på hvor mange kontrakter jeg har. Jeg har jævla mange kontrakter. Hvis jeg får gull opp til 3,450, så har jeg dratt inn nesten 250 000. Hvis jeg får til det. Ja, det helt latterlig, Roy. For hvis du ser på kontoen I dere som på Copy, som har puttet opp I tidlig 20 000, dere har masse marginer. Så jeg skjønte ikke hvorfor folk ble stresset over det hele tatt. Det var oppe I 1700 marginer. Det jo masse marginer. Og så må man nå skjønne at Trump, og derfor har jeg sagt hele tiden, det var de med 500 fra stressa. Jo, det forstår jeg. Men det ikke noe sånn at, det forstår jeg veldig, men igjen, jeg vet jo ikke når Trump skal komme med tariff, liksom. Jeg aner jo ikke det. Jeg aner ikke. Jeg kan godt denne komme med en til tariff I dag, jeg vet da faen det. Jeg aner ikke. Kanskje kommer en ny etterpå. En på Uganda. Jeg aner ikke. Og da kommer det til å få en helt lik bevegelse I dag også. Kommer til å gå rett I dass. Og så går det 2-3 dager, og så skjønner man at, å faen, Uganda, det betyr ingenting. Og så går det rett opp igjen. Gull altså. Nå er jeg pluss på shorten min. Men det er liksom, det er det som er så, og jeg skjønner at folk ikke følger med på makro, jeg forstår det veldig godt, jeg skjønner det veldig godt. Men nå er det et marked hvor ingen tør å trade live, og de signalgruppene som jeg har vært medlem på nå, det er bare piss alt sammen. Jeg er medlem av 3 svære signalgrupper, og det er så scam at jeg har ikke sett på maken. Jeg skjønner nå at folk tror det er bare å printe penger på trading nå, hvis du ser på det der signalgruppen her. Ben Gold Trader, Gary Gold Trader, GHP Trading Education. Det er bare piss ende til annen. Det er ikke sånn det funker i det hele tatt. Her har de gevinster på 2 tick. De handler for $10,000 på 2 tick. Altså, det dekker jo ikke kommisjonen i gang. Så jeg skjønner at folk lurer på hva faen jeg driver med, som ikke handler sånn sykt, sånn som jeg pleier å gjøre. Men det går ikke an i det markedet her. Det går ikke an. Du må ta det rolig, du må ha respekt for markedet hvis du skal overleve. Du kan ikke, ja, nå er jeg veldig pluss her. Du må ha respekt for markedet. Uansett hvor god du er i det markedet som er nå, så har det ikke noe å si, for du får Trump i trynet. Du gjør det. Men jeg synes det er mye mer behageligere å handle gull nå enn Nasdaq, og Daxen er ikke handlet lenger, det gidder jeg ikke å handle. Nasdaq handler jeg kun i dag, for det er litt volum, og den er ganske tung, selv om Meta kommer knalltall, og Microsoft kommer bra tall. Men jeg tror grunnen til at Nasdaq ble solgt ned i dag, er fordi den har gått så mye forkant. For den veksten klarer ikke å holde seg til neste kvartal, tror jeg da. Og du har guidingen til gutta er ikke all that, liksom. Og vi har gått noe jævlig, og du har en PE på Nasdaq på snart 40, ikke sant? Og hvor langt ned tror jeg Nasdaq vil gå hvis det krasjer? Aner ikke. Jeg er fornøyd om vi går ned et par 3000 poeng. Det er liksom Nvidia, en fjert fra Nvidia, så detter vi ned dit liksom. Ja, da øker posisjonene mine. Men enn så lenge så sitter jeg helt rolig og bare er med og tar det veldig pent. Veldig, veldig pent. Og når du har sånn liten konto, så kan du ikke ta stopplås hele tiden, for da er plutselig hele kontoen borte på 3 stopplås da. Hvis det gir mening, hvis dere skjønner greia. Har du en litt stor konto, så kan du ta litt tap, sånn som jeg gjør i går. Jeg tok tap på 10 000, nei, 12,5, tap på 12,5. Og så har jeg tradet nå nesten alt sammen. Ikke sant? Ja.
GDP of Canada. Of course, it is tech powering stocks higher. Record for the S&P 500 right now. Also a record for the NASDAQ 100. And Amazon and Apple, they're reporting after the close of regular trading today. Shares right now of Amazon, they're up 1.7% ahead of that. Let me do Microsoft shares right now. Right now, the latest quote, 4.9% higher in the early going. Meta Platforms after their results, after the close of regular trading yesterday.
Satt en ny short her nå. Litt sånn skummelt, men har tendens til å snu her på, hvis vi ser på 15 minutter chartet også, så kan han dette ned til, kan droppe ned med 30 poeng kanskje. Og gull kjøper jeg ikke teknisk i det hele tatt. Jeg sitter jo og ser hvor nivåen er, men jeg kjøper den basert på den helt annet. Jeg følger med på gull, så ser jeg på valutaen, jeg ser på dollaren hele tiden. Jeg ser på dollar mot euro. Så
Right now, the S&P 500 44 points higher.
Så kan du selvfølgelig følge med på chartet, for det veldig mange som handler, for den veldig teknisk, men hvis jeg skulle kjøpt den på teknisk, så hadde jeg aldri kjøpt det i går. Da hadde jeg solgt den til helvete i går. Jeg kjøpte jo helt i bånd. For det jævlig vanskelig å time, det veldig, veldig vanskelig å når du kjøper noe som faller, så det veldig, veldig vanskelig å, når det faller på veldig bra momentum, liksom, at det bare, så det dritvanskelig å ta den imot, for du vet ikke. Det det som skummelt når det først faller på bra volum. Men så må du vite hvorfor faller det da. Det støy, eller det reelt? Det går jo bare støy, og derfor jeg kjøpte så jævla mye. Nå pluss på shorten igjen.
So we're sitting here with Nora Melinda. I'm Paul Screeney. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We can do that with Bloomberg's Tatjana Dari. Tatjana, there's a lot of names to look at today. What are you focusing on?
Exactly. Well, I picked 3 names because I think they underscored the divergence between big tech riding the AI boom and the rest dealing with tariff concerns. So by that, I'm looking at Meta up 12%, hitting
gevinst på Nasdaq med hvert øyeblikk.
crushing estimates this quarter. A really strong quarter. You know, its largest revenue surprise in at least 2 years, and with this move, a 12% move after earnings, that marks its best post-earnings rally since February 2024, when they introduced their first ever dividend. And lots of eyes on AI spending there. They did narrow that forecast, didn't quite boost it, but signaled that in 2026 we will see more spending. But investors are not bothered because the results core's message here and Zuckerberg's core message on the call was that AI spending is paying off here and now and not years later. And I think that's starting to convince investors that maybe all this overvaluation or bubble concerns aren't really that justified.
CapEx is really the story here this earnings season. It feels as though that's really what the focus is for investors as we're thinking a lot about these big tech earnings. I'm looking at Mag 7 stocks more broadly. Of course, Nvidia is the front runner as you'd expect, but Meta being the second.
Nvidia opp 1,5% i dag også. Nvidia har gått opp, altså det helt sprett så mye Nvidia har gått. På ikke noen nyheter, liksom. Nå tar jeg gevinst hvert øyeblikk på shorten min. Nå jeg bra penger der. Nå jeg 1000 kroner i pluss igjen. Da jeg hentet en hele tapet mitt fra går. Tok halvparten, faller videre.
All right, we got one more here. Qualcomm, what's happening there?
Yeah, so Qualcomm would be part of the rest, you know, that are dealing with sort of the potential tariff weakness. They are exposed more to the consumer goods. They're slightly under pressure here. Well, it's gone down more, down 4%. The ticker there is
ned her, som jeg sa, at den kan snu. Det var litt grådig. Nå har jeg hentet en hele tapet mitt. Skal jeg vise dere. Nå er jeg opp med 500 kroner på å være minus med 12 000. Sånn kan dere også se at jeg også taper penger. Jeg skal løse dem, vi må bare ut av de jævla 500 kroner konto, 5000 kroner kontoene. Jeg må ha en konto, jeg håper dere forstår det liksom, for det er ryktet mitt på spill liksom, jeg kan ikke bare drite dem, ikke sant, jeg må få dem til å tjene penger, og så må vi ta dem ut, og så må vi gjøre på nytt.
Subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere.
Ja, jeg dekket han nesten på lov her. Han skal sikkert opp og teste 50 dagen på nytt før han går videre ned. Microsoft fortsetter å falle. Microsoft var opp med nesten 9% i stad. Nå opp 4,67. Gull har et kjempetak på 300. Så der må han bryte på nytt, og så gå videre oppover. Det ligger veldig mange der og driver og selger opp mot 309, og så selger de opp mot 330. Det ligger en haug med selgere på gull.
Following this blistering
Men så vet jeg at det eller hører rykter om at det noen svære institusjoner som skal kjøpe masse gull fremover. Derfor så tror jeg det kan være smart å sitte lasta i gull. Jeg hører at det noen store institusjoner. Så hvis du ser sånne rare bevegelser på gull, og man plutselig bare stikker av med noen $10 og sånn, så skjønner du hva som skjer.
And if you're an analyst,
$10-20
you just gotta ride it. It's tough to make I'm getting out of the stock because it's getting too rich. And I'm seeing a lot of analysts that are sticking with this thing and just raising price targets. Bernstein reaffirmed its outperform rating.
Hvorfor venter du med å kjøpe gull? Sikkert fordi du vil ha best mulig inngang på grunn av Trump. Sikkert, vil jeg tro.
Only one sell, and that's from Rothschild.
Nå er på 301, ja. Ja. Nå er jeg faktisk ganske fornøyd. Jeg har dratt inn nesten 13 000 i dag. Jeg følte meg som en jævla taper i går. Skikkelig nerd, altså.
Again, a lot of these companies, and this is the difference really from my experience in 1990 and 2000 when I was in the market, there are real earnings and real cash flows that are growing. And you can make an argument that these stocks, a lot of these stocks, whether it's NVIDIA or Robinhood, they will grow into their valuation. And that's what a lot of bulls are saying. That's what Dan Ives has been saying for years.
Right, and I'm looking at Citi, also a note that they put out saying that they believe that the stock is pricing in much of the growth potential in their views.
Setter en til en på Nasdaq, tar en liten sånn detter nå. For det sånn.
Clearly they see some upside here.
Yeah, I love this. I love the ticker, HOOD, H-O-O-D.
The best one.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's got a market cap of 95 billion, so we're certainly
I penga. Sitter bare rolig. Det så vidt I penga.
Robinhood. And again, there's a select group of investors that are passionate about crypto as an asset class, and there aren't many ways for equity investors to get exposure.
Jeg har kjempedårlig erfaring med å shorte Nasdaq. På grunn av Nvidia. Nvidia opp 1,5% I dag også. Nvidia går mer enn de som leverer tall. Det spesielt da.
We welcome now our Bloomberg radio and television audiences. Robinhood is posting second quarter revenue that beat Wall Street estimates, boosted by strength in cryptocurrency trading. We are joined now by Robinhood Chairman and CEO Vlad Tenev, and you're back up on the day.
Se på gull nå.
Your year-to-date gains for Robinhood closer and closer to 200%. Your stock has just soared this year. Do you feel pressure at that valuation now to increase your growth rate to meet investor expectations?
Nå pluss på short med det.
Always challenging ourselves to
Se
serve
på
our
gull nå.
customers better and consequently grow.
Prøv å kjøre den opp. Får vi se da.
If you're asking if I'm like looking at the stock and trying to drive that directly, no. I mean, we're looking at the inputs to our business. And right now what we're seeing is our customers are happy. Net promoter scores are at a 4-year high. It's leading to net deposits, which have been very strong through July. And that's leading to gains in market share across all of the assets. And you're seeing that in revenue and EPS, which have been very, very strong as well. And, you know, we're having these product events where we're announcing products that are, I think, far ahead of where the rest of the industry is. So I don't think it's slowing down. We're, if anything, accelerating further.
By the way, more than 420% over the past 12 months. You're worth
Ta snart gevinst på Nasdaq til short med nå.
a lot more than Intel, which for an old guy like me, that's a real milestone. Where do you see the biggest growth? I know you're expanding overseas. We talked with you last time about tokenization. What's the biggest
Som jeg sendte deg jo.
at Robinhood?
Nei, jeg tror
The big potential that I see for Robinhood is how can we expand the process to different axes. One is from being US
Her kan
only
du sende
or US
bilder.
primary to being fully global, available to billions of people around the world. And the other is, can we go from being retail only and serving the full wallet of a retail customer and being this sort of like financial super app to a full platform that serves not just retail but businesses and institutions. And you know, we're getting into that through some of the acquisitions that we're making and through organic platform
By
expansion.
the way, can I live on Robinhood now? I mean, could I have Bloomberg deposit my paycheck with you and pay all my bills with you and, you know, get a loan from you and do my trading with you? Are you looking at that full suite?
You can do the lion's share of that. Robinhood Banking is actually rolling out later this quarter. We're still on track for that. It's now rolled out internally to our thousands of employees, and it's looking really good. So that'll allow you to put in your paycheck, get checking and savings accounts. You don't have to go to the ATM. We figured out how to get cash to you to where you are. For those that still use cash, you can do your estate planning. We have a home loans partnership with Sage that lets you have a mortgage at an industry-leading rate. And of course,
Ja, men
your trading, your
du bare skriv den forklaringen.
advisory. So we can help you with the
Ser gul,
lion's share of
droppa.
that. I didn't even mention the credit card, but
Ja,
you
ramler
saw
han
my
der. Oi,
credit card
rett opp,
last
ja.
time. I think it's the best credit card on the market.
So you were talking about Robinhood Banking launching to a broader audience soon, but what does that put you in terms of your relationship to the broader banking industry? You just saw
De blir kriger på trenernivået. Hva sa du?
Coinbase inking a deal to allow
Men den forklaringen han sa der, den hjelper masse da. Det sier seg selv at det der var helt riktig.
Are you going to be partnering with banks, or are you running in direct competition to them?
I think that as our companies become bigger and bigger and just diversify into more segments, the relationship with counterparties will be
Ja,
collaborative
sølvfalt nå.
and will partner in some ways. And of course, in the broad sense, every financial company competes with every other one if your goal is to get customer assets and greater wallet share. But yeah, I think it's nothing in the financial services industry. The large companies have always like collaborated and competed across different axes.
Ja, ganske bra pluss på den shorten.
One, you're growing tremendously. You have stock as currency to do so. You're
Nå er jeg på oppesittet. Skal være med hele veien opp.
How much firepower does that give you for a transformative acquisition?
Jo, men det kan ikke trades med der. Jeg sitter rolig.
And what are the types of places you would look?
Yeah, interesting. I've never had Intel brought up as a comp, but I see what you mean about that being
Deilig den shorten,
historically,
altså.
you know, these companies that you think of as very infrastructural.
Nå tar jeg snart gevinst på shorten her. Å, fy faen, den traff jeg dritbra på da.
Even being in the same conversation as those brands is humbling. I think we've always been very deliberate with acquisitions. So we want to make sure it pencils and it makes sense for the company. It gives us 18-month acceleration to the product roadmap. We get a team that's like DNA culture aligned with us because we like
Det er litt vanskelig å ta den, for jeg tror han kan bryte litt ned, skjønner du. Bare, det var 1000 i pluss her nettopp. Nå er 700 i pluss.
Pretty active, as I'm sure you're aware, in the acquisition market. So I wouldn't say, you know, I have a particular itch, but we've got a great corp dev team, and we tend to look at every opportunity that comes up.
You became a household name during the first wave of retail trading, post-pandemic retail trading.
Tok en nå. Det ble bare 600.
Again, in fact, a lot of
Da er jeg i hvert fall opp 13 000 i dag.
It's really retail that's bought this 30%
Men minus 12 000 i går, ikke sant? Så det er bare pluss med 1000 kroner. Men det er uansett veldig bra da. Og nå faller han videre.
People invest? I think the fundamental shift is that if
Ta
you
på
think
neste
about,
runde.
you know, institutional investing, all these fund managers, it's very abstracted. So I think they tend to make decisions about portfolio allocation based on
Nå begynner dollaren å svekke seg, euroen styrker seg.
tariffs, geopolitical conflict. Let me use that to rebalance the portfolio. And so you end up having somewhat strange things where a company that is unaffected or perhaps benefits from that type of uncertainty could just get sold off because of broader macro. Now, retail doesn't think that way. Retail says, I want to buy this stock because I believe in this particular company. And so you see them doing very, very well in the scenarios where, you know, broad market activity affects companies that are otherwise doing very, very well and shouldn't be unaffected, but you know, institutions' hands are basically forced because they have to reallocate. And I think that's it's a positive thing. We've gotten so abstracted that I think we need to get back to the basics of people buying stocks because they believe in that particular company and not because of some sectoral correlation that may or may not actually exist.
Well, it's great to get some time with you, Vlad, especially here in New York on set with us. Vlad Tenev there the CEO of Robinhood, did.
All right, that was Robinhood.
Setter en lite kjøp på Nasdaq hvert øyeblikk hvis han klarer å ta imot. Jeg tror Nasdaq skal ned, så det blir bare en trade. Litt skummel. Jeg har ikke satt den ennå.
All right, Norm Paul, this Bloomberg Business
Satt den nå.
brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Right now, the S&P 500, 46 points higher, up 3% up right now, 0.75%, 64.10 on the index. That holds up. That's another record. Dow up 76. The Nasdaq 100 up 167 points. That's good for a record. That's up 0.75% right now. The S&P 500 set for its longest streak of September, and Microsoft briefly topping $4 trillion in market cap. It's since fallen back just a bit. As it comes, of course, after the close of regular trading yesterday, we got the results in AI optimism. Meta Platforms jumping 12% right now in the early going. Strong earnings there as well. Fellow mega caps, Apple and Amazon. Those reports are due after the close of regular trading today. We check the markets for you all day long. Right here on Bloomberg Radio, I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Nor and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma, Linda, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out there. As John was just reporting, Meta, big earnings numbers last night after the close. Stock up 11.5% here today, all-time high, 52-week high, whatever you want to look at it. $1 trillion market cap watch here, 1.95 trillion as we speak. Let's check in with Kurt Wagner, tech reporter for Bloomberg News. He's in Denver, Colorado. He's worked out this scam. I have no idea how he did it, but it's a good Kurt, talk to us about Meta here. Some people feel like, Meta might be
Det er regelen.
the AI party. I don't think that. And I don't know.
Nå vil hun uansett svingte over felt. Ja, men uansett hvilken vei hun skal, så skal ikke legges over feltet. Det er regelen. Du må vike. Og hun må vike for å bytte felt. Hva kan du si om hun skulle rett foran?
So they have been building AI models for, basically a decade. They've mostly kept them in-house. They use them, in this case, they've been talking a lot about them to improve their own ad targeting and their own content recommendations. And so while they're not out selling access to their models in the way that rivals are, they're still building them. And, clearly the street's very happy with what's happening here, which is that their ads business
I det jeg snudde meg mot deg nå, så droppet den dritten av med 10 poeng.
a cash printing machine, and they are taking all the
Nei, jeg
profits
skal
from that,
kjøpe
and
litt
they're,
mer.
funneling
Kjøpe
it
bytte til, 2 kontrakter til. Litt bedre snitt. Går det ikke, så tar jeg selv på.
and they're spending even more on AI.
Nå er 5 kontrakter long Nasdaq her nede.
That people seem very happy with right now.
Well, Kurt, even if there are people saying that Meta is late to the AI party, if you look at shares year to date and you compare it against
Nå er jeg
the
penger.
in the Mag 7, we are seeing it as the best performing.
Men det er bare sånn
stock,
kjapt.
the second best
Kan få en
performing
sånn
stock
liten
right behind
retracement opp her nå, bitte
What do you
litt.
think has really propelled it forward to that magnitude here?
Jeg vil heller ha gull opp.
Well, I think there's a couple things. One, there's the Mark Zuckerberg factor to this. You can love him, you can hate him, but Mark Zuckerberg has a pretty strong history of, quite frankly, reaching the largest audience with his products. That is something he's done repeatedly throughout Meta's history, and he has sole control of this company. So if you are a believer in him, you are a believer in Meta right now, and I think that's one factor. And then I think the other is, that reach matters a lot when you're talking about AI, because when you build, in this case, Meta AI is the name of their chatbot, they have put it into Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, already has 1 billion monthly users simply because they have that existing audience. So where a lot of companies are building these AI products and then trying to find
Nå er jeg veldig pluss.
Meta
Det
already
var
has
jo
the
flaks.
audience. So when they figure this out, when they, if their Ray-Ban glasses, for example, take off in the way that they hope they will, they
Så skal jeg ha pluss i noen til.
built-in
Ja, flaks.
online
Ja,
audience
litt for
already for
flaks.
these tools, and I think that that's something that a lot of people are optimistic about.
Kurt, you mentioned WhatsApp. Boy, I think I was covering the stock when they bought WhatsApp 7-8 years ago. Are they finally starting to monetize WhatsApp? And if so, how are they doing it?
They are starting to monetize WhatsApp. They announced in June that they're going to start running ads in WhatsApp for the first time. If you're a history buff in terms of following Facebook history, you'll know that that's been a long time coming, and there's been a lot of bumps and bruises along the way in getting there. But I will say the CFO did warn yesterday on the earnings call that even though they are putting ads into WhatsApp, this is a long road. It is not going to be a material impact for the business in terms of revenue or ad impressions for the next few years. They're going to start slow. I think that makes sense for a couple of reasons. The first being that WhatsApp is popular in a lot of regions that aren't necessarily lucrative in terms of advertising, you know, India, Brazil, places like that. And then second, you're kind of trying to convince advertisers to shift budget perhaps from more lucrative things like Instagram or Facebook. And so I think it's going to be slow for people to maybe move over their money towards WhatsApp. But again, fast forward a few years from now, I think there is obviously potential here. That app has a multiple billions of users globally.
Kurt, it's hard to be a bear here on this stock. I'm looking at Wall Street ratings right now, and 74 people have a buy. We have 5 holds on the stock, and then 1 sell, and that's coming from BNP Paribas. But if you really had to dig in and see what the overhangs could potentially be,
Ta ut den siste longen snart. Jeg synes det ser tungt ut.
a bit more of a push forward.
Det eneste jeg ser at Apple har gått til grønt på.
And so
Fra å være
while the
rødt.
ads business continues to chug along, people are going to say, okay, that's fine. If there is a stumble in this ads business, you know, heading into the holiday quarter or something like that, suddenly people might start wondering, why are they spending so much if the ads business isn't delivering? So that's one. The other is their Reality Labs division. That's the Quest VR headsets, things like that. That is a loss leader. I believe $4.5 billion in losses just last quarter alone. They also
Den skjermen funker ikke,
sales
det
were
helt
down
jævlig sikkert.
So that's
Det
a
ser
concern
ut.
I would imagine for some people.
Kurt, thank you for your reporting. Appreciate it. Kurt Wagner, tech reporter, Bloomberg News in Denver, Colorado. I'm never driving I-70 again up to
Det oppsettet mitt helt katastrofe satt opp. Jeg må sitte sånn, så jeg får skink i nakken. Jeg vet ikke helt hvordan jeg skal få rette opp dette her. Jeg sitter sånn, og da ser jeg ingenting. Så må jeg snu meg ditt, og så må jeg gå ditt.
The market works. How do you think about, what are the conversations you're having with your clients these days?
Nå tar jeg gevinst hvert øyeblikk på longen.
DeepSeek and then tariff turbulence.
Og se om jeg klarer å bryte 23.525.
We've seen a remarkable recovery. And as you said, it's really being led by the AI catalyst. So when you think about technology, you have to think about AI. And when we think about waves of technology that have happened in the past.
Nå kom det melding fra Truth Social. Sikkert den der kødden.
So with that, we're
Trumperen.
seeing our clients. This is still in its infancy, and there's a lot more opportunity. And certainly we don't want to miss that opportunity. So at the same time that we're focused on AI and the companies surrounding that down the supply chain, we're also balancing that trade along with defensive trade with the tariff and the trade.
Så se om jeg klarer å bryte da. 23.525 på Nasdaq. Gull bare holder long.
Still very focused on the companies that we see are going to lead the AI race.
When we think about tech stocks more broadly, of course, they've really driven the gains in the market, not only just this year, but in the past 2 years that we saw as well. Are some of these big names too expensive now?
I think we have to look company by company, most definitely. And today we're going to hear from Apple, and that's a company that we really question as far as what we're going to see going forward. In comparison, I would say, with some of the other names that we really do like. So we're also going to hear from Amazon. So I would say that it certainly is company by company. It's still hard to tell in the AI race who are going to be the necessary winners. So certainly having some diversification there is important. But I would say company by company, looking at each one.
Lorraine, how does fixed income fit into your discussions with your clients? I mean, you can sit in a 2-year treasury and get darn near 4%, or if you want to take some credit risk and get more than that. How about fixed income these days?
We certainly, you know, when we look
Jeg kommer ikke ut av longen på Nasdaq.
balanced portfolio has done very well year to date because we're still getting a nice yield on our fixed income at the same time while we've seen the equity markets do quite well years to date. So
Det er Microsoft som fortsetter å falle.
with our fixed income, these long-term coupons that we're able to collect. And so
Kjøp den inn i denne nettopp solgte, bare for å snitte meg litt. Får vi se da. Hvis det ikke går, så kaster de ut. Hvis det går, så er penger på den nå.
get by going into high yield just isn't worth it for us. We're keeping our credit quality high and enjoying just collecting that coupon.
Well, let's talk about rates here. So we have, of course, the Fed that kept rates unchanged yesterday. And we have some traders who are kind of pricing in a potential September rate cut. Is that something in your view as well? And how are you thinking about that when it comes to investing?
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that we're going to see rate cuts this year. I think it's the question of how many. And so our baseline is 2 cuts this year and 3 cuts next year. So I think we have to take the whole picture together. While we don't know how many cuts we're going to see this year, we're on the trend of the rate cut cycle, despite Powell's comment about, not raising rates and spooking the markets a little bit.
Yep.
We're going to see rate cuts. So
Yep.
I think that it's just a matter of how many.
Lorraine, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting some of your thoughts and perspectives. Lorraine Gilbert, she's the CEO of WealthWise Financial out there in Irvine, California. As we close out here, just this segment, we got the S&P up 43 points at 0.7%. Not bad. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Det er penger på Nasdaq igjen. Gull er ikke noe volum der, så jeg tipper at det er bare... Den kan gå alle veier akkurat nå. Volumet toppet, eller stoppet der på gull. Det er ikke noe volum der. Nå bare holder Nasdaqen som jeg nettopp kjøpte å være med oppover. Euro-dollar styrker seg, så gull skal egentlig gå opp nå, så jeg vet ikke, jeg er sikkert bare noen tekniske stopplosser og litt hvert der nå. Er det penger på Nasdaqen som longa der? Jeg bare ser om man går opp til 2-3-25. Gull hoppa med $4 her. Hvis den går gjennom 300 på nytt nå, så er det noen som har bare sittet og plukket. Jeg er pluss minus hele tiden på den her Nasdaq som jeg kjøpte der nede nå. Det er sånn her bittersweet, for jeg håper Nasdaq skal til helvete. Men jeg kjøper den kun på grunn av Apple og Amazon som kommer med tall etterpå. Og Microsoft var opp 9% i stedet, og nå er den opp 4,45%. Hvem faen er det som kjøper en aksje opp 9% da? Meta var opp 12,5%. Altså, den har gått mer. Altså, det er så fjollete det som skjer. Han analytikeren på Bloomberg sa nettopp det at han gleder seg etter hvert når aksjemarkedet kan bli sånn at man skal se på aksjer og ikke sektorer. For nå så er det bare en sektor som gjelder, og det nå er det bare en sektor som gjelder, og det er AI. Det er den eneste sektoren. Man ser ikke på selskaper lenger, man ser på sektorer.
Meta is taking advantage of its advertising business. They're stepping up spending and investing in artificial intelligence. Microsoft, now earlier we told you they touched a market cap of $4 billion, coming down just a bit from that. They delivered an encouraging update on the Azure cloud computing platform. That's the centerpiece of the company's AI efforts there. S&P 500, 40 points higher. That's up 0.6%. It's a record 64.03 if it holds up through the close. Dow Jones Industrial average up 95 points. The Nasdaq 100 right now up 100.
Nå hoppa gull opp $7.
0.6%. That's good for a record too. After the economic data today, right now the 2-year down a basis point, 392. The benchmark 10-year 2 basis points lower, 434. Let me do the yen for you, because it's kind of an eye popper. 150.49, so that's a week against the dollar down about 6 tenths of a percent. You check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio, John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
That's all big,
John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. March 13th, 1986, Goldman Sachs took a little technology company called Microsoft public at a split adjusted price of 7 cents per share. John Tucker just told you, stock's trading at $536 a share today. You go do the math. That's a win. Anurag Rana, he's been there almost the whole time, technology analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Anurag, what's Microsoft doing so well that it's setting all-time highs seemingly every day? What did you take away from their earnings last night?
I think the biggest takeaway for us was that their AI strategy is, probably shining better than any other large public company out right now. They invested early in OpenAI, and a lot of that is flowing through the bottom line of the cloud results at this point. And very few times, I don't think I can remember ever a $75 billion business growing 30% above and the growth rate going up. So, I mean, I think, there are very few things you could, say anything wrong about these results. Pretty spectacular.
So, of course, this earnings season has really been about CapEx. How has Microsoft here really been doing with debt and also just when it comes to AI spend?
So when you look at somebody like a Microsoft, they have the luxury of certain products that are extremely sticky to the enterprise. Whether that's Office or Windows, that generates a lot of free cash flow. So they will never have a problem going out to the debt markets and raising capital for spending. In this particular case, they are extremely judicious about what they are spending on. A year ago, they were talking about what we call as the long tail assets, which is creating data centers and stuff. This quarter, they're talking a lot about shorter duration assets such as GPUs and chips. So sooner or later, they will basically go out and say, you know what, the expansion, we're just going to rent out capacity rather than doing it ourselves. But at this point, I think the backlog is so much that they have to invest so much in CapEx.
All right. Microsoft, it's on autopilot. I get it. I'm assuming it's in my 401k in a million different places. Apple, this is the one that I really think it's smart on because there's a stock that seemingly was on autopilot but now it's down 16% year to date. And I just have
Jeg skjønner
registered investment.
Nei, jeg skjønner ikke.
She doesn't even think about Apple anymore as one of the big tech stocks to own. What does Apple have to do today to report their earnings and talk to the investors on the street? What do they have to do? Maybe reignite the stock.
I think, something that they did in the last worldwide conference, not this year, but the year before, when they talk about that they have a plan to make sure that their products are infused with AI. They did it very well last year, but this year, that hasn't done much, which is why the stock has gone down. They really have to say that even though they're losing people in terms of researchers, they will go out and partner with third-party providers, add more AI capabilities to their ecosystem over the next, let's say, 6 to 12 months. Something like that can pacify investor angst about it, but I think, when it comes to just AI, people don't put them in the same bracket as, Microsoft or Amazon or OpenAI.
So if we're to talk here about their decline and seeing them down 16% year to date, of course we know that expectations for tech stocks are always really high. They have a high bar to hit and meet. Do you think that maybe the market's being a little bit too harsh here when they're just kind of comparing it against a lot of these other mega caps here?
Nå gikk det på del over her.
Depends on what your framework is, because when you look
Jeg er langt
at
her nede.
Apple,
Sitter
it's
for meg
only
nå.
going to grow 4-5%. So even if they beat that by a little bit, let's say 6 or 7, they are not growing in double digits like the rest of the players are. So there is a structural difference that they are a product company, not a services company. So it's not apples and oranges. I mean, it's apples and apples. It's two different business models, frankly.
And is Apple management, are they comfortable with that perception of their company now? Again, it still trades at 28, 20 times earnings, and it's grown about 15%. Its stock price compounded every year over the last 5 years. But are they comfortable maybe being left out to some degree of the
Det var det som skjedde. Kjørte over I ditt felt.
discussion, which is AI related?
See, one of the ways they can turn the narrative around and say, listen, we control probably the most important distribution system in the consumer land is through the phone. So they control the phone, and from that point, they control a lot of the apps that are on the
Kjøpte en liten til.
So they have a very strong play in this ecosystem, but they need to figure out how they are giving it to the customers, directly into the ecosystem. Whether it's through Siri, whether it's through search, how are you helping customers become more productive so that, the AI is part of the iOS. You don't have to go to an app to get it. And I think that's the comfort that they need to give to investors.
So Apple's biggest segment is the iPhone, as you mentioned here. But of course, we also know about Apple Intelligence that's been floated as well. Where are they in that journey?
So when you look at iPhones, Apple Intelligence is integral to all the products. It's part of the iPad, it's part of the Mac, but most importantly, it's part of the iPhone. When it comes to, you could say, the evolution of Apple Intelligence, they really need to figure out, and now, who do they partner with? Do they go with Google? Do they go with Anthropic? Do they go with OpenAI? They already have a partnership with OpenAI, but are they going to go much deeper with that? And I think that is the single biggest, overhang, apart from the payment that they're going to get from Google. So those are the two things I would say that they have to overcome, for people to get more comfortable with the stock.
So it's interesting. I'm looking at the MODL function, the model function, folks. And if you want to see what the street is forecasting for units, prices, the models from Global Wall Street Analysts, you can check out the MODL function. And that's what the pros are going to be looking at today after the close when Apple reports earnings. Anurag, what do you want to see? What's the key data point for you when they report?
So we think that the Apple, results are going to be good because we are going to see a pull forward in demand for iPhones and other products because of the tariff risks. But I think the guidance for next quarter may not be that good, and which is why I'll be, closely watching MODL to see where they are on the iPhone revenue growth rate for next year compared to where consensus is. So that's one number. I want to see what the buybacks are going to be because that's an integral part of the story. If they, for example, accelerate their buyback, it will show confidence to the street, and that's another data point that's on our mind.
All right, very good. Anurag Rana, he's a senior technology analyst. He and Mandeep Singh, they kind of run our tech research effort at Bloomberg Intelligence. I don't know how many analysts we have around the world, but we got them in Asia, North America, and Europe as well. So that's how you have to cover the global technology business because it is a global business, global supply chains, and that's what Bloomberg Intelligence does. Anurag Rana, tech analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence. He's out there in Chicago. And again, folks, type in the symbol Apple Equity, then MODL to get you the, I'm talking detailed model. They forecast like how many iPhone 15s are going to sell, how many iPhone 14s are going to sell in incredible detail, and they break it all down for you. And that is the summation. It's a consensus of Wall Street sell-side analysts. They submit their data. We put it up there on the terminal for our terminal users.
Du står i en kort beskrivelse av hendelsen. Skal jeg lese den? Jeg befant meg i høyre kjørefelt mot et tofelts, for jeg skriver ikke mot rundkjøring på, jeg var ikke ute i rundkjøringen den dagen. Jeg var på vei ut. Skjønner du? Akkurat i den svingen, vet du. Bråsvingen. Jeg befant meg i høyre kjørefelt mot et tofelts rundkjøring ved køen og hadde høyre blinklys på for å signalisere at jeg skulle ut av rundkjøringen. Motparten som kjørte i venstre kjørefelt kjørte på min venstre side omtrent samtidig som meg, men med noe høyere fart inn mot rundkjøringen. Motparten kom nærmere og nærmere min bil og mitt felt. Bilen vinket heller ikke, så den burde kjørt rett fram og ikke svinge mot høyre der min bil var. På høyre side var det en steinkant som flyttet taxi og bussfeltet fra vanlig kjørefelt, slik at jeg ikke kunne trekke meg lengre høyre for å unngå sammenstøtet. Jeg varslet med horn, men sammenstøtet var uunngåelig. Den røde bilen traff venstre fronten på min bil med sin høyre side. Jeg har ikke skrevet noe mer heller.
Du kan ikke skrive det, du sa det at du ser på bildet at du har fått en ekspert til å se på det.
Bryr seg om det, eller?
Hva kan du gjøre det når du skriver det?
Fått en ekspert til å...
Se på skaden og det...
Jeg har ikke skrevet noe mer her.
Ja.
Spilte det en rolle for din skade eller ditt uheld? Nei. Er det enighet om at motpart er ansvarlig? Ikke avklart?
Nei, ikke avklart. Uenighet.
Ble det fulgt ut en skademelding som begge parter har skrevet under på? Nei. Jeg skrev ikke under på det.
Nå tryner det her. Det er ikke lom. Den må ut fra relativt fort. Jeg håper Nasdaq knekker til helvete.
Jørgen, jeg har ikke skrevet under. Jeg skrev navnet mitt på en annen lapp. Jeg har ikke på skademeldingen.
Du skal skrive skademeldingen.
Ikke sant? Jeg ga bare navnet mitt, da.
Det var ikke noe å si du tok bilde av.
Hvor høy var farten da situasjonen oppstod? 0. Hva skal jeg gjøre da?
Du kjørte rullen. Aerodor styrker seg veldig. Nå kommer gull til å røre på seg. Kommer til å prøve å pjule den gjennom 300. Nå gikk Apple i rett.
All right, let's talk a little bit healthcare here. Eli Lilly, I mean, it's all about like the obesity drugs, who's the winner, who's the loser, how big is the market? But there's a lot more to talk about. I don't know. Damien Gardet, he joins us here. He's a healthcare reporter. Eli Lilly, the blockbuster diabetes drug Mounjaro, fell short of expectations that it would do a better job at preventing heart attacks and strokes than its older medicine, Trulicity. Is that a problem, David?
It depends on how you look at it, but it does underline, I think, what you mentioned, that the bar is so high for these medicines, both commercially and clinically. So what we learned today, Lilly ran a study comparing Mounjaro, the newer GLP-1 combination medicine, against its older GLP-1 called Trulicity to determine whether it worked as well in preventing heart attacks and strokes. And the good news is the study met its goal. It proved non-inferiority as a scientific term, which is to say it did just about as well as the older drug. The bad news through the lens, I think, of a lot of investors is it didn't prove to be superior, which was kind of the, if not expectation, then kind of hoped for outcome here.
So what's the biggest business here for Eli Lilly? I mean, is Mounjaro one of
Ikke stem det før vi har vært der.
the drugs that we're talking about here?
It is. So Mounjaro is, it's a little tricky because it's the same basic medicine, but when it's used for diabetes, they call the drug Mounjaro. And when it's used for obesity, they call it Zepbound, but it's the same scientific molecule underneath it all. And that combined is by far Lilly's biggest growth driver. And it's a medicine that is in demand. It was until relatively recently in shortage officially, and it is definitely paving the path to Lilly becoming the most valuable drug company in the world. And it's also outpacing Novo Nordisk, the Danish company that really invented this market, that's also had a lot of unfortunate news in recent years. Lilly is lapping the competition there and is on pace, it's assumed, to kind of dominate this market, at least in the near term.
So I'm looking at the PGEO function on the Bloomberg terminal. It kind of breaks out kind of where the revenue comes from, either by business line. Cardiometabolic health. That's their biggest revenue line. Is that the obesity stuff?
Yeah, that's inclusive of obesity and diabetes.
All right, dude, I mean, look at this. Let's go 2021. That had $13 billion in revenue. Okay, good business. 2024, it had about $30 billion business. Expected to be $43 billion this year, $52 billion next year. Holy cow. That is out of control growth. No wonder they're so valuable.
Well, exactly. And it's, I mean, that's what we've demonstrated, what Lilly has demonstrated in sales just with the products that it has on the market. But I think when you look at the company's valuation, what's being priced in is a soon to come oral GLP-1. So they would have a pill that could be approval next year at the earliest. And that is likely to both be a massive commercial product for obvious reasons, but really like democratize this therapeutic category because these are all injectable medicines that we're talking about.
I am, as the injector of this medicine on another person, which I enjoy, I get a cocktail out, we make a little party out of it. But the oral thing, that's going to open up the market like crazy, I would think. Because there's probably a lot of people that don't want to inject
enjoy doing the shots.
Yes.
I mean, 'cause a lot of people don't like needles.
Yeah. And it's also going to probably diversify it. So a lot of the focus on these medicines is what percentage of weight loss do they drive? It could get up to 25%, for example. But for a lot of people, they don't need to lose 25% of their body weight. The pill seems to have a lower percentage body weight change, but the assumption is that there's a huge demand for that, and that when there's a multitude of these medicines, the heavy-duty ones versus the lighter ones, then you could really meet a lot of the demand that people need.
How about all the other stuff in the world, like, I don't know, cancer, dementia? Where
are they in that?
Yeah, where's Lilly in that type of thing?
Well, Lilly particularly does have an approved medicine for Alzheimer's disease, and a lot of drugs for cancer, mostly in the pipeline. That's been a major investment of theirs. But one thing that's notable about the GLP-1s, not to pull it back there, is that we've seen that in the long term, as this study demonstrates, it reduces the risk of heart attack and stroke. But likewise, there are observational studies tying it to reduce risk of Alzheimer's and of cancer, which follows reason in that these drugs basically make you eat less, and in many cases drink less, smoke fewer cigarettes. These are things that we know are behavioral changes that prevent cancer, heart attack, and stroke.
Six came out at the same time as gummies came out. Just saying.
Det kan det være ingenting om.
Well, I mean, I think that there's well, maybe there's a correlation there. Right. Just need to find it. But I mean, when we think about this company, how are they right now? I mean, this is a massive company here.
Nationalteatret Rådhuset. Det på Rådhusplassen.
Investment in diabetes research that Lilly has, and the GLP-1 medicines grew out of. They began as diabetes treatments before they were discovered to have such profound effects on obesity. So I think Lilly would say this is them carrying on the tradition, and their market cap and all of these kind of superlatives we can affix to them are
Nå burde dere ta stopplås snart, for nå faller det mer her. Det faller til og med på veldig, veldig bra resultater. Det er typisk, det er sikkert Sell on News. Det er det jeg har sagt hele tiden, Nasdaq er faen meg skadeskutt til helvete.
Johnson
Vi er
&
liksom på
Johnson, Bristol Myers
all-time high.
Squibb, all of the heavyweights of this sector missed out
Men jeg er
on
core
that
position short
obesity drugs that have
Nasdaq.
really driven the success of the
Ut av den
industry.
3 millioner nettopp da. Hvis jeg hadde tatt tap her nå, så taper jeg 4
Where do
lapper.
you see the difference here? How about valuation? On 2025 estimates, this is on the BQ function, folks, and this comp sheet is curated by Bloomberg Intelligence, so you know it's right. It's the right comps and the right numbers. That's what the BI folks do. On 2025 numbers, Eli Lilly stock is trading at 34 times earnings. The rest of the peer group, 15 times, so more than twice the valuation Wall Street is giving to Eli Lilly versus the other big cap names like
Ja, men han var bare
Johnson
tull,
&
jeg
Johnson
hørte
and
om.
AbbVie Merck. So just extraordinary there. Damien,
Right
thanks
on.
so much for joining us. Really appreciate the reporting there. Damien Gardet, healthcare reporter, Bloomberg News, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. I didn't know that. I didn't know that Lilly was such a premium valuation. So let's
Massive.
keep an eye on that one. All right, folks, for our listeners in the U.S.
Det er Alphabet som er ned med 2,3%.
Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now with the markets a little bit mixed here, giving up some of the gains. S&P up
Nå er vi nede på support på Nasdaq, som jeg snakket om. 23.400 er liksom limiten da. Vi er på 23.417. Sitter litt til. Euro da styrker... Nei, roer seg noe faktisk.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business. The market's telling me, here's another AI play. Just bid it, buy it. Is the market over their skis? Are people just too exuberant out there?
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
This was a big success story for Apple.
We like bonds. We think bonds are attractive.
Private markets have become very diverse.
What we're telling people is be cautious here.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, Norman Linda, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube. That means we're on TV. Everybody look good. And you can find us there. Just search Bloomberg Live Radio. Figma, big IPO, going to get priced. They priced last night. We're going to break that down. Anthony Hughes, Bloomberg U.S. ECM reporter on this IPO. We'll break down kind of what happened there. We're also going to have a discussion with Dylan Field, Figma CEO. We're going to simulcast the discussion. He's going to have a Bloomberg Television anchor, Caroline Hyde. That'll be just in about 10 minutes' time, so that'll be good. We'll get this guy. He's got a victory lap in a big way, so a big IPO there. So we'll break it down in several ways. Mike McGlone, Bloomberg Intelligence, senior commodity strategist. Talk about this copper trade. He's got to explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old. I don't know why copper's down 20%, but he'll break it down for us. Kujan Sabani, Bloomberg Intelligence, senior semiconductor analyst, talked to us about Qualcomm and their results. So a lot coming up in this hour. We're also going to have a discussion on the media business as well. So a lot going on here. Let's kick it all off here with Amy Morris down in Washington, D.C.
All right, thank you, Paul. A rally in big tech.
Det er snart en mål på Nasdaq-loggen, men allikevel.
We do check markets for you all day long
Det
here.
er ikke sånn, jeg kjøper nok kun for jeg tror det kommer til å sprette opp på grunn av det kommer til å ta litt børs, men jeg er pissnegativ til Nasdaq. Så det er bare en trade intra. For hver dag så går Nasdaq opp. Dette er den første dagen jeg faktisk faller. De har gått ned helt jævlig på
For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Nora.
Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate that. A lot going on in the markets here. Kind of red and green on the screen, but Wood had a strong open and kind of giving up some of those gains. So let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney with Norma Linder. We're joined by Bloomberg's Denitsa Sakova. Denitsa, what are you looking at?
Let's start with Meta. Obviously,
Jeg tør ikke kjøpe noe mer her nede for å få bedre snitt. Hvis det faller, så faller det mye her da. Som bryter 23,350, så faller det mye.
Everyone is looking at AI spending. It's been a story of for months how they've been increasing it, but we're actually seeing some.
Hva er det egentlig som skal holde Nasdaq oppe nå, liksom? Nå har jo da Meta levert, bra tall. Noe minus på den ene. Jeg husker ikke hvilken avdeling det var. De tok et svært tapp der. Og så er det Microsoft som på en måte ikke var helt OK tall. Så hva faen skal holde indeksen oppe nå egentlig? Det er Nvidia da. De setter levere tall, de har levert tall.
New price tag is 900. We have JP Morgan. We have really so many upgrades. And what we're seeing is that Meta and its peers are relying on their legacy businesses to really fund this
Ja,
pricey
nå er penger igjen her.
talent, data centers.
På den siste
But
jeg
so
satt på.
far, both with Microsoft at 4 trillion, Meta a record high, we've seen it work, and it's really kind of escaping all other big stories in the market. It's just Magnificent Seven.
No, the market is definitely Magnificent Seven as we're really digesting a lot of these tech results. And then we still have Apple and Amazon to come after the closing bell. But enough about tech for now. What are you looking at with eBay?
Yeah, let's move at consumers. We've been
Nå
talking about
begynner euroen å styrke seg igjen mot dollar. Eller det vil si dollaren svekker seg da. Da kan gull gå videre oppover. Det korrelerer veldig, veldig bra. Det ligger masse selgere på 300, og så ligger det oppe på 309, og så ligger det oppe på 330 til 336. Der ligger det masse selgere på gull.
A share, which is 7 cents higher than what the street expected. This suggests optimism for continued consumer resilience. Although I looked at the report and I think it's interesting that the sale of used and refurbished goods grow faster than other categories. So that's definitely showing to sensitive consumer and also purchasing.
Og når de blir tatt ut, så kommer det til å stikke av.
But then it's helping offset softer demand from European markets. Nevertheless, the stock is up more than 40% this year, so some good news for consumers with some caution there.
Are you all still using eBay? I feel like I'm more of an Etsy person now. Amazon. But it's interesting because the stock is having its best day since 2008.
Incredible.
That's recession territory.
You want to see a chart? You want to see a chart? Carvana, CVNA is a ticker. Put that bad boy up there. GP it.
Incredible.
And go max for the time frame. This thing hit a high back in late 2021 of about $370. Then it went down to literally zero.
Og spratt Nasdaq opp med 40 poeng.
Here we are setting all-time highs again at $395. And I know a guy on the board there. This thing's been a crazy ride. What's going on at Carvana?
The company is up 100% year to date. Today, obviously, a massive jump, more than 20%. It comes after the company boosted sales and profit well above what Wall Street was expecting. The company also posted a 6-fold increase in net income, record quarterly sales of used vehicles, which again is pointing to relatively cautious consumer. That said, we're talking about 143,000 vehicles to retail buyers, a record, and 41% increase. So really incredible. And Carvana said loan sales accounted for 278 million of the profit. So that's obviously making a big part of their business.
All right, Denitsa, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Denitsa Sokovic covers all the markets for
Bare så mye kødd med oss.
Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. It's been a pretty good year for IPOs. We've had some really successful IPOs here.
Men Drammen, du sa Drammen, det er nærmest.
Hit a red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Trump extends tariff deal with Mexico for 90 days. So there you go.
Yeah.
So interesting. One of the big ones is just priced last night. Figma. It's design software maker. I have no idea what that is. But it priced last night higher, above the range. $1.2 billion. We're going to talk to the CEO in just a moment. Simulcast with Bloomberg Radio and Television. Anthony Hughes joins us, Equity Capital Markets, or as the kids call it, ECM. He's a reporter there for Bloomberg News. Anthony, talk to us about this company. What does Figma do?
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, Figma is a software company that makes its money by subscriptions, but it really offers a browser-based software product which allows designers, it's really beloved by designers, to collaborate to build things like applications, mobile applications, and websites and stuff like that. So it has a high growth profile. It's a company that's growing in recent periods by more than 40%, which is quite hard to find around the market. One of the reasons why this IPO is really resonating.
So, how does it fit into the broader ecosystem? Who would be potential competitors to contextualize it for us?
Yeah, well, interestingly, the company did get an offer from Adobe. It was about to be bought by Adobe a few years ago, and that deal fell over due to regulatory concerns. So Adobe is a sort of an incumbent rival. As always in the tech space, there's always upstart competitors as well. So, but I think one of the risks that this company's doing very well, but one of the risks that people will be keeping an eye on is the impact of AI, which is both a threat and opportunity for a company like this, because they have a product which is an AI product where you you know, effectively a conversational prompt that allows people to then create the end product, the prototype of the sites that they're designing. But you know, AI could also cannibalize some of their existing products.
Ja, for jeg prøvde å skrive ut, så det går ikke, for jeg må logge inn en bank-ID, og da er det feil person.
Who do they compete against? Because every time I see a new software company enter the public marketplace, that's kind of always my first question, because there's lots of good, big software companies out there. So when you get a new one come in,
well,
who do they compete against?
Well, Adobe is the incumbent competitor, as I mentioned, but I think when we think about enterprise software as a whole, and you're talking about it from an investment perspective, you really comp it up against, you know, when you're looking at the valuation, you're looking at other high growth software companies, and you know, obviously in the software space, Palantir is the stock which gets this huge multiple, but other companies that get this sort of premium multiple, which Figma is getting, and you'll see that get this afternoon when it lists, or today when it lists, you know, you're up around the sort of mid-teens to 20 times sales, forward sales, and that, you know, you're talking about companies like Snowflake and Cloudflare and you know, companies like that, which are at the premium of the software. A lot of software companies, but they're the ones that get the premium valuation. These valuations are a lot lower than we're
Nei, men det er ikke din skyld. Det er jævla enkelt. Du var i din felt. Du var i ditt felt. Det er liksom din.
Yeah, just from a simple search, I'm seeing other competitors being like Canva, Sketch, a lot of these other companies. I definitely am very familiar and use Canva quite often to make a nice flyer and whatnot. But if you were to take a step back here, what is the broader IPO market looking like right now in 2025?
Yeah, well, I think it's been a bit stop-start this year because we had with the tariff drama in April, there was a hiatus there in April where we didn't have so many IPOs, and then it picked up again particularly in June, and Circle created a lot of excitement. It's trading up, you know, 5% like that.
Hun hadde bare kjørt rundt med hele veien. Stoppet jo bare helt.
Flood. I think people have to sort of be a little bit cautious because not every company is a 40% grower or has the scarcity value of a Circle. So we are definitely the bankers are very are more optimistic about what will happen, particularly after Labor Day. That's when, you know, that's historically when you get a bit more of a breakout, or when the excitement is for more IPOs.
Nå får man altså enda mer. Nå tar jeg snart et stort tap der. Jeg må følge meg her, altså.
To go public, or there's a lot of private capital around, and then they could wait till next year. But there's definitely some.
Nei, det er ikke det. Jeg må bare se her nå mens jeg sitter her. Jeg må bare følge meg nå, for jeg er på nivåer her nå.
Who's that? Klarna, which is the buy now pay later firm, which is not really more of a fintech, and really a lot of the IPOs we've seen this year have been more fintech sort of oriented. But you know, software is actually a bit more of a challenge space in some respects. But
so I'm kind of surprised there hasn't been more. We've got stock market hitting all-time highs here. I mean, back when I was running this stuff, I'd be making 50 calls a day.
You wanted a flood right now. Exactly. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, so I think you know, historically software was a big portion of the IPO market, but in fact, in many parts of the software market, it's been quite challenging. So, I mean, we think about the Mag 7 when we think about some of these sorts of products and services, but in terms of subscription software, it's been it's been tougher and it's under some pressure. But also, there's just valuations are just not where they were in 21.
Yeah, they're not going back there, kids. All right. I'd have to have these tough conversations.
So temper these expectations.
Anthony Hughes, equity capital markets reporter for Bloomberg News, bringing us the latest here on an IPO price last night. Figma, technology company, software company, has not opened yet today. I haven't even seen an indication. I have no idea what these people are doing. Again, I got my deals out the door no later than 10:30, so I don't know what they're doing out there. Tom Butler over at Merrill Lynch, same thing. He got his deals out on time. But coming up, we're going to check in. Speaking of the Figma, we're going to check in with Dylan Field. He is the CEO of Figma, and he's going to be taking with Bloomberg Television anchor Caroline Hyde. Get the sense of what's the future for this company? What's the growth opportunities for Figma? What's the competitive landscape look like? What are they going to do with the use of capital? Let's go right now. Dylan Field, Figma CEO.
To our world TV and radio audiences, I welcome you back to Bloomberg Tech outside the New York Stock Exchange, sat with the latest listing, the CEO of Figma, Dylan Field, joins me now. And to your 30
Den styrker seg veldig igjen her nå. Den svinger noe jævlig, ass.
How's it feel to go public?
It feels surreal, and just thank you for having me. and for being here with us today. It's just amazing to see the community turn out, and also just to be with the team, the contributions of Figmates past, present, and also just all the things we've learned and continue to learn from our community. They all just kind of show up today and physical manifestation, and I couldn't be more grateful.
I mean, the vibes, there's a live DJ, there's so many of your employee base, as you say, your Figmates, those who have backed you early. Why this? Why this? What does it show about your community?
Well, I mean, what we really want to do is involve the design community in this experience today that we're having, because I think it's not just that Figma is going public today, design is going public today.
Yeah.
And if you think back several decades, back 20 years ago, the sort of mindset was that design was lipstick on a pig. This is how you make it pretty. And maybe a decade ago, it was design is how it works. And then today,
Alphabet ned 2,5%.
World where software
Fan meg sjukt.
is increasing so much, it's easier than ever to create software.
Ditt.
I think we're now in a world where design is the differentiator. That's been our thesis for 10 years. We've seen it play out, but it's even more clear now that design, craft, point of view, that's what sets companies apart. And so we're just trying to be this engine for product design and development. And to be able to celebrate design today with all of our friends and community is such a privilege.
What sets you apart to be able to enable design versus the whole plethora of generative AI startups that are suddenly here and on the scene and making things very cheap to build, to say, as you say, design?
Yeah, I think that there's such an opportunity for us with Figma Make to be able to help people go from prompt all the way to app. And we're very focused on that and improving that surface area. We have so much more to come there, but already you can not only do things through prompting, but you can also copy and paste things in from your Figma design, your canvas, into Figma Make.
Ser ut som NASA kommer bare falle nå, altså. Nå faller det på faktisk ganske greit volum også. Nå har Nvidia gått til rødt, Apple gått til rødt, Alphabet ned 2,5%. Hvis jeg tar tap nå, så tar jeg tap på 6.000 kroner.
And I just think in general, we're kind of in this MS-DOS era of AI. And if we're able to get to the point where we really, well, it's true. And if we're able to get to the point.
Men jeg short totalt da. Så de jeg kjøpte nå, så er det liksom en liten hedge. Men nå går gull videre oppover.
Of what they can do, then humans, designers, can add that craft and really figure out how to differentiate. And also have the system in their head, not just the design and the technology system, but also the business constraints. And that's why it's important to lower the floor, raise the ceiling, bring more people into the design process.
So that $1.2 billion that you raised through this process, where does that go? Where does that get allocated to?
Det ikke alltid du trenger det.
One thing that was unique about this transaction was because of the cash balance we have at Figma, due to rounds we've raised but never really used, cash that we've generated, and also the breakup fee, we had quite a cash balance. And so it's a transaction that is a lot of secondary. And then there's some primary, but mostly for the release of RSUs, and so it's more synthetic primary. And the so I mean, we already have quite the cash balance. It's more or less what we're asking the transaction with. And when we think about the future of
Det ikke alle som har med seg skademelding, altså.
First of all, we want to be good stewards of capital always. But I did put my founder letter.
Selv om du skal kanskje ha det.
Expect us to make bold moves, and I want people to know that in the investment community, because we're going to invest in AI. We're going into an investment cycle here, and it's important people.
Jo, men du tok jo billig, ok?
You are going to invest. You're not going to be.
Nei, av bilen deres. Ja, da kommer de ikke unna med noe.
And we're focusing on all the great things that we can do right now and enable for our users, the value we can create for our customers.
Do you think the public markets are going to give you that bandwidth?
Well, that's their choice. That's why I want to make sure I called it out up front.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I think is important to note is, in terms of big swings, can't say when or if, but my intention is to do big swings when it comes to scaled M&A. And
What kind of companies?
Well, when I think about how we approach the process, we're always surveying. We're always trying to learn, and there's so much that can be applicable to Figma when you think of the breadth of product design and development in that entire process, which we're really trying to cover. And not all the gaps we have will be filled with us building or buying. A lot of them will be partnerships. But I wanted to call it out because for scaled M&A, as you do that, it's often misinterpreted by markets. It creates volatility. People get, sometimes they don't understand the really good stuff. And obviously, we'll be prudent. It has to be an amazing team, an amazing asset. It has to be something that we think the team is culturally consistent the least, but preferably culture add. And they're going to create new dimensionality to our culture that we didn't have before, and we're going to learn from them. But third and most importantly, it has to be a main priority going forward. That's the minimum. And we will hold a high bar for if and when we do that.
To our TV and radio audiences, we're with Dylan Field, the CEO of Figma, which has just gone public. And if we cast our minds back, the valuation that you're currently at looks at about $20 billion, and that was the amount that Adobe wanted to
Nå går jeg på å teste treneren på Google. Der ligger en vegg når jeg selger.
How does that make you feel?
I mean, we've been so focused on this path.
Som dere hørte, så kjøpte jeg meg en Nasdaq der nede. Nå er jeg nok Nasdaq.
I'm just really excited to be here today.
Så sånn totalt sett så er jeg da short, men nå har jeg 6 kontrakter jeg kjøpt på nivå der nede.
Yeah, just as we look forward, I mean, there's so much to build and such breadth of opportunity. We have, like I said in the founder letter, more ideas than ever. And it's all about prioritization, and it's all about clarity for the team. And that's what we're trying to do, is to create that clarity.
Nå har Nvidia gått til grønt, da var det rødt. Rettet seg med 0,5%.
To those retail investors that want to get in on this, what do you say for the short term if the shares pop?
The only message I can give you if you're on the retail side is understand what we do. We have our
Nå er jeg pluss med 25 poeng på den siste jeg kjøpte. Sitter fortsatt. Snitt meg ned med det andre. Gul holder fortsatt, selv om man bryter 300. Euro-dollar fortsetter å styrke seg.
What we offer, play with the product. Become a designer. I think that's true for a lot of people and a lot of companies.
Nvidia styrker seg, Microsoft styrker seg, Apple faller videre, Alphabet styrker seg noenlunde, Meta er på stedet hvil, Tesla er på stedet hvil, Netflix er på stedet hvil.
That's the main advice I give anyone, whether they're joining Figma, trying to invest in Figma. Those are both investments of time, of money, and that's important, is to deeply understand it.
Dylan Field, CEO of Figma, on a day.
Gull opp og testa 299. Det ligger et belte der på 300, så man blåser gjennom for at det skal være noe vits.
Bloomer Television's anchor Caroline Hyde on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, speaking with Dylan Field, CEO of Figma. This is a fintech, or it's called a design company, software application software company going public. They priced last night $33 a share, just above the range. The stock has not yet opened. We'll bring that to you when it does open later in the day. Let's get a little bit of a reset here on this market with Amy Morris down in Washington, D.C.
Hvor? Jeg prøvde å finne det på nett. Fant ikke.
If you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.25%, NASDAQ up 0.6%, down 0.3%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.32%, the 2-year yield at 3.91%. Microsoft reached a $4 trillion market capitalization after reporting quarterly earnings that beat Wall Street's expectations. Microsoft reported better than expected growth in its cloud business, with its Azure cloud computing unit posting a 39% rise in sales. Microsoft shares are more than 4%.
Men her har du det du kan printe ut og tegne.
President Trump now says he has extended Mexico's current tariff rates for 90 days to allow for more time for trade negotiations. For on-demand news, Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Nora.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Nora, Melinda, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We are streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out there. Copper. The global copper market is reeling from a shock after President Donald Trump imposed 50% tariffs on copper imports, but exempted refined metals. I'm not really sure what that means, but our next guest does. Mike McGlone, Senior Commodity Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. All right, like if I go mine some copper somewhere, I bring it back.
Vi må bare gå ned, så må jeg gå på
not
printeren.
getting tariffed, but if I refine it somehow into a
Har du
product
skrevet den ut?
that
Nei, jeg må ned for å ta den på printeren.
If you convert that copper into
Nå
pipes
kom det
or
ned igjen der.
wires or tubes or anything, that's going to be taxed, or tariffs. But it's the actual refined copper, which is, from my bottom line, is what's traded on the futures contract, is what's really the shock, and that's what really matters. That's why we've seen the biggest plunge in copper ever. Still up in the air, but just shows how expensive it was for silly reasons, and now its implications, what it means for this long-term potential enduring peak in copper in the U.S.
So, I mean, what are the broad strokes here? How is the copper market reacting to this?
Well, it's plunged. The key thing as I look at it is, and with respect for a lot of our listeners and viewers who are traders, I'm an ex-trader. I think I probably would have lost money trading copper this year, even though I had some of the calls right, because it's been so volatile. But it's significant now, just of where it's going and why. Copper's peak this year looks very similar to what crude oil did in 2008. It pumped up to 147, and by the end of the year is below 30. We could see the same thing in copper. Copper right now is about $4.35 a pound. The high this year was almost 6. It can easily go back down below 4 and even get to 3. On a normal correlation cycle, partly, first of all, the key things, demand pull sources for copper are China. Now, one way to look at China as far as demand, you look at bond yields in China. 1.71 is the 10-year note yield in China right now compared to 4.35 in the U.S. That's a severe sign of deflationary forces. You look at iron ore. Iron ore is under pressure in China. And then you look at the U.S. 10-year note yield at 4.35. If you just change that to the price of copper, it's the same price as per pound's price of copper. So there's a risk there that everything starts tilting lower now. But the key thing to remember about copper is we had such an extreme this year. That aberration between copper trade in the U.S. and copper trade in London got to 31% just this month. It's never been that high. And when you do extremes like that, the history and lessons of commodities is it's usually an enduring peak that can last forever. Crude oil's high from 2008 is still there. So I worry now that the lessons you learn in commodities, you get a lot of pain sometimes. Markets go the direction of most pain. The most pain for copper now is probably downward and more lower.
Well, Mike, you mentioned the volatility here when we think about the copper market, but are we seeing any
Du skal bare tegne bilen, og så tar du en sånn pil inni.
institutional investors when it comes to using copper as a
Bare en
hedge against
firkanta.
Not really. The key thing to hedge about inflation is broad commodities. I've heard about some more tactical people wanting to buy copper and get on board this train for that global demand pull electrification. I've never been on board that because it's what's happening in China. It's more the bigger picture macro. The number one demand source for copper now, one of the top sources now is solar panels. That's still increasing. But the key thing is, remember, it's known as the metal of the PhD in economics, and it's starting to plunge rapidly for a good reason. The key thing I also want to point out is you look at the price of copper in London. Right now it's in tons, 9,600 tons. The highest end of year close ever for that was about 9,800 in 2021. So my thought is to close at a new high at the end of the year is very likely. The risk is everything tilts lower. And now I'm worried that this decline in copper industrial metals and iron ore is showing you the tilt in the world facing tariffs towards deflation. And the one thing holding everything up is that U.S. stock market. So it might be indicating a little bit of risk there too.
So for copper, I can buy and sell it and trade this thing in Shanghai, in London, and in Chicago. Why is it? Why can I trade this thing in multiple markets?
Well, it's the same metal everywhere, just like
Forsikringsselskapet.
typical commodity and gold, depending on the purity. And it's
Ja, det er den som har forsikringen, det er der.
It's moving that copper. A lot of the inventories went from Europe to U.S. to be able to take care of that, take advantage of that arbitrage. But now we have an excess supply, excess inventories in the U.S. We have to do something with that, and that's what arbitrage traders do. So that's the key thing is, in history, you've always been able to arb between the LME and the CME copper. It's always been trading within 1 or 2% of each other. And this year pumped up to 30%. First of all, that caused a lot of pain. It stopped people out. And then it got people to jump on board that train. I've been talking about it since it was last year at almost 20%. So I probably would have stopped out as it extended towards 30%. And then what happens within minutes, it collapses right back to zero. And that's what commodity markets do. If it's easy, something's wrong.
So what are the biggest tail risks to commodity prices over the next
Det var
6 to
skjedde.
12 months?
Nei, sikkert
Well,
mye,
the
da.
number
Jeg har
one thing I think, Jess, the biggest
Nei,
tail,
det tar det,
at least
det er bra.
headwind, I would think, or tail risk, is if the U.S. stock market backs up a little bit. We're up 10% in the year. It's been a great year already, and we're only July, and now we're heading towards that volatility season. So that's the number one risk. The enduring pressure factors for all commodities is what's happening in China. I mentioned that 10-year yield of 1.71%. And one of the key bullish factors for all commodities has been the declining dollar. Commodities are trading in dollar. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is up about
Pluss
7%
med
this
40
year.
poeng på den siste longen.
Dollar index is down about 7%. But remember, the number one commodity that's been pulling up all commodities is gold, and that's not a good sign for other commodities.
All right, Mike, great stuff as always. We'll get to beef next time. I don't know what's going on there with beef prices. Mike McGlone, Senior Commodity Strategist, Bloomberg Intelligence. He's down there in our Miami bureau. Don't ask how that happened. Cristiano Amon, Qualcomm CEO. In just a moment, going to be speaking with Bloomberg Television's anchor Ed Ludlow, talking about the chip business. Again, the only thing I know about the chip business is it is a long cycle business. It is a cyclical business. And boy, you've got to pick that timing right. And some of the pros, they know how to do it, but it's not for the faint of heart here. So we'll have some discussions there, keeping with our technology discussions here.
EK
Again, Cristiano,
703. Hva faen er det for?
Qualcomm CEO, speaking with Bloomberg's anchor Ed Ludlow. Let's listen in.
We want to welcome
Det
our Bloomberg
er
TV and radio
EK
audiences worldwide. Shares of Qualcomm under a bit
70371.
of pressure. The company posted third quarter results showing
Null,
a bit of lackluster
tre,
growth in
syv,
the smartphone market. But their story longer term has been a move into other areas. Delighted to say that Qualcomm CEO Cristiano Amon joins us now. And you and I have discussed this so many times, the move into IoT and in particular automotive. So I thought that a good starting point would be to ask
Nei,
when
det er helt ny.
smartphone and
Inntil
handset
der.
is no longer
Så
the
fikser det.
majority of revenue, and when that kind of tipping point, or how close toward that tipping point is, where your diversification efforts have shifted the business model.
Very good. Ed, great talking to you.
Bare gi meg det, så kan jeg
Look,
lage litt mer.
I don't really understand what not to like about it. We have been consistently delivering what we said we're going to do. I think the company has changed. The company created a lot of growth opportunities. And to answer your question, we outlined, I think, in last year on our Investor Day, a plan that we're going to have $22 billion of non-handset business
Norge.
by fiscal 29. And at that point, we expect the company to be diversified at a 50% non-handset revenue. And we continue to execute on that plan. We're happy with it. We provided a new metric. The new metric that we
Kanskje papiret er for glatt.
as we provide guide for fiscal 25,
42 poeng i pluss nå på den siste.
that we will have the second consecutive year of QCT or chip business non-Apple growth of 15%. So we have second year double-digit growth on non-Apple revenues. I think the company continued to diversify, continued to generate growth. We're executing what we said we're going to do, and we're happy with it. And we're creating optionality for the company in other areas. For example, data center and robotics, all of those which are going to be upside to the plan. So we're just going to
50 poeng i
continue
pluss på den siste.
to execute on our strategy.
The data point is new, right? QCT ex Apple revenues. And I was interested to read and understand it. You've also communicated quite a lot about this shift as Apple moves away from your modems for iPhone. May I ask what you think investors need to understand and remodel for, or even what is it that investors are misunderstanding about that process, Cristiano?
Look, I believe that investors are probably still over-indexing on the short term. And they've been focusing about Qualcomm as a handset company. I think the handset market has been a market that has not been growing. And then you have this conversation about the fact that Apple's transitioned to their own modem. You have to step back.
60 poeng.
And you have to understand that Qualcomm has very, very unique and competitive IP.
Tok den nå, ser man kommer til å bli billigere. Hvis ikke så sitter jeg fortsatt i det andre på vei oppover.
Communications company. We have very compelling computing IP, both on the CPU, on the GPU, on the AI accelerator of our NPU. And this IP is creating leadership position in other industries. Actually, we execute on our growth and diversification. Out of nowhere, we create an automotive business. We're now going into the era of AI at the edge with industrial.
Yes.
Our IoT had a great quarter and exceeded expectations because of our new personal AI devices like the Meta glasses. And we're growing on Android. We had outlined where we're going to be doing 5%. The market will grow on Android 5% per year at our Investor Day. We're doing in around 10%. So the company is showing its growth and earnings power, 15%
Cristiano?
on Apple. Yes.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There's so much I want to get through because
Yes,
I
go
understand the calculus on the long term. The thing that many were trying to understand is the pull forward effect of tariffs. Did you see in the data anything that would suggest orders went in 1H or the most recent quarter and then won't show up in the second half of this year?
No. And that's reflected in our guide. We had a strong guide in the handsets for next quarter. I think we'll remind folks that we don't have flagship lines in this quarter, and we have seen no pull-ins.
If you're listening live on Bloomberg TV and radio, we're speaking to the Qualcomm CEO, Cristiano Amon. Cristiano, I don't know if you remember, but 2 years ago, almost to the day, you and I sat on stage and did a demo of an on-device running of an LLM in airplane mode. 2 years on, I'd like to ask if that shows up yet in revenues and how that's playing out in the real world.
Yes, you have to look on how people are using those devices. And we provide an interesting data point. With the Samsung Galaxy S25,
Se på Google nå. Nå prøver han å bryte.
the prior phone, the Galaxy S25,
5. gangen nå. Kan han få det
use
til?
of Google Gemini is 3x, triple. So what you're starting to see more and more, you have people using AI. It's a mistake to be talking about, is this cloud connected? Is this on-device connected? Is
Euro-dollar styrker seg.
smartphone is the most cloud connected
Nasdaq ser ut som å få litt en peak her oppe også. Jeg kjøper ikke noe mer. Jeg sitter fortsatt på de jeg kjøpte i stad.
We said something very unique, Ed. We said, first time ever, we show 1 billion parameter model running on a glass.
Jeg har dratt inn 15 000. Da var det minus 12 000. Og nå er jeg pluss med 2000 fra å være minus 12 000.
As you know, I'm probably one of the few journalists on the planet that likes to rip apart things, including cars and servers. And I've been thinking a lot about your automotive business. You've made gains, sales are up, but I wanted you to talk through the equation of content per vehicle and whether that's the key metric that's going to drive growth.
Most of our growth right now is actually converting our pipeline into revenues. Remember, we outline a very large pipeline of design wins as those cars are launching, they're getting to SOP, those started to show their revenue. That's what's driving our growth. Our growth has not been driven by the size of the market, it's by converting, it's about share gain, converting the pipeline. Having said that, we see content in
Videoer som pusher videre opp her nå. Holder fortsatt posisjonene.
Computing is going to the car in the digital cockpit for Gen AI use cases. A lot of OEMs adding use cases on the dashboard of the car, on the infotainment, because we're going to be working from the car, get entertained from the car, we're going to talk to the car. The second thing that we see is content for ADAS and autonomy, and that is adding a lot of processing content, and we have a runway ahead as a lot of these software-defined vehicles change microcontrollers into central computing. So we have a roadmap to continue to increase content.
Cristiano, I asked this same question earlier in the hour to ARM CEO Rene Haas, so I'm going to ask you the same question out of sheer objectivity and fairness. Long-time partners, when will you bury the hatchet? My understanding is investors want to see movement towards that.
Look, the most important thing, we had a trial. We're incredibly happy with the trial outcome. It determined that Qualcomm is fully licensed for Orion CPUs, and will continue to be able to build ARM-compatible CPUs. So from our perspective, our ability to continue to build incredible products and ship to our customers, we're in great shape. And I think you should be looking at Qualcomm as a company that has the ability to provide one of the best ARM-compatible CPUs, and we're going to bring that across every one of our markets.
Cristiano Amon, Qualcomm CEO, thank you for your time here on Bloomberg Tech.
All right, that was Bloomberg television anchor Ed Ludlow speaking with Cristiano Amon, Qualcomm CEO. The company reported earnings a little bit disappointing. The stock is down 5.8% today, down 2.5% for the year. Let's break down what happened in that quarter with an expert. Kunjan Sobhani joins us. He's a senior analyst, covers semiconductors for Bloomberg Intelligence. He joins us via Zoom from San Francisco. Kunjan, you do this stuff for a living. You see all these companies. Break down the Qualcomm earnings. What did you see?
Yeah, look, there was nothing hugely wrong with these results. In fact, there were a few positives, namely the beat on the IoT due to better smart glass chip sales to Meta and others. Auto still continuing to be on track despite the automotive end market seeing weakness. The handset guide for next quarter, which is to come in line with typical seasonality, which is actually surprisingly positive, despite given that they are going to have significant Apple share loss starting next quarter. That means that the gains they're gaining in Android, and Android continues to get better for them, for their chip sales. But all of this goodness is still sort of near term or one time. The big questions in investors' mind don't disappear from this goodness, unfortunately. There is going to be that big Apple loss this year, this calendar year, and next calendar year that is going to weigh on their top line revenue. And there is no offset to completely offset that loss. So that's going to stay. The diversification efforts in IoT and auto and the PC and the XR, etc., is moving on track. But it's not sexy enough or new enough in the near term to get investors excited about this thing.
And that's what I'm seeing the rest of the street saying as well. I mean, the CEO just said in the interview with Ed Ludlow that they see content in the automotive space accelerating here. But then we see the print that we just are analyzing right now, and the street is saying that weakness in the handset and automotive chip sales sector, that all coming in weaker, has really kind of put a damper here for investors. How much runway do you think that the company has here?
I mean, they've been pitching this diversification story for a while now. They have, to give them credit, they have made meaningful progress in a lot of these avenues. The automotive and IoT still looks to be on track to get to that $22 billion target that they've promised. Once you get there, it will be enough to offset all the Apple losses. It's just moving very slowly, which is good. It is still moving consistently, but slowly. And in the times that we are in right now, when an investor in semi has the optionality to look at all the fast-growing AI names where most of the spending is coming, it's just very hard to get people excited very quickly about still investing in a company which is still primarily today driven by handset revenues.
Kunjan, what is Qualcomm and maybe some of your other chip names? What are they saying about tariffs? 30 seconds.
Ja, men når er det?
Well, most of the companies in our coverage are not calling out tariff impact directly. Some companies have, decided to take a step forward and call some kind of pull-ins. We heard from Cristiano and Qualcomm is saying they haven't seen no pull-ins. It's very hard to delineate because, initially from our channel checks, we believe there were some pull-ins because of tariff fears. But as the discussions and the news has sort of died down, the risk for that has reduced. So the consumers which were initiating pull-ins might have normalized. So we're not seeing a lot of impact on the semi space for the most part from tariffs, except for this movement between 2Q and 3Q demand.
Kunjan, thanks so much for joining us. Kunjan Sobhani, he's a senior analyst covering the semiconductors for Bloomberg Intelligence based out there in San Francisco. All right, now let's get a little bit of a reset. Head down to Washington, D.C. We'll check in with Amy Morrison at Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you, Paul. We do check the markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up about 0.5%. NASDAQ up 0.8%. The Dow is little changed on the downside. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.33% and the 2-year yield at 3.92%. And after the close, as you mentioned, the tech earnings continue with Apple and Amazon reporting. Lightshed Partners tech analyst Walt Piecyk says Apple should be posting some solid sales for its smart devices, but then what?
So you are going to see a pull forward of iPhone revenue this quarter. So then the question, as it always is for Apple, is, what is the guidance for next quarter?
Lightshed Partners tech analyst Walt Piecyk was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. Design software maker Figma and its backers raised $1.2 billion in an initial public offering, pricing its shares above the marketed range. Figma shares are indicated to begin trading at $65 to $70 each. That is as much as a 112% gain above the IPO price of $33 apiece. The Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge ticked higher last month, a sign that the president's broad-based tariffs are starting to raise some prices for many goods. The Commerce Department says prices jumped 2.6% in June compared with a year ago. That's up from an annual pace of 2.4% in May. And President Trump says he has extended Mexico's current tariff rates for 90 days to allow more time for trade negotiations. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Nora.
Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Nora Melinda, Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. All right, the tariff country of the day, Mexico. Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent, joins us from D.C. Tyler, again, it just feels like every day a different country in the headlines. Today it's Mexico. What did the president decide with Mexico?
Yeah, definitely, Paul. As we ramp up to that August 1st deadline, we are starting to get this deluge of announcements. Now, in terms of Mexico, President Trump did post on Truth Social that there's going to be a 90-day extension in talks, and during that time period, Mexico...
Utsettelse på tariffavtalen med Mexico I dag med 90 dager. Donald Trump den latterligste presidenten jeg noen gang har sett. Han klarer ikke å holde en jævla avtale. Bare piss. Taco Trump for alt det har vært.
That those sector-specific tariffs, including on autos and steel and aluminum, those are going to remain in the same place.
I dag så sa de, vi har ordnet en avtale med Kina angående tariff. Det sa dere for 6 uker siden, da gikk markedet opp over 1000 poeng, på grunn av at dere sa at dere hadde en avtale med Kina. Ta snart gevinst på den ene Nasdaqen. Jeg har gått til pluss der også nå. Jeg kjørte jo 3 nivåer.
International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA, except for that this is really on the basis of the White House's concerns surrounding the border and fentanyl flows into the country. And that's something else that President Trump ultimately said in his Truth Social post that they were going to keep working on together as they try to reach this trade deal. Just quickly, I'll leave you with this idea that USMCA compliant goods are still exempt from these tariffs. And that's a really important part of this conversation. About 83% of the goods that come into the United States from Mexico are USMCA compliant, but because we do so much trade with them, that still leaves about $80 billion worth of goods, at least according to the data last year, that would be subject to a higher tariff.
Tyler, so Trump has made it abundantly clear that he has no intentions to extend this tariff deadline that's coming tomorrow. Can you just quickly remind us what countries are still in limbo here as we approach tomorrow's deadline?
Right, exactly. There are quite a few, enough to at least make a list. Australia, Canada, also when we're talking about our North American trading partners, doesn't seem to be having a deal imminently. In fact, we heard from the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney the other day.
Borgerlig, nei, det bare de to kontoene. Du må følge med, skal du følge Dr. Cole, og du har 20 000, så bare følger du med 20 000. Bare følger med hele beløpet, så går det av seg selv. Det bare de to kontoene.
Because those nations are facing relatively much higher tariff threats compared to the other nations in the region that have been able to strike a deal. They would be faced with a 36% tariff if they are unable to get it lower, but that's something that we're closely tracking and does appear to be.
Det ikke flere kontoer ennå.
Just remind us, I'm trying to speak for everybody here. What do we do in China again? What's the latest there?
So as of now, it looks like we're trending towards that there's going to be an additional 90-day pause. The administration has to give us a...
Nvidia går de åpner videre opp her nå, 0,64 fra å være minus. Det det som drar opp her nå.
That de-escalation is going to continue. And China's a really interesting thread because up to now, the negotiations have really just been centered on keeping the negotiations going. We're not expecting to get lower tariff rates or really concrete deals of what details of what a deal would look like because these are very complicated talks, perhaps more so comparatively to these other trading partners, because this is going to take a lot more time, and there's a lot other things on the table, including how we've seen export controls, for example, really take center stage. And these past meetings that we saw just earlier this week really did amount to sort of a check-in, Paul and Nora, to make sure that both sides were living up to their agreement when it came to making sure that those export licenses for critical minerals continue to flow, that the U.S. loosened some of its export controls when it came to less advanced semiconductor chips, just so that they could keep talking and moving this along.
Well, Tyler, you mentioned Thailand and Cambodia as having very steep tariffs that they're potentially facing here, but which countries are some of the most consequential for us? I mean, I cover real estate stocks, and I immediately always think to Canada and Mexico when we think about lumber and all the other materials that are needed for building homes. But what would you say are some of the countries that are most in focus here for us?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact that we got the deals with South Korea and Japan most recently, that has been something that there has been such an emphasis on, particularly when we're talking about the impacts to the auto sector, because we know that those sector-specific tariffs really did come into play significantly in those negotiations, with both of those countries being able to clinch a lower tariff rate for autos, 15% matching their so-called reciprocal tariff rate. And then, of course, the European Union was really the one that we were all holding our breath and waiting for, ultimately being able to clinch a deal, considering that that's a 27-member nation bloc, and it does seem like they got this lower rate. Though we should say, with all of these deals, in quotes, these agreements, we're still waiting on the fine print details, and that's really going to give us a little bit more insight into the exact circumstances that were agreed to, and could give us a little bit more of a feel on what exactly the U.S. is getting, what exactly these other countries are getting in exchange, beyond just a lower tariff rate that was threatened to go into effect by tomorrow.
Tyler, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it. Tyler Kendall, she's Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent. She's kind of like a tariff correspondent here, whether she
does
wants
it
to or
all.
not. She's one of our go-to voices down there in D.C. She's down there in Washington. Looking at these markets, we've kind of given up on some of the gains here. The S&P is up 29 points. That's about 0.4%. The Dow is actually down 12 points. The Nasdaq holding on, though, up 180 points. That's 0.8% here. Coming up, Geeta Ranganathan. She is the media analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Comcast, they reported some numbers that continue to lose subscribers, but maybe at a lower rate in the broadband business. We'll break it down. This is
Nei, det vil nok gå bra det, med en gang Trump holder kjeft. Der når han åpner kjeften sin, så klapper alt sammen. Så bare pisser jeg i kontoret.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Norma Linda, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. You can search Bloomberg Live Radio. Comcast reported results here. I guess they lost fewer subscribers, and that's kind of a net win. The stock's up 1.6% for the day, down 12% for the year. It just feels like there's a lot of headwinds for this industry, the cable TV / broadband industry. Geetha Ranganathan, she covers all the media stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence. Geetha, what do you see from Comcast numbers today?
Yeah, thanks so much, Paul. So what happened really was last week we had Charter, which is the second largest cable or the second largest broadband operator, reporting. They reported broadband subscriber numbers that were extremely weak. Losses were much higher than what the investment community was expecting. That triggered a 30% plunge in Charter stock price and generally spooked Comcast investors as well. So there was a lot of kind of panic and nervousness coming into today's report. And Comcast did lose subscribers. They, in fact, lost the most number of subscribers that they ever have lost in their broadband business, but it was still better than what the street was fearing. And that's why we're seeing a little bit of what you can call a relief rally here for Comcast.
Absolutely. I mean, what is the broader market looking like right now? I mean, you've compared it against Charter, but how are we thinking about broadband right now?
Yeah, so broadband really has been, at least over the past few years, Nora, has been completely dominated by the cable industry. So just, even up to 2 or 3 years ago, cable had almost a 67% share of the, home broadband, what we call the fixed broadband market. But with the telecoms, so with AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile coming in and becoming extremely aggressive in terms of 2 of their product offerings. So one, which they call fixed wireless, which is basically, also called 5G home internet, and the other being fiber. And with both of those, on the fixed wireless, really from a pricing perspective, because they're only charging about $50 or so a month. So they're really competing with cable on the low end. And then if you want a superior product to cable in terms of both upload and download speeds, you go for fiber. So they're really attacking cable from both ends. And that's where we're seeing kind of this intense competition for the cable operators like a Charter and Comcast that have been losing subscribers really at a pretty, alarming pace. The problem is that they're going to continue to lose subscribers. And that's kind of how we're framing it for the cable investors right now.
All right, Geetha, Comcast is a big company. It's a diversified company. It also owns NBC Universal, but that's also a challenging part of the business. Where are we in terms of that company maybe selling or splitting off some of their cable network businesses? What's the status?
Yeah, so they are spinning off their cable networks business. That is their most challenged portion of the whole NBC portfolio. They are spinning it off into a company called Versant. That should happen a little bit later this year. So once that happens, then you're left, as far as the NBC asset mix is concerned, you have the broadcast network, which is, the NBC broadcast network. You have Peacock, which is their streaming platform. And then you have the slightly higher growth assets. So remember, they are investing very big in their theme park business. They just opened Epic Universe, reported some really stellar results today in terms of revenue growth, thanks to Epic. And then, of course, their studio business. I don't know if you saw the news, but they already have one of their movies, Odyssey, which is a Chris Nolan movie for which they're pre-selling tickets a year in advance. So their studio business in really good shape as well.
So executives have acknowledged that competition in broadband still remains quote unquote intense, especially when we think about other wireless companies like AT&T, for instance. And we're seeing shares down for Comcast, down about 11% year to date here. How are we thinking about competition as it relates to Comcast?
Yeah, competition is going to be a huge factor for Comcast down the road. So, Paul talked about Comcast being a diversified company. Yes, they have exposure to, the cable systems, but they also can diversify a little bit with NBC. But still, cable brings in 80 to 85% of the company's EBITDA. So it's really important for them to have some kind of visibility into their broadband business. So again, competition is intense. Both Comcast and Charter refer to this. It's going to continue to be intense just because we're seeing very, very aggressive fiber rollouts from all of the telecom operators. So we don't necessarily expect the cable broadband business for Comcast to return to growth. However, they are trying desperately to kind of really curb churn And so we're seeing them kind of really, go very aggressively after promotions, kind of tweak their pricing and packaging strategy. So that's kind of going to help them defend their turf a little bit, but I'm not necessarily sure it's going to be a game changer. So competition is a huge issue for them.
Have you been to Epic Universal yet?
Not yet.
We got to get her over there.
Bring
me too.
Yeah, so we'll see. All right, Geetha, thanks so much for joining us. Geetha Raghunathan, U.S. media analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Epic Universal, I mean, that's a huge... I tell you, the theme park business, whether you're Comcast or you're the Walt Disney Company, the theme park business has quietly become like the #1 business for you. Forget your cable, your network business. Forget your studios. It's the theme park
Bringing
business.
the family out in person. When's the last time you went to one?
I only go to theme parks when Disney invites me down in one of their Wall Street trips. So they shut down the park. We get the whole free reign of the park.
I love that.
That's how we roll. I don't do crowds. I don't do any of that stuff. I'll go out on their
Understandable.
cruise ships when they have, the analyst day. We go out, we steam out of LA, stay overnight, and come back. And that's basically it.
Quick one, too.
Yep. SpaceX, it is launching a crewed mission to the International Space Station. We're going to have complete coverage of that coming up on Bloomberg and on YouTube, so that'll be cool. And for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio and Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment. Nora, Melinda, thank you so much for joining us here today. The 2 hours flew by. Looking at the markets, kind of the tech stocks leading the way here. S&P up 31 points. That's 0.5%. The Dow's flat, but the NASDAQ on the back of some of those big tech earnings, up 195 points. Let's call that 0.9%. So a big move there. Top stories, global business headlines are coming up right now.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump announces a 90-day negotiating period with Mexico after a call with the country's president. 25% tariff rates stay in place for now, at least. Tomorrow is his tariff deadline for most nations. Trump has threatened Canada with trade repercussions for moving to recognize a Palestinian state. CBS's Ed O'Keefe is not far from the Canadian border in Buffalo.
Pumping out IPAs, shandies, and stouts at Resurgence Brewing Company is costing owner Jeff Ware much more than it did a year ago because of tariffs on Canadian goods.
We get a lot of our grain from Canada, and then most of our aluminum, if not all of our aluminum, comes from Canada.
And one thing he didn't anticipate, Canadians upset with the trade war who no longer cross the border.
Probably 15 to 25% down year over year. Oh, I never thought that angry Canadians was going to be something that we had to put on the list of things to discuss at our management meetings.
There's a hearing in Kerr County, Texas today about the July 4th flooding that claimed at least 136 lives. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says it's the start of a long process of figuring out what contributed to the deaths and what can be done about it.
We will pass bills dealing with the immediacy of things that we can address now, but we will be doing this in the next session and the session after that.
Police in Arkansas have arrested a 28-year-old teacher in connection with the murder of a couple who were walking in a state park with their young daughters. The children got away safely. CBS's Jim Krasula has more on a tragic mystery.
4 family members were found murdered execution style in a wooded area of rural northwestern Tennessee after their baby girl was mysteriously abandoned in a car seat on a stranger's front lawn in 100-degree heat. Amy Anderson is a family friend.
It's tearing everybody apart. Everybody don't know what to think. There's been rumors.
The baby's 20-year-old mother, 21-year-old father, 38-year-old grandmother, and 15-year-old uncle were discovered dead.
Now to the Middle East, CBS's Deborah Patta reports on a new analysis that could spark more controversy and finger-pointing about the situation in Gaza.
In a new report published by a respected medical journal, The Lancet, a group of health professionals said it was time to break the silence on genocide. Their findings, made since October 7, 2023, are damning. Life expectancy has reportedly fallen by 35 years. Gaza has the highest number of child deaths of any conflict zone, and the report concludes starvation has been relentlessly used as a weapon of war.
Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 20 points. The S&P is up 34. This is CBS News. It seems pop and politics may have found a love match.
In the audience at Katy Perry's Lifetimes tour stop at Montreal's Bell Centre last night, Justin Trudeau and his daughter. Canada's former Prime Minister was casual in a black t-shirt. He smiled and appeared to sing along 2 nights after he and Perry took a walk in a local park and dined out together. The restaurant says they stopped in the kitchen after and thanked the chef. It sparked speculation of a young romance, but neither has commented publicly. Perry recently split from her fiancé, Orlando Bloom. Trudeau and his wife Sophie separated 2 years ago. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Energy drinks that mistakenly contain alcohol are being recalled in several states. It seems some High Noon Beach variety packs with vodka were mislabeled as Celsius Astro Vibe energy drink. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Welcome to Deadline Day. The Thursday edition of Balance of Power lands with only hours until the clock turns on reciprocal tariffs as threatened by the Trump administration. That's 11:59 p.m. tonight. We'll discuss the political implications with Republican strategist Alex Conant from Firehouse Strategies later this hour. But first, we need to launch a rocket, a SpaceX Falcon 9. It's on the pad right now in Florida, set to blast off only moments from now on an historic mission to the International Space Station. Only moments away. We'll be joined by Keith Cowing at NASAWatch.com to walk us through it. And it's all after a look at Wall Street. Let's check where stocks are before we get rolling here, and flying for that matter. The latest on Wall Street with Amy Morris. Amy, how's it look?
Oh, Joe, they're paring back some gains on Wall Street. We do bring you the markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 had advanced about 1%. It's now up about 0.5%. NASDAQ up 0.9%. The Dow is little changed on the downside. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.43%. The 2-year yield at 3.93%. Microsoft reached a $4 trillion market capitalization after reporting quarterly earnings that beat Wall Street expectations. Microsoft reported better than expected growth in its cloud business, Azure Cloud Computing Unit posting a 39% rise in sales. Right now, Microsoft shares are 4.5% higher. And President Trump is set to meet Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon at the White House this afternoon. They'll be talking about issues surrounding the economy and geopolitics. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's get back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, very good, Amy. Thank you so much. In for Charlie Pellet here on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power. Your timing is impeccable. If it's noon, it's news around here on Bloomberg. So thanks for joining us on the Thursday edition. You made it to Little Friday, and we've got a lot to cover here in the next couple of minutes, never mind the next 2 hours. So strap in here. We've got a launch, as you can see on YouTube, where you can join us right now. This is one of those times that you'll want to watch the program as well as listen to it. So go to YouTube and search Bloomberg Business News Live as we get ready for this SpaceX launch in Florida. Looks like the weather's cooperating. We're only a couple of minutes away here. In fact, about 2 minutes away from the launch. And this is important here. A Crew 11 mission, the Dragon spacecraft, a Falcon 9 rocket. We're starting to get used to these terms here. And it's actually an historic mission. We've got 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut aboard heading to the International Space Station. And while they are there, they will celebrate 25 years. Pretty remarkable. 25 years of continuous human occupancy of the ISS so far above the Earth. Now, I'm really glad to say that, as always, for a launch like this, we're joined by our good friend Keith Cowing, the editor at NASA Watch, and, of course, a longtime NASA official himself. Every launch is a great day for Keith, and that's why he's with us now on Bloomberg. 39A, Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, an historic location here, Keith, designed for the Saturn V. Saw the Space Lab go up, saw many space shuttles go up, and now it is the home of this SpaceX rocket. We're about 30 seconds out. Keith Cowing, what are we looking for in the first couple minutes?
Well, you know, of course, when they get to zero, you see the flames come out and the rocket goes up. And this is kind of characteristic of what has always happened at this pad. Different than the older rockets, this one is a commercial one, and I'm not sure. it could easily have flown 5 times. This is a reusable rocket, which is not normally what we would have been launching back in the day. So that's the big difference. Otherwise, it's a ride up into space, 5-6 minutes, you're weightless, and you're there.
Pretty remarkable. How long will it be until this crew is actually docking with the ISS, Keith?
It'll be later today. I don't know the exact timeline, but they're able to do this pretty quickly now. They go up and bang, they're there. And, you know, again, this is a routine thing here. It's almost like sitting at the airport waiting for your plane to pull out.
Producer James is telling me that Mission Control has called for a hold here due to weather. Maybe we can pop that up, James, and listen to what they're talking about. We do have some clouds in the area here. Let's listen to the stream for 1 minute, Keith.
For launch today. Dragon SpaceX, bad luck on weather there. We just got clipped by a cumulus cloud right over the pad, so ended up scrubbing for weather. With that, you are go to proceed to 5.100 for launch scrub. We'll begin offloading the rocket.
So we're done, Keith. We're not launching today, huh?
I mean, you look at the picture, and that's the thing about Florida. You know, I've sat there on the beach, and it'll be raining in my face and sunlight on the back of my head. I mean, it's Florida.
Well, I'll tell you what, this was a quick little conversation, wasn't it? Obviously, we've got another window, which will be tomorrow, 11:43 a.m. Keith, I was talking about the historic nature of this launch, and we do have to stop down to acknowledge 25 years of humans living on the ISS. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, isn't that cool? Well, I'm one of the thousands of people who helped design this space station back in the 90s. And so for all of us, I mean, I'll be 70 in October. I was in my 30s when I worked there. And, you know, it flies over your house, and I'm one of those people that goes out in the middle of my street at night in a quiet neighborhood, looks up. My neighbors kind of know what I'm doing. But it's an amazing accomplishment that I just wish more people were aware of.
Here. And it's something that, of course, not only the United States is involved in, but there have been huge questions since Russia's invasion of Ukraine about what exactly the role will be that Moscow is playing in the ISS. The head of Russia's space agency, Keith, set to visit the U.S. here to discuss the future of the ISS and its deorbiting with NASA's acting administrator. Of course, that's also the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy. Dmitry Bakanov. Is this a friend, a partner in the program? Where are we with Russia?
Well, you know, the funny thing is we get along vastly better in outer space with all these countries than we do on Earth. So, you know, maybe we're learning something in space that we can apply on Earth. But the weird thing is that the geopolitics, they leave at the launch pad. Okay, it's one crew. But weirdly enough, in Russia, they're putting in the media the fact that he's coming over here, but NASA has not said a single thing about his visit or who he's meeting with at NASA. I don't know what's going on. This is, you know, five-dimensional chess with the State Department, I guess. But you put that all aside, 25 years we've had an international space station with one crew after another, and other than a few glitches here and there, it's been one crew, one mission, and it could go on as long as we want it to go along, or if we get new space stations, start over again on a new one.
Isn't that something? We're going to be talking with Senator Ted Cruz later today. Keith will be on the late edition of Balance of Power, of course, from his perch as the chair of the Commerce and Science Committee, also a Texas lawmaker. He's deeply involved in this and wants to extend the lifeline of the ISS as long as possible. What are our options? How long could it stay in orbit?
I'm with him. You know, it comes down to the issue of how much you are willing to spend to fix things. We designed that thing to last, depending on which part, 10 or 20 or 30 years, and it's showing its age. But again, you know, it took so much to get it up there, and the amount of effort to keep it operational, you know, it's the whole thing of now you've made this investment. And you see buildings that are repurposed all the time and redone. This is a research lab in space, and I'm glad that Senator Cruz sees the value of it and is seeking to keep it going. The problem that NASA is beset with is a budget, and they're talking about replacing it with other space stations. They really don't have the money to do what they're doing now, so I kind of want to know what the plan is.
Interesting you mention money, because budget cuts are a very real thing at NASA since the DOGE showed up. And of course, the Trump administration is rethinking a lot of the projects and funding for them, with news that NASA will lose nearly 4,000 employees, Keith, through a voluntary resignation program. This is a big push to reduce the overall federal workforce. But what does it mean for this agency when 4,000 people with experience all walk out the door at the same time?
All right, I don't know how you get to work, but imagine you had a car and you just take one tire off and you don't have a spare. You can drive, you're just going to leave a lot of sparks and you'll ruin you're not going to be able to do what you're supposed to be doing. And the strange thing is on one hand, there's all this fiscal cutting here and there, and it's not just NASA, it's everywhere. And they're just cutting with chainsaws, and if you have a pulse, they want you to take a buyout. Then you hear the rhetoric of, we want to beat China in space. Okay, let's say that's a good idea. You want to have your A-team. You want to have your front bench. You want to have the best budget, the best people, the best plans, and the best schedule. And they're cutting all of that at NASA. So I'm just sort of bewildered as to how we're going to beat China to the moon or Mars or wherever we're supposed to beat them with, 1/4 of the people gone and everybody else freaking out that they may be next. So, someone's got to explain this to me. It doesn't seem to be the right path to be taking if you really want to retain and expand America's leadership in space.
Not exactly great for morale here at the moment in Washington.
No.
You know what else is dinging morale around here? And I will probably talk to Ted Cruz about this too, Keith. He wants to take the space shuttle out of the Smithsonian. If you go out there to Dulles Airport, the Udvar Hazy complex where the space shuttle is on view, you can walk right up to it. It's not hanging from the ceiling. It's standing there right there on the floor. An incredibly impressive display they put together years ago. He wants this thing to put it on a barge and bring it to Texas. Keith, is it possible to do this without harming the shuttle?
No, I live 11 miles away from Udvar Hazy. I stood inside of this spacecraft in the 80s when it was being built. So I have a personal affinity for this thing.
Wow.
And it belongs to the Smithsonian. It was deeded by law to them. It doesn't belong to the United States government. So somebody's going to have to make a new law to get that back. They only put $83 million in the budget, but that's like a fraction of what it'll take to move it because, you've got to look at what they did in LA. They had to cut trees down just to move it. The plane that used to fly it around is gone. It's a museum exhibit.
That's the old 747. You piggyback the shuttle on that. We don't have it anymore. So the idea would be basically cutting this into pieces, right? You'd have to break it up into pieces, put it on a barge and truck it somehow to Texas. I don't know, Keith, if that's a great idea, is it?
It's not. And on top of that, they've got so much stuff down there. And, there's 50 states in America. Everybody paid taxes for the shuttle. Every state could probably make a claim. I get the Johnson Space Center's historic involvement, but, the shuttles weren't where they went. It was a fair competition. And I'd hate to ruin the shuttle for want of a few $1 million. Again, this is politics. We're just at the 1 step forward, 2 steps back point. We'll see what happens.
They got the Enterprise on the Intrepid up in New York, right? That's already on the water. Just take it from there.
Well, yeah, you could do that, but they want a flown orbiter, I guess. I don't know. Again, it's politics. I would hope that Senator Cruz is, able to, sit back a bit, look at the big picture. And he is. Again, his interest in the space station and so forth. And he supported the American space program. I just hope he keeps a national perspective, not a parochial one.
We're going to play some of this to Ted Cruz later on, Keith. We didn't get our launch, but we had actually a pretty fascinating conversation. They better not touch the Blackbird that's sitting over there either at Udvar Hazy. Keith Cowing, let's hear it for him, everybody. We didn't get a launch, but we still spent some time with the editor of NASAWatch.com. Many thanks, Keith. Hey, maybe we'll launch tomorrow. We'll give this another whirl. As everybody comes down from the launch pad, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Alex Conant is on the way in next on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris, and we bring you the markets all day long. We check them for you here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.6%. NASDAQ up 1%. The Dow is little changed now on the upside. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.34%. The 2-year yield at 3.93%. Microsoft reached a $4 trillion market capitalization after reporting quarterly earnings that beat Wall Street expectations. Microsoft reported better than expected growth in its cloud business. Azure Cloud Computing Unit posting a 39% rise in sales. Microsoft shares right now 4.6% higher. CVS Health raised its 2025 profit guidance as the company's Aetna Health Insurance Arm and Pharmacy Unit outperformed expectations in the second quarter. CVS's CEO says the company is probably a year ahead of the market after focusing on operations, pricing, and forecasting. Shares of CVS now nearly 2% higher. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, you can subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, Amy Morris, great to have you with us. Amy in for Charlie Pellet, watching Wall Street, and we'll do that again a little more than 10 minutes from now as we keep tabs on the Thursday trade in this case. Massive moves, or as we call them, power moves. When it comes to Microsoft and Meta today, we've got another big boatload of earnings that we'll be talking about after 4 o'clock and on the late edition of Balance of Power that will likely carry us through tomorrow's trading session. They never got off the pad. If you're just joining us, we thought we'd start today with a SpaceX launch, Falcon 9, Launch Pad 39A, Cape Canaveral, then a bunch of clouds showed up. They did not get off the pad. This was actually a pretty important mission to bring 3 astronauts and a cosmonaut to the ISS, where they will mark 25 years of uninterrupted human occupancy. If you can imagine that on this space station that is orbiting the Earth. Because of weather, it didn't happen. They'll have another window tomorrow. I don't know where that coincides with the program. Is that going to be for us, James, or don't we know? When it happens, you'll hear about it on Bloomberg. This, of course, is the eve of the big deadline day. And President Trump has already said he's not moving it. So put your tacos aside for a moment. Tariffs are going to take effect 11:59 p.m., right? Because it's, well, midnight here. So we're calling this the deadline day. Tomorrow, they will be in effect when you wake up. We're anticipating a flurry of paper, an avalanche, actually, of paper, because you've got the countries the president has announced arrangements with, but then everybody else gets another letter. Looks like how this is going to work. And those will be going out tonight and into tomorrow. But we actually have news on 2 important trading partners right here in the hemisphere. Yeah, you've been asking, what about Canada and what about Mexico? It's not looking great for Canada, as the president said just yesterday. Posting on Truth Social, wow, exclamation point. Canada has just announced its backing statehood for Palestine. That will make it very hard for us to make a trade deal with them. Oh, Canada. 3 exclamation points. We knew that things were not going well with Mark Carney. He was looking to get a deal done by his own deadline that was then extended, and Canada looks like it's in nowhere land at the moment. But keep in mind the USMCA exceptions. Now we turn to Mexico. Again, put the taco aside. Donald J. Trump, I have just concluded a telephone conversation with the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, which was very successful in that more and more we're getting to know and understand each other. Guess what, everybody? We have an extension. We agreed to extend for a 90-day period, he writes, the exact same deal as we had for the last short period of time, namely that Mexico will continue to pay a 25% fentanyl tariff, 25% tariff on cars, 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and copper, immediately terminating its non-tariff trade barriers. So that might be all we get in terms of actual specific deals or frameworks with countries. The rest would be letters, and as the president says, the letter is as good as a deal. And this is where we start our conversation with Alex Conan. Firehouse Strategies, Republican strategist. Alex, it's great to have you back, and I'm pretty sure you were sitting here the day after Liberation Day. I feel like we met right after these first went out, and boy, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then. Yeah. So here we have deadline day tomorrow. I know that some of these dates are moving depending on the country, and we have a lot of questions about some of these deals. Yeah. But how are you feeling about it? When you look back the last 90 days, was this a success, a good strategy?
I remember when I was here about 90 days ago, and I told you he's going to walk these back. Right? The tariffs that he announced on Liberation Day would have crushed the American economy. They would have been bad for consumers, ultimately bad for Trump's political standing. wildly unpopular around the Hill, and that we should expect him to walk it back. And we have seen a steady walk back of those, to the point where he started getting embarrassed, right? The so-called taco trade, Trump's always caves. And he said enough. August 1st is going to be the day when all these tariffs are going into. But it also, I think, helped him with his negotiating power to go to countries and say, look, you have until August 1 to cut a deal, really lit a fire under the trade negotiators. And he has announced all sorts of trade deals now, which is mostly just us raising tariffs, not as much as he originally said, but still raising tariffs on some of our biggest trading partners. The devil will be in the detail on those, right? We have yet to see the fine print on any of those deals. And I think the market, I think companies are eager, importers.
Yeah.
I think if I'm a customs agent, I want to see the details right now. So I think it'll be interesting to see the details of those, which they'll have to produce very quickly. And it'll also be interesting to see if these hold, or if we see more walkbacks in the future with some of our big trading partners. The tariffs that he's talking about on Canada. That's really going to hurt the U.S. economy. I mean, the U.S. economy is deeply intertwined with Mexico and the Canadian economy. This is why he's done the delay for the Mexico one. And it'll be interesting to see if the Canada one actually holds.
Well, it sounds like you see the jury as still being out. We thought we'd have a deal with India. That was one of the first countries that came up. Didn't happen. You wonder if these threats result in one, because they've said, well, this is a deadline on August 1st. Anybody can call a president, make a deal anytime they want. So how much of this will continue to roll into the fall?
Yeah, well, and I think one of the issues is that we talked about this 90 days ago, and I think it remains true that the administration still has not laid out a clear rationale for why we are embarking on all these new tariffs around the world, right? Some of it is, look, we need to crack down on China, and we need to really raise tariffs on China. China actually is getting let off relatively easy so far. And you have a lot of companies who are in China who are looking at, well, India would be a good place to move jobs, move that many, right? And now the tariffs in India are even worse. So, I think there's a disconnect with, is this about China? Is this about raising revenue? Because sure, it's raising some revenue, but not nearly as much as they promised. And at the same time, you're seeing it starting to really drag on GDP, which ultimately is also going to impact tax receipts. Or is this about reshoring American jobs? Because we haven't seen any evidence of that yet either. So, I think the administration does have some challenges here. Ultimately, this is driven by what Trump believes, which is that tariffs are good. It's the one thing he's been consistent on for his entire adult life, that he wants more tariffs. But we're going to, and that's what we're finally seeing. And I think the economic impact, once they are actually in place, it'll be real.
What do you make of the messaging that's coming out of this White House that it's not inflationary, tariffs are maybe a one-time adjustment? When we hear from the likes of Procter & Gamble this week, we're hiking prices on a quarter of our goods. You're a political practitioner. At some point, this makes its way to the consumer, to the voter, that may not be consumed or even interested in any of this talk of tariffs or what these deals include. At some point, though, it lands on the kitchen table, and that's where the political operatives come in.
I mean, look, as Joe Biden found out the hard way, inflation is the number one killer of a presidency. And tariffs are inflationary, full stop. I mean, tariffs literally are raising the prices of imported goods. And you can make them in the U.S., but they're going to be more expensive in the U.S. And for the consumer, that means ultimately they're going to be paying more for many of the goods and services. Look, if you like avocados and these tariffs go into effect in Mexico, the price of avocados are going up. The price of guacamoles are going up. And so the consumers will ultimately see that, and they will hold the White House accountable. Look, if inflation's not going up, that's because demand's going down, and that's what we saw in the inflation numbers that came out this morning, where inflation was up, but not as much as we feared, in part because demand is falling. So look, either consumers are buying less, which is not great for the economy or for consumers, or inflation's going to go up. Either is a political loser for Trump in the long run. Now, look, there's going to be a lag. And the last time I was here 90 days ago, I was like, look, Trump is really threatening Christmas. Well, a lot of the stuff that people are going to be buying for Christmas has already been imported. So, a lot of this won't show up until 2026. Unfortunately for Trump and the Republicans, there happens to be a pretty big election in 2026.
Well, that's very true. The timeline here could be very difficult for Republicans, knowing, of course, that you can't have a taco without avocado. You mentioned guacamole. You reach for this, Alex Conant, on what producer James reminds us is National Avocado Day. How does this happen? July 31st, the avocado, as I read, is a food without rival among the fruits, the veritable fruit of paradise. That could come back to bite Donald Trump.
I was born in 1980. When I grew up, we did not have avocados. When I was a teenager, I had never had guacamole. Now I'm from Minnesota, so we don't have a whole lot of Mexican food in Minnesota. But I swear that this is the fact that Americans enjoy avocados in like the vast quantities that we do is because of NAFTA.
How about that?
It's because of NAFTA, and Americans aren't going to stop buying avocados, but they might start paying a lot more for them. And you know what? They're not going to like that.
That's wild. And boy, isn't that the truth? I never saw a taco when I was a kid growing up in northeastern Connecticut. I wouldn't even know what that was.
Right.
A bagel was exotic. So bring this down to the congressional level, because you've got lawmakers who are on recess right now, and they've got to carry all this water. Uncertainty about tariffs. Maybe there's some support for tariffs if you're talking to steel workers. It depends on what your district is. But particularly these states along the Canadian border, this is a real issue. People are talking about it all the time.
Yeah.
You add Jeffrey Epstein. You add some of the other issues that have been coming out of Washington lately. What do you tell a Republican lawmaker trying to have a town hall?
Well, look, first off, it's not all doom and gloom out there. The president has had, I would argue, wildly successful opening to first 6 months of his presidency. You look at his successes in the Mideast vis-a-vis Iran. You look at the tax bill that they just passed, some of the regulatory efforts that he's got, which I think are very popular. I think the tax bill, I know Democrats are very excited about it because it polls poorly, but I think once Americans start recognizing some of the benefits from it, look, no taxes on tips, no taxes on Social Security. Those are going to be election winners. And a lot of the stuff that's dominated the headlines, the cuts in healthcare that I think will ultimately not be popular, a lot of that doesn't come into effect for quite a while. Most of it not until after the 2026 midterm. So if I'm a congressional Republican, I'm back right now, I'm pointing at, look, GDP is high. It's growing, GDP growth is fine. Inflation is low. Unemployment is low. The world seems safer now than it seemed 9 months ago. That is all.
So you can craft an elevator pitch. That's
and by the way, you don't have to pay tax on your tips this year. This is all pretty good stuff. So I think the Republicans are in good shape right as we sit right now. I do think that tariffs add a lot of uncertainty into the economy, and how the economy looks a year from now. It's going to be different than it is now, and there are clearly some headwinds if you look at the data.
We've got about a minute left. Are you running odds for a shutdown?
Yeah, it doesn't look good. I mean, look, here's the issue. You need Democrats
they're out.
Yeah, you need Democrats to keep the government open, and the Democrats have, their base really wants them to fight. Their base was furious when they did the CR earlier this year to keep the lights on. I think
rescissions was the real sin, though, right?
Yeah, one, they don't like I think they don't like the rescissions. It was $9 billion. I think the larger issue is that they are feeling immense amounts of pressure from their base to not cooperate with Republicans at all. So I do think it's going to be a challenge. There's going to be a big fight this fall. It's going to be fun to watch.
Have a great August. If I don't see you before, then let's get back together when lawmakers return and see where we are.
Let's do it.
Always a great pleasure to spend time with Alex Conant, Firehouse Strategies. Happy Avocado Day. We'll assemble our panel up next with a lot more to talk about here in Washington. Stay with us on Bloomberg. No launch today. We'll try again tomorrow. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
1240 on Wall Street, I'm Amy Morris. A big tech rally is pushing stocks toward fresh all-time highs. This just a day before that key jobs report that could help make the case for the Fed to cut interest rates. And we do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.6%, NASDAQ up right at 1%, and the Dow is up 0.1%. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.34%, the 2-year yield at 3.93%. Now, after the close today, tech earnings continue with Apple and Amazon reporting. Lightshed Partners tech analyst Walt Piecyk says the iPhone maker should post solid sales for his smart devices.
So you are going to see a pull forward of iPhone revenue this quarter. So then the question, as it always is for Apple, is, what is the guidance for next quarter?
Lightshed Partners tech analyst Walt Piecyk was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. Figma is poised to open trading at more than triple its IPO price. Shares are $33 each, but could open as high as $110 each. The design software maker and its backers raised $1.2 billion in an initial public offering, pricing its shares above the marketed range. The Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge ticked higher last month in a sign that President Trump's broad-based tariffs are starting to raise prices for many goods. The Commerce Department says prices jumped 2.6% in June compared with a year ago. That's up from an annual pace of 2.4% in May. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right. Amy Morris, part of the program today. As ever, we keep our eyes on Wall Street, and it's going to be something when Figma starts trading. Are you following this? FIG, plug it into your terminal. Figma IPO today. These numbers just, producer James keeps putting these prices in front of me. It just keeps getting bigger. Figma shares now indicated to open $105 to $110 each. Remember, the IPO price is $33. It's a fascinating company, this digital design firm that's got everybody excited at the New York Stock Exchange. When it starts trading, you'll hear about it right here on Bloomberg. This is something that we're going to talk about now that has the president very upset. It has nothing to do with tariffs or trade. Why would one Republican, the president asks on Truth Social, Senator Josh Hawley from the great state of Missouri, join with all of the Democrats to block a review sponsored by Senator Rick Scott and with the support of almost all other Republicans of Nancy Pelosi's stock trading over the last 25 years. Yet this is an effort to stop insider trading in Congress, and apparently Josh Hawley is on board. President says the information was inappropriately released just minutes before the vote, very much like sabotage. The Democrats, because of our tremendous achievements and success, have been trying to target me for a long period of time, and they're using Josh Hawley, who I got elected twice, as a pawn to help them. He refers to Josh Hawley as a second-tier senator in this effort to combat insider trading on Capitol Hill. He's referring to Nancy Pelosi because she has frequently been the poster child for this kind of stuff. That's where we start with our political panel today. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Of course, Bloomberg Politics contributor, as I may have mentioned. Joined today by John Seaton. It's great to have John back, Republican strategist, founder, CEO of Echo Canyon Consulting. And so here we go, Jeannie. We've talked about these stock bans before. The lawmaker stock trading ban is now advancing in the Senate because of one Republican, Josh Hawley. President says he is a second-rate senator as a result. And we've got news now that Hawley had a good chat with Donald Trump over this, but the stock trading bill is something that people feel pretty passionate about. We've done a lot of stories on it around here, Jeannie, but this kind of activity continues. When a lawmaker gets inside information via committee or something that was said in the writing of a bill, then they sell all the shares before the thing goes down, or vice versa. Will this ever stop? Is there a way to control this by way of legislation?
I was chuckling when you were reading Donald Trump's truth because, number one, again, just like he did with Chuck Grassley the other day, he has taken to saying he got these people elected. So he got Josh Hawley elected twice. He got Chuck Grassley elected. But the other part of it is when he's questioning why Josh Hawley is doing this, well, I think he may forget that just this spring, he himself said if a bill like this crosses his desk, he will sign it. And as opposed to saying, I disagree with this portion, or let's work on it, let's rewrite it, the president is all out attacking Josh Hawley. And of course, he is on the wrong side of public opinion on this. About 8 to 9 out of 10 Americans say that members of Congress should not be trading on the stock market because of the work they do in Congress, where they get information that can help them. And so this is a very popular bill, but, I think the president is a bit concerned about the impact on himself, even though now he's carved out of it, so he doesn't have to worry.
It's actually called the Pelosi Act, John Seaton. This is the Homeland Security Governmental Affairs Committee that was voting on this. It cleared 8-7, would ban lawmakers and their spouses from actively holding stocks. Imagine the blind trust or whatever, you put all your money into ETFs. Is this a good idea, John? And is it something that could actually be passed and turned into law?
As Jeannie noted, it has tremendous amount of public support. I think people are very concerned that lawmakers are getting information before the general public and then using that information, right or wrong, to make decisions as to their stock portfolios. So I do think it has a lot of support. I do think that Josh Hawley has been very consistent on this. He is a true populist. And so I wasn't terribly surprised to see him vote the way he did. I was a little bit surprised by the president's reaction. But yeah, I think this thing has real legs, and it would not be surprising to me if it made its way to the president's desk.
The bill apparently was originally dubbed the Pelosi Act. Now it's the Honest Act. Is that right, Cece? She got a name change on it. Rick Scott, the Republican from Florida, Jeannie, asks, anybody want to be poor? I don't. Does it come down to that? Rick Scott already has a lot of money, doesn't he?
He does, as do most members of the Senate. Not all, but this is why we call it the Billionaires Club. And, you go back to, I think it's a 2022 New York Times study, which found, and Democrats and Republicans, because of course this is bipartisan, about 20% or a fifth were buying and trading stocks in this study that benefited, and they benefited from their work in Congress. And, as John just said, and everybody would agree, most Americans think that in a representative democracy, you elect people, send them to Congress, not to enrich themselves by buying and trading stocks based on information they've gotten, but doing the work of the people. And so I do think there are concerns, by the way, about this bill. I am particularly concerned about the impact on spouses, partners, children, the like. I think there are discussions to be had, but I also agree that we need to move forward on something that makes sense, so that we do have rules in this regard in the Congress, but they do need to be strengthened so that the American public has more confidence in the people that they are sending to Washington, D.C., which is at an all-time low, as you know today, Joe.
John, what do you make of the modification for President Trump? Jeannie mentioned this. It was changed to carve out President Trump here because he's term limited and cannot seek another term. This would be triggered by, you'd have to divest within 90 days of your intention to seek another term. That's how this would work. Rand Paul says the substitute would protect Donald Trump. He's actively investing in a lot of things right now, John, including crypto. Why not keep the president covered by this?
I think Republicans rightly have a lot of concern that there has been kind of a weaponization against this particular president and his family. It's important that this bill move forward, and I think the Republicans want to make sure that it's not used kind of as yet another cudgel against President Trump. So writing it in such a way that he is term limited out, it can't retroactively impact him or his family, but again, do the right thing and do what the American people really do want, which is some accountability from lawmakers and make sure that they're not enriching themselves due to the jobs they have in the Congress.
I'm kind of surprised we don't hear more outcry from voters on this. I mean, there have been 60 Minutes pieces. There's been endless coverage on Bloomberg about this, but Republican senators, with the exception of Josh Hawley, are in many cases just frozen in the headlights here, Jeannie. Bernie Moreno, Republican from Ohio, freshman, of course, a co-sponsor of the original Pelosi Act, voted present on the substitute amendment, arguing that senators should not have been forced to swallow last-minute changes. Quote, if you had a gun to my head, I could not tell you what I am about to vote for. How could this be, Jeannie?
It is hard to believe. I think it is reflective of the fact, a very simple rule in Washington, that when it is called the Pelosi Act and it is Republicans aiming the gun at Democrats, they are for it. And when it switches and it is looked like it's aimed at the president or other Republicans, you find Democrats on board and Republicans fall off. And this is what is so troubling to the American public about this. And that's why on this issue of the carve out for Donald Trump, I do think that the carve out makes sense. I also think he has been skirting ethics, if not running up against them, as it pertains to enriching himself and his family in ways that we've never seen before. I think it's unconscionable, but I also think it is such a politically charged issue that if we want to move forward at all with legislation, that carving out the current president and vice president may be the only way to do that, or so I would have thought until last night when this bill, even with the carve out, didn't get much Republican support beyond Josh Hawley.
See, Donald Trump writing, I don't think real Republicans want to see their president, who has an unprecedented success, targeted because of the whims of a second-tier senator named Josh Hawley. I guess they had a chance to talk it out. Coming up in our next hour with our panel, Jeannie and John, we're going to be talking trade a lot because we're counting down the hours here to the trade and tariff deadline. August 1st, yeah, that's tomorrow. So technically at midnight, the tariffs, reciprocal tariffs, will take effect. So here we are on the eve. You could argue that this is the deadline day because once the clock strikes 12, they're in effect. 11:59 is technically the deadline. And John, we could get more deals today, but I'm wondering your thoughts, and we'll have a lot more time to explore this in our second hour here on Balance of Power. Your thoughts on the way this is playing with voters. Are people paying attention to the details of these trade deals that are coming out in the past couple of days?
I don't think that people are paying a lot of attention. I think certainly Republican voters have been hearing this president talk about tariffs since long before he was president of the United States. And so I don't think it's a huge surprise, at least to Republican voters. And honestly, I think people start paying attention if they see big changes in the cost of goods and in their overall quality of life. Until then, I think it's just kind of background noise, and they really aren't as tuned into it as we are, frankly.
90 deals in 90 days was the line, Jeannie. We got 8 deals in 120 days. How should we be looking at it?
And you know my view, Joe, 8 deals with no details and not really any sign off. I'm not sure if I'd call them deals, but okay. It's less, but I'll tell you when people are going to start to notice. I mean, we heard today that Charmin is going to increase their prices come the fall, the summer perhaps. And those are household goods that people depend on, from toilet paper, if you see diapers go up, if you have children, as we all know how expensive those are. That's when people are going to start paying attention to this. If those prices, people follow Charmin and those prices go up, which if we get huge, tariffs put in place on all these countries in the next few hours, that very well could happen.
Don't squeeze the Charmin, John. The fact is, that's owned by Procter & Gamble, which said this week it would hike prices on a quarter of its consumer products here in the United States. Is that the kind of thing that puts fear into Republican lawmakers?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think we saw with the last administration, we probably talked about it on this show, that they were so slow to kind of react to and recognize people's concern with skyrocketing prices that by the time they tried to do something about it, it was really too late. So I do think that Republicans in Congress and in the administration are going to pay very, very close attention to the cost of those household goods that Jeannie talked about. And I do think that they'll really want to keep an eye on it and make sure that they do everything they can to keep prices low, because that is something that voters definitely notice and definitely will impact the way they behave next November.
I'm a little worried about another. We're going to do this whole panic buying of toilet paper again. Is that happening, CC? Do I need to run out to Costco now, get cases of Charmin? Just wait until this fall and the back-to-school shopping stories kick in. Jeannie Shanzano and John Seaton our Democrat and Republican, a great panel today. Thank you both for the insights on the Pelosi Act, if we're still calling it that. We'll have much more on the trade front coming up in our next hour as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation. We'll have an update from the White House from Tyler, and Ron Kirk, the former USTR, will join us just hours away from the tariffs kicking in. Much more ahead, only here on Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
Deadline day is upon us. Welcome to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power as we count down to reciprocal tariffs threatened by the Trump administration, set to take effect at midnight. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Thanks for being with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. As we count down here, Kaylee, to midnight taking effect, you wonder if we get more deals or if this is all we're going to have with the president making A few posts about Canada and Mexico, but no major trade deals announced today.
Yeah, keeping in mind there are 11 hours for countries to be able to strike an agreement with the U.S. and avoid these tariffs going into place on August 1st. But it's unclear whether or not any more will be able to do that, as the White House says that August 1st is a hard and fast deadline. It's for real. It will not be budging, except apparently in the case of Mexico, after the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, spoke by phone with President Trump earlier today and secured a 90-day extension of its own current agreement.
I'm sure there's a taco line that would be funny there somewhere. Canada, on the other hand, not so much. Announcing plans to recognize a Palestinian state. That's a deal breaker, it seems, for trade with President Trump. Just a two-line truth on that. It doesn't look like we're making any progress with Canada.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because Canada is not the only major economy that has taken that position in recent days. The UK did the very same thing, and yet the UK trade deal or framework that was agreed between the two countries seems intact for now. President Trump didn't have much reaction when it was Keir Starmer making that
Well, it's really true, because that's been kind of the poster child, the example of what a trade deal could be. He didn't like it when Emmanuel Macron did the same. UK gets it passed. Canada apparently doesn't get a deal at all. So we'll be keeping our eyes on Truth Social and our ears on the White House. We'll have an update from the North Lawn in just a moment.
Yeah, and we'll speak with former U.S. Trade Representative Ron Kirk about all of this as well. So there's a lot to look forward to this hour, but we also need to begin with a check on the markets, because we're in the thick of the busiest week of earnings season with more tech stocks reporting this afternoon. So let's get a check on those now with Amy Morris here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Kaylee, we do check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.5%, NASDAQ up 0.9%, the Dow up about 0.1%. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.33%, the 2-year yield at 3.92%. This just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Google will be forced to open its app store after Epic Games won its case against the tech giant. Now, this ruling means the Google Play Store will have to lift restrictions preventing app developers from setting up rival marketplaces and billing systems. Figma shares are indicated to begin trading up to $110 each, implying as much as a 233% gain above the IPO price of $33 apiece. The design and collaboration software company and some of its backers raised $1.2 billion in one of the year's most anticipated IPOs. Microsoft reached a $4 trillion market capitalization after reporting quarterly earnings that beat Wall Street expectations. Microsoft reported better than expected growth in its cloud business, posting a 39% rise in sales. Microsoft shares now more than 4.5% higher. eBay shares jumped after that company projected sales topping analyst estimates, suggesting optimism for continued consumer resilience at a time of shifting U.S. tariff proposals. eBay shares right now 18% higher. Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge also ticked higher last month in a sign that President Trump's broad-based tariffs are starting to raise some prices for many goods. The Commerce Department says prices jumped 2.6% in June compared with a year ago. That's up from an annual pace of 2.4% in May. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. We go back now to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris with a look at where we stand at 1:03 p.m. Wall Street time in the middle of this trading day. It's actually about right now that we'll be keeping our eyes on the White House, as well as the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is set to brief reporters on a number of issues. Tariffs and trade, of course, I imagine will rank most highly on what's on the mind of the journalists in the room, as we are approaching this midnight deadline for countries to reach trade agreements or not with the United States and face the implementation of them tomorrow, August 1st. And of course, later on today, Joe, we will also hear from President Trump himself as he's getting set to sign executive orders and welcoming the press in as he does so.
I have to admit, I mean, there's always tomorrow, but this just feels like one of those days when he walks into the briefing room. It could be one of those days when he wants to
Can't rule anything out.
shape the narrative here, because we're all asking the same questions. Is that it? Remember, 90 deals in 90 days. We technically got 8 deals in 120 days, realizing one of those deals includes the full block of the EU. We could frame that as more than one deal, I guess. But look, we could get more where this came from. As we mentioned earlier, Kaylee, the update on Canada is not good, as the president says its decision to recognize a Palestinian state is a deal breaker when it comes to trade. Mexico gets a 90-day reprieve. Let's go to the White House to see what else we may have learned here in the last 24 hours. Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall is on the North Lawn of the White House right now to bring more to us here. Tyler, what's happening in that building behind you? Is the president done?
Hey, Joe. At this point, it's not really clear, though, at 4 p.m. Eastern, as Kayleigh mentioned there, he's going to welcome the press into the Oval Office, sign some executive orders. We'll have to see if those include actually putting pen to paper when it comes to putting these different tariff rates into effect, because keep in mind, so far all we've really gotten are these Truth Social posts, the letters that he sent, but we actually have to see the formal documents to see what's actually in the text and going to go into place. Now, you mentioned there, of course, Mexico was pretty big news today, getting that 90-day reprieve. That was perhaps unexpected, considering that the White House had said that there would not be any extension when it came to that August 1st deadline, though we should keep in mind that Mexico is actually the United States' largest trading partner, perhaps why we've heard administration officials say that the country would get a little bit more of a preferential a position when it comes to these negotiations. A lot, though, that we're still tracking, and a lot more that could still be on the table. Keep in mind, you mentioned Canada. We also haven't heard about Australia, for example, and then two countries, Joe and Kayleigh, I'll put on your radar that we could get an update later today, Thailand and Cambodia. The Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, last night said that they had finished those agreements, but we've yet to see what that lower rate could be. Right now, they're facing a 36% tariff, comparatively higher to what their neighboring nations have gotten in that region.
Well, when we consider that region, Tyler, in which, of course, China features incredibly heavily, do we have an understanding of how it went when the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and USTR Jamieson Greer briefed President Trump on their negotiations with China in Stockholm earlier this week?
So we've heard from President Trump that it's gone positively. In a interview earlier today, the Treasury Secretary said that they were still working out some of the technical pieces when it came to an update to the trade talks there. We are expecting a 90-day pause to go into effect when it does come to keeping this de-escalation on track, because essentially that's what those Stockholm talks were, right? We heard the USTR basically amount them to a check-in, make sure that both sides are living up to the agreement that was reached in London, which is really about the agreement that was reached in Geneva, make sure that those magnets are flowing into the United States and that the U.S. is upholding its end in terms of perhaps loosening some export controls for less advanced semiconductor chips. They want to keep this process going and make sure that they're still talking, but we know that there are a lot of sticking points on the table. These are going to be talks that take a long time to accomplish. Just one that we haven't really spoken about a lot, but we heard the Commerce Secretary in an interview earlier this week say that the TikTok deal is happening adjacent to these talks. Things like that that really do come into the picture and the negotiating picture that just make this all the more complicated.
I don't know what they're trucking in there, Tyler, but if you need to get out of the way here in the driveway, this is a working White House, obviously. Tyler, thank you so much, as always, for being with us. Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall, live on the North Lawn at the White House. We try to seek voices of experience, practitioners, people who have been in the process of, in this case, cutting trade deals, to get a better sense of what's happening here at the White House. Kayleigh, we've talked so much about the lack of paper, the lack of detail. And we thought we'd talk to somebody who's actually been in the room for these deals to get a better sense of what they mean.
Yeah, I'm pleased to say joining us now here on Balance of Power is a former U.S. Trade Representative himself, Ron Kirk, who served in that position from 2009 to 2013 in the Obama administration. Ambassador, thank you for being with us once again on Bloomberg TV and radio. As we consider what are being described as deals here, does it meet your definition of a deal? Do any of them?
You know, they are not trade deals in the traditional sense of a formal treaty like the USMCA or other agreements that are enforceable, or even agreements in which Congress signs off on them. But I think our partner countries have accepted the fact that we are just in uncharted waters in terms of this administration. And the fact that the president is using a heretofore never used authority with these emergency economic powers and are just trying to avert what could be a horrific situation, not only for them, but I keep stressing the point, this is not good for American business nor families, because no matter how many times the administration says it, whatever the tariff rates are, they're going to be vastly higher than they were last year at essentially 0 or 2%. And they're going to be paid by small businesses, large American importers, and ultimately American families and consumers.
What do you make of President Trump's conflating of geopolitics with trade policy? We've seen this take place now with India and Pakistan, Cambodia and Thailand. In the case of today, Canada, recognizing, it says, will formally recognize a Palestinian state. Donald Trump says that's a deal breaker. We can't have a trade deal with Canada. That would be the definition of uncharted territory. But what does it mean for both our trade policy and our geopolitics and our relationships with our allies?
In fairness, there have been cases in the past where there were overriding geopolitical factors that prevented us from moving forward with a trade agreement. You may remember the Colombia agreement, which I inherited when I served as trade rep for President Obama, was stalled because a member of the Colombian government had murdered a U.S. soldier. But in this case, I think it's the lack of consistency, Joe, that bothers people. A number of the member states of the European Union have also spoken out and been, even before Canada, saying that they thought there should be a Palestinian state. But the biggest thing that troubles me in talking to businesses, what they want is some sense of what the playing field is going to be, some level of stability. Tell them what the rules are going to be, because all of us, I think, want to support the president's desire to bring manufacturing back. But as you know from talking to businesses every day, the uncertainty, the on again, off again nature of these tariffs makes it impossible for businesses to try to forecast and plan ahead. And in the interim, you have a number of businesses, particularly small businesses, that are just suffering under the weight of these tariffs and looking for relief.
Well, and of course, some of those businesses in some U.S. states have taken to the courts to try to find that relief. As you well know, Ambassador, there was a court challenge on the president's use of IEPA powers, specifically a suggestion that the legal mechanism for which he's using to apply a lot of these tariffs may not actually hold water. An appeals court is actually considering that very question today, though it's unclear when we'll get a ruling. What would be the course of action for the president if indeed the appeals court decides that IEPA is not applicable in the vast majority of these cases?
If the court were to rule in favor of the plaintiffs, who in most cases have been small businesses, and that is questionable given the latitude the courts have given this administration, but if they were, then the president would have to follow the traditional legal norms that Congress has put in place for the president to be able to levy tariffs outside of the normal protocol. And those would be the tariffs, for example, that he has talked about with Brazil under, I don't want to get too technical, under a 301 investigation. And then there is a different section of the trade law that allows the president to levy some tariffs under national security concerns. But in each of those, businesses have to have the ability to go in, file, share information with the administration on how those tariffs may or may not impact their businesses. It is a much more informed process. That's what the president did the first time. I mean, I'm told he was frustrated by that pace, and that's one reason he has used this very novel approach of relying on a emergency economic power that has never been used before to levy tariffs.
The ambassador referring to it as a novel approach. Ron Kirk, the president, says the deadline will not move. Well, I guess unless you're Mexico. But if that's the case, they've also said countries can call. What's that?
He told us the deadline wasn't going to move on Liberation Day. He told us it wasn't going to move in 90 days. And I think, look, and not to make light of it, the one reason I think you've seen the markets not overreact to this is they've become a little bit dependent on the belief that when he gets up to the point of knowing the economic harm these tariffs would inflict, he has found a way to back away. He did it with China, did it with Mexico today, we've done it with Japan. So we'll have to see. We'll know by, I guess, noon tomorrow.
or not. Look at, I don't know if you like tacos, Ambassador, but the White House has said that if countries want to call after the deadline, we'll still enter negotiations and maybe we'll cut a deal after the fact. Based on your experience in dealing with our trade partners, would they take Donald Trump up on that offer after all these letters go out in the next 24 hours?
Well, I think every country will, particularly, the level of tariffs that the president is imposing, frankly, just don't relate to the harm that he says he's trying to cure. And you've had enough economists speak to that. And sadly, many of these smaller economies, ironically, have a trade surplus with us. And yet they're still being hit with tariffs on mostly sending us goods and trinkets for which there's just not that big of a market going the other way. So I think all of us expect that if these countries can somehow get into the queue, if their president can call and, in our president's view, bend the knee or say the magic words, then relief will be coming. But the most powerful factor in this, frankly, has been the market. Every time the president has threatened to impose, double-digit tariffs above 20%, the markets have spoken and spoken quite quickly, and the president has backed off, similar to when he made the threat to fire the head of the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, Chairman Powell, at least for now, safe in his job despite not cutting interest rates yesterday. Ambassador, we'll see if that changes. Just quickly, as we look ahead to another deadline, August 1st is one thing, August 12th is another. That's when the current trade truce between the U.S. and China is set to expire, and President Trump, to this point, has not yet signed off on an extension. Are you concerned at all that we may actually see a rebound to the sky-high level of tariffs we experienced between the two largest economies earlier this year?
I'm concerned, but I will tell you, I think I and others are relieved that at least the language we're hearing both out of the White House, out of the U.S. Trade Rep and the Secretary of Commerce's office, seems like an attempt by both countries to really sort of de-escalate the tension and get to a level of negotiation that's going to be more beneficial to both countries. Now, to be sure, we are in a very different place with China, and not because of the Trump administration, but because of President Xi and his nationalist policies. But both countries have realized there's a lot more pain to be inflicted on one another than if we can find some way to at least make sure that American industries have access to those critical minerals that we want while protecting our basic interests. And as you noted in your earlier comments, perhaps give the U.S. giving a little bit on some of the export controls.
Thanks for bringing us inside the process, Ron Kirk, former U.S. Trade Representative in the Obama administration. It's great to have you with us. We'll assemble our panel next, only here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
121 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 0.7%. The Dow now down 0.1%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.34%. The 2-year yield at 3.93%. Right now, all eyes are on Figma. Shares may begin trading up to $98 each. That is nearly triple the IPO price. The design software maker and its backers raised $1.2 billion in one of the year's most anticipated IPOs. CVS Health raised its 2025 profit guidance as the company's Aetna Health Insurance arm and pharmacy unit outperformed expectations in the second quarter. CVS's chief executive officer says the company is probably a year ahead of the market after focusing on operations, pricing, and forecasting in the latter part of last year. Shares of CVS are up 0.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris checking on the markets for us. Thank you so much. An equity market, of course, which is hovering right around record highs, even as we face a looming deadline of midnight tonight, the implementation from this White House of higher tariffs on the vast majority of the United States' trading partners that haven't yet been able to reach trade agreements with the administration. And yet markets seem to be paying it no mind. Perhaps that has more to do with strong tech earnings today than anything else. But it becomes a question of whether or not that will stick, knowing how they reacted to the initial Liberation Day tariffs on April 2nd. Or perhaps they just no longer buy that these deadlines are hard and fast, even as the White House says that they are, though Mexico was able to get a 90-day extension today. So take that as you will. All that said, whatever market participants are dealing with, businesses are having to consider whether or not to take these tariffs seriously, how to reorient their supply chains as well. And they're speaking to those that represent them here in Washington about it. We spoke with the Democratic Senator from New Hampshire, Jeanne Shaheen, about that last night on Balance of Power. And this is what she said about what she's hearing.
Every business I visit in New Hampshire has expressed concern about the tariffs. As much of a problem as the high tariffs are and the increases in cost, it's the uncertainty that it means for their business, because they don't know what the president's going to do. He's made about 100 contravening statements on tariffs since he took office.
Right after Senator Shaheen spoke to us on Balance of Power, she went down to the Senate floor with 5 of her Democratic colleagues to ask lawmakers for unanimous consent to pass a piece of legislation with her name on it that says tariffs cannot be authorized under IEPA, the International Emergency Powers Act that the president has used to justify these tariffs. It did not pass, as she told us it's expected. But Democrats are trying to plant a flag here to throw down a marker on tariffs before they even take effect tomorrow. And it's where we start our conversation with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Sheehan Zaino is with us, Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Presidency and Congress. John Seaton, Republican strategist, founder, CEO of Echo Canyon Consulting, is the other half of our great panel today. And Jeannie, I'll start with you here. Having heard from Senator Shaheen, it was like a tree falling in the woods last night. Let's be honest, in the Senate, nobody thought this would pass. It didn't pass. Never mind unanimous consent. You're not going to get a single Republican to square off, it seems, with the president on this. And so Democrats in Congress as a whole then is simply in spectator mode here, right? This is something that the president will own himself.
Absolutely right. Of course, as you mentioned earlier, this case of IEPA and whether the president has the power to impose these tariffs under IEPA is in court today, interestingly enough. Already, the Trump administration has been told that it is unlawful, the use of IEPA, to impose these tariffs by 2 other courts. It's now in a 3rd court and will likely go to the Supreme Court, but we know how long that takes. And of course, Donald Trump has other options, not just IEPA. But I think, listening to Senator Shaheen, it's fascinating because she is talking about the pain that her constituents, small business owners, are feeling on the ground. You just talked to Ambassador Kirk, pain that all of us will feel going forward. as it pertains to the increase in prices that regardless of what happens, we are all going to feel. And to your point, the president is going to own that because there's very little that can be done outside of the courts at this point to stop it.
Well, so John, how much pain do you think President Trump is really willing to tolerate?
That's a great question, and I do think that he's extremely mindful of the markets. He's extremely mindful of prices. He ran in large part to kind of undo the huge spikes in inflation from the previous administration. So if prices start to really go up dramatically as a result of tariffs going into effect, I do think that he'll be paying attention. It'll be very interesting to see how he kind of calibrates.
Well, it's, town hall season, John, and I wonder how this plays, if at all, when voters ask lawmakers questions. In some cases, they could be talking about government spending, the big, beautiful bill, taxes, Jeffrey Epstein. Do tariffs come up here? And I ask you that because there was a lot of concern around Liberation Day that wasn't just Wall Street. There were consumers worried about higher prices coming. Where are their heads now?
Yeah, again, I think it remains to be seen what happens with prices, but I think it's a great point that town hall season is here. It's the August recess, the work period, and I think most of the attendees, especially Democratic attendees, are going to be talking about the big, beautiful bill. But as prices creep up, again, if they do in fact creep up as a result of these tariffs, congressmen are going to start to hear from their constituents about their concerns. So I think as we sit here now, I expect big, beautiful bill to probably be front and center at a lot of these town hall meetings, maybe a dash of Epstein as well. But as the summer progresses, as August progresses, if prices rise, congressmen and congresswomen are going to be hearing about it.
Well, as we consider what we're hearing from all sides here, Jeannie, what we've heard consistently from the White House leading up to tomorrow, August 1st, is that that deadline is not moving. It's not budgeable. It is going to be when these tariffs go into effect. And then this morning, you get a phone call between the President of the United States and the President of Mexico, and all of a sudden, Mexico has itself a 90-day extension. Does President Trump not risk playing right into the taco narrative that he's tried so hard to push back against?
He absolutely does. I keep thinking back when he said the other day, it's 100% firm or not 100% firm. It was both ways. And, this is what people have gotten used to. And what's so troubling about this is, to me, that as we think about prices going up, the American public will ask themselves, why is he doing all this? Why are we paying more? And there are circumstances under which Americans will say, okay, I understand we need to pay a little more for security and other reasons. But what did we learn overnight? The president is saying now, you're going to pay more because my ally in Brazil is going on trial for corruption. You're going to pay more because I don't like what Canada decided to do in recognizing Palestine. You're going to pay more because I don't like India buying energy from Russia. These kinds of reasonings are just wholly and completely 100% not in the realm of what we see when we think about tariffs this steep, that you're doing this for agendas in other countries. So the president, I think, here is going to have a lot to answer for as it pertains to why this entire Liberation Day, what was it all for?
Curious, Mexico gets an extension on National Avocado Day here, Jeannie, but I want everyone to hear what Mark Carney had to say. This matter of essentially breaking off talks with Canada over recognizing the Palestinian state is a pretty interesting wrinkle in this ongoing saga. Listen to the Prime Minister of Canada.
Canada intends to recognize the state of Palestine at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2025. This intention is predicated on the Palestinian Authority's commitment to much-needed reforms. Canada will increase its efforts in supporting strong democratic governance in Palestine and the contributions of its people to a more peaceful and hopeful future.
Donald Trump takes to Truth Social, writing, "Wow, Canada has just announced it's backing statehood for Palestine. That will make it very hard for us to make a trade deal with them. Oh, Canada, triple exclamation point." John Seaton, what does Palestine or a Palestinian state have to do with trade?
Well, as was noted by your previous guest, this is certainly not the first time that administration has used all of the, everything they have at their disposal to try to nudge countries to make good foreign policy decisions. I think this is a very
It didn't derail the trade deal with the UK, though. Is that weird?
That is interesting, but it should not be a surprise. Again, I think that the timing that Canada made this announcement is regrettable. I'm not surprised that President Trump reacted the way in which he did. And so again, we'll see. Never say never. I don't think that trade negotiations have been completely cut off. But I do think that there was a better way to handle this, and I do think that it did set trade negotiations back in really an unnecessary and unneeded move by the Canadian government.
Well, when we consider the timing, Jeannie, it of course comes at a time in which countries around the world are fixed on Gaza and the malnutrition and apparent starvation that is happening there. President Trump himself has acknowledged this in recent days, and we just learned from the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt that Steve Witkoff, his special envoy, will be visiting Gaza tomorrow to inspect food distribution sites where we know there have been difficulty distributing food, and in many cases have actually resulted in deaths of those trying to seek that aid. Does President Trump himself reach a breaking point at some point soon here? Maybe not to go as far as to recognize a Palestinian state, but to break more decidedly with the Israeli prime minister.
I think he might, and I think to your point, Kaylee, we saw inklings of that in his comments in Scotland. We understand that in particular, the First Lady, not just the president, are horrified by the pictures that we are all seeing of children starving and reports of 60,000 dead. Even if 20,000 of those are Hamas fighters, that's a lot of civilians dead. And so I do think that Israel risks isolating itself from the world if it keeps pursuing this path. And quite frankly, Donald Trump has the power and has the relationship with Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu to move the needle. To your point, maybe not going so far as to recognizing Palestinian statehood, but of trying to move them in a different direction. Because long term, what we're seeing in Gaza, even though they've restricted press access, what we're seeing in Gaza, the pictures that are getting out are very, very troubling. And the president made that case. And I think if Steve Witkoff doesn't get some movement over there with this latest visit, we may see the president come to a point where he has to push Benjamin Netanyahu in a different direction, on the very least on humanitarian and food aid.
All right, Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, alongside Echo Canyon Consulting founder and CEO John Seaton, our political panel today. Thank you both so much for joining us here on Balance of Powers. We keep tabs on what we're hearing from the White House press secretary out of the briefing, not just the news that Steve Witkoff is going to Gaza, but also, Joe, that President Trump has sent letters now to 17 pharmaceutical CEOs around drug pricing, and we're seeing markets reacting to that.
This is a big deal. This could actually end up being in the big news of the day, and something that's just now breaking after we heard from the press secretary. Eli Lilly shares have just turned negative. Lilly was, in fact, one of the companies that received a letter and had been rising on news of this Mounjaro study that came out before the bell. We'll have a lot more on this ahead. Maybe pharmaceuticals are next, Kaylee. Stay with us here on Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 0.5%. The Dow is down 0.25%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.34% and the 2-year yield at 3.94%. Microsoft reaching a $4 trillion market capitalization after reporting quarterly earnings that beat Wall Street expectations. Microsoft reported better than expected growth in its cloud business, with its Azure Cloud Computing unit posting a 39% rise in sales. Microsoft shares up more than 4%. eBay shares jumped after that company projected sales topping analyst estimates, suggesting optimism for continued consumer resilience at a time of shifting U.S. tariff proposals. Shares of eBay 19% higher. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. It's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much, and thank you for joining us here on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power, the early side edition, where we expected a flurry of paper today from the White House. This is deadline time for reciprocal tariffs. They would take effect midnight tonight, so 11:59 p.m. we'll call our deadline here. But Kaylee, this is not a flurry of paper about tariffs, at least not yet. It's about pharma. The president just kicked out a pile of letters to the likes of Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, Eli Lilly, Regeneron, talking about requirements. And we've heard most, if not all of this before through executive order in an effort to lower drug prices. It's a four-pronged approach. And what's news here is he wants binding commitments from these pharmaceutical companies by the 29th of September. Each is signed at the bottom in Sharpie, and in the cases where he has relationships with the chief executives, he's actually crossed it out. In the case of Regeneron, which is run by Leonard Schliefer, he crossed it out with Sharpie and just wrote Len.
Yeah, making these a little bit more personalized. Otherwise, each letter seems to be a carbon copy of the other with a different addressee on the top. But of course, this is a follow-up to his executive order from earlier this year in May around drug pricing. In particular, we're seeing it have a market reaction as the pharmaceuticals index within the S&P 500 is now right around a session low, down about 1.5%, and will continue to follow those moves, knowing that healthcare costs and drug costs are just one kind of cost that this White House has pledged to get down for the American people. The difference is perhaps that we're not seeing as much concrete action on other elements of everyday costs at this time, and that was evident arguably in today's inflation data. The Fed's preferred inflation data, actually, PCE, coming in a little bit hot year on year. And we want to get more on that as we look at a deadline on higher tariffs of tomorrow, which could threaten to send inflation higher, as we turn to Catherine Edwards, economic policy consultant and Bloomberg opinion contributor. So Catherine, if we are to believe the White House is going to raise tariffs effective at midnight, August 1st is a real deadline that these are going to stick for some time, what's likely to happen to PCE and to inflation? And does it mean that the Fed probably made a good move in keeping rates steady this week?
I don't think there was really any question that rates were going to go down this week. I think the bigger question is what happens in September. And to your point, y'all, that's a big if. If it goes off as planned, if they stay into effect, if they're not canceled or paused or delayed again. And in the meantime, we have a lot of court cases related to the legality of these tariffs that are still evolving. I don't think that you can plan for the tariffs in either direction, which is why Powell and the Fed chose to hold steady, even though they saw signs of concern in both the consumer market and the labor market. What I worry about is the extent to which this continued uncertainty at the highest level plagues businesses and consumers.
So is this a huge I told you so for Jay Powell?
I just don't think it's in the man's nature to say that publicly, so I wouldn't want to give him, I wouldn't want to give it to him when I know he wouldn't say it.
Well, what we did hear him say this week, Catherine, is that he thinks the Fed is farther away from its inflation goals than its labor market goals. He did not seem to share the same concern around the labor market that the dissenters, the likes of Christopher Waller, who of course would have cut rates at this meeting, had. What will we be watching for in the payrolls report tomorrow to give us a sense as to whether it's Governor Waller or Chairman Powell who are proving more prescient on that point?
He's spoken in the past about how the labor market is not as strong as the unemployment rate would necessarily predict, that there's problems in which industries are posting job gains. Are they really reflecting economic activity or an aging population? What hiring has looked like, the unemployment rate for young workers. I mean, he's brought about all these things before, but I think the price uncertainty question has to be paramount right now and has to take priority over the labor market, because those are concerns and not red flags. Whereas broad tariffs are absolutely a red flag. And the effect on prices of broad tariffs is faster than any effect we've seen on the labor market. So he's got to be basically ready for the first worst thing that can happen, which will be tariffs, should they go into effect, if they stay into effect.
Yeah, we just got a headline from the White House. The press secretary is briefing reporters right now in the briefing room, Catherine. And President Trump will sign an executive order today on trade. We understand it will be on tariffs. So I guess with the exception of Mexico, these tariff rates are in fact going to take effect at midnight tonight. What will be the window before they show up in the hard data?
That's very hard to say. I think what we learned from the first big deadline in April is that businesses have been doing a lot of maneuvering to anticipate what is happening and protect their business, their supply chains, and their customers before they take effect, or assuming that they will. So I don't know how long it'll take, but I do wonder, at some point, something's got to break for a lot of businesses. They either have to pass on the prices or they have to start pulling layoffs because they can't afford it. And so how long they can wait in uncertainty has been an open question since we've entered the start of this administration. Another big tariff announcement in the Rose Garden, another big cardboard with lots of numbers next to it. That just could push a lot of businesses over the edge to say, whatever I've been holding back, I have to do now. That has less to do with the policy itself and more about how well people can anticipate and protect their businesses.
Mm-hmm. Catherine, it's great to have you as always. Catherine Edwards on the eve of the tariff deadline. Economic policy consultant. Find her work on the terminal. She's a Bloomberg opinion contributor. And we want to bring in the voice of a lawmaker. Congresswoman, Republican Nicole Malliotakis from New York is with us. New York's 11th district. Now that the home district work period is underway. Congresswoman, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. There's always a lot we'd love to talk to you about, but I'd like to just start here with the conversation that we're having. We're listening to Caroline Leavitt and preparing for these tariff rates to go into effect. What are you hearing from business owners in your district when it comes to the impact of tariffs?
Look, both business owners and consumers rightfully have some concern about what this will mean for them, what this will mean in terms of cost if you're a consumer, what's your bottom line if you're a business, and how are you going to make sure that it doesn't impact you. But what I would say is, and I've told the administration this multiple times, it's my hope, what we will hear from the president, is that he will pause some of these tariffs, continue the pause, for the countries that have been working in good faith. We have many countries right now that are at the table. They're negotiating in good faith. They're looking to lower their barriers of entry, allow more American products into the country, try to make a more balanced trade. And I think that if they are working with us, then we should give them a little more time. Obviously, it is difficult within that 90-day period to make so many trade deals all at once, because each is very exclusive, specific to that nation, and addresses different needs. But what we have seen from the president is more fair trade for the American company, for the American worker, as it relates to giving us a better deal, right? Making sure that our products are not hit with tariffs when they are imported elsewhere. And we've seen this with multiple Asian nations. We've seen it with the EU. We've seen it UK. And there's still a slew of other countries out there that we know are at the table negotiating, and we should not, try to put this additional tariff on them if they're acting in good faith.
Well, when we consider the administration is also touting the revenue that is being brought in by the existing tariffs, Congresswoman, knowing that revenue is coming from importers who are paying that tax when they bring these products into the United States, is that really a better deal for them?
Well, and it is bringing in significant revenue, and we shouldn't be turning a blind eye to that. I mean, look, we're talking of what could be, well over $1 trillion, trillions of dollars over the next decade that could certainly help pay down our debt in one respect. The thing is, you want to make sure that it's reasonable, so it's not going to, again, impact those end users and consumers. We really haven't seen those consumer prices increase. What we have seen, by the way, is trillions of dollars of private investment coming to the United States, whether it's from foreign companies or domestic companies, companies that are looking to expand their facilities. You mentioned the pharmaceutical industry earlier, automakers. We're seeing that they are investing in the United States. That is creating jobs. We saw the 3% GDP growth. I think you'll continue to see that. Now that we've also passed the tax legislation that will be pro-growth, pro-jobs, that will play a role. It all needs to be balanced. That's, I think, at the end of the day, what people are looking for, some type of balance here. And tariffs is a small piece of that equation, is a strategic tool, needs to be used, though, in a targeted approach. And really, we should be looking for a particular outcome from the nation that we're dealing with, not just an across-the-board, slamming every country with tariffs, particularly if they're working with us at this moment to get a more fair trade deal.
Well, it's possible we'll see more extensions before this day is over after Mexico got one. Congresswoman, we've been hearing from a lot of your Republican colleagues in the House and a number of Republican strategists who talk to us every day here on Balance of Power, who seem to think that a government shutdown is a lot more likely now than it was even a month ago following the passage of the rescissions package. A lot of Democrats are saying we're pulling away from the table. Republicans cannot be trusted. Does that ensure a shutdown at the end of September?
Well, I think Democrats not wanting to work with us in a bipartisan manner to fund the government can certainly lead to a shutdown, particularly when you need 7 votes in the Senate to pass any appropriations bill. And so it is concerning. I would argue that, all our appropriation bills have passed in a bipartisan manner. It is the right thing to do, is to avoid a government shutdown, make sure, and I've been through this now probably about 5 times, we've always averted the shutdown. So really, if we have a shutdown, it will be because the Democrats don't want to work with us in a bipartisan manner, because all these bills will be bipartisan at the end of the day, so they shouldn't hold their votes. And I would say that, look, we need to be responsible here. We need to legislate. The impact of a shutdown is very problematic, and we should really try to avoid that at all costs.
Yeah, of course, considering there may be political consequences as well as the midterms approach, Congresswoman. And as the midterms approach, we have a question as to what exactly the map is going to look like, knowing that Texas in a special legislative session right now is actively pursuing redistricting that could see Republicans net 5 seats in that state. Your governor in New York, Kathy Hochul, is now threatening to try to take action of her own. She says, "I won't sit by while Donald Trump and Texas Republicans try to steal our nation's future." Are we about to get into a dangerous gerrymandering war, Congresswoman?
Look, I hope not. And as somebody who is a victim of gerrymandering, I don't care if it's the Republicans or the Democrats that are doing it. It's wrong, and it should not be done. We have to make sure people are electing their representatives, and to try to alter a map to tilt the scale is wrong. We had to sue the governor in 2022 when they tried to really tilt the scale. In my case, put in very heavily Democrat areas of Brooklyn. It was the most ludicrous map. And because of my district, the whole state map was thrown out. And I think the Democrats learned a lesson there. When we had an independent person draw the map, they ended up losing 2 incumbents and then multiple seats in addition to that. And so what I would simply say is, whether it's Republicans or Democrats, gerrymandering is wrong. It should not be done. It's corrupt. And we have to make these maps as fair and balanced and competitive as possible. And perhaps we need to move toward computer-generated maps or just court independently drawn maps. But I don't support the gerrymandering, and I could speak about that from firsthand experience.
Yeah, I know this hits close to home for you, Congresswoman. It sounds like you agree with Democrats in Texas, though, that this should not happen.
Look, I agree with anyone who does not want to gerrymander, because like I said, it is just not the right thing to do. And I think that at the end of the day, we should be making these maps. And by the way, it shouldn't be made also to protect incumbents, which is the thing we see here in New York. These maps, whether they're at the state or federal level, are drawn to protect incumbents, and they're not competitive. My seat happens to be a competitive seat. It's one of the only competitive seats. Actually, I think it is the only competitive seat in the city of New York on the federal level. And that's the way it should be. So the voters have a say on whether they want me to represent them for another 2 years. Unfortunately, it's not like that throughout the state, and it shouldn't be an incumbent protection program either.
All right, we appreciate your candor, Congresswoman, and you joining us, as always, Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis, the Republican representing New York's 11th District, here with us on the early edition of Balance of Power. We'll, of course, have more at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, which could be the aftermath of President Trump signing expected executive orders on tariffs and trade, knowing August 1st is quickly approaching. Midnight is only 10 hours away. We'll see you later on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Live from Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Carol Massar, Tim Stenivek. I got to say, I've got 4 or 5 screens, maybe 6 up. I'm not quite sure where to start.
Should we start with Figma?
Let's go
It's
there.
the red headline. Hey, Figma shares finally have started trading. They were up 158% in their trading debut. They reached as high as 183%. But Carol, just moments ago, it's halted due to volatility on the upside. There's a trading pause with Figma. FIGUS is the ticker.
Yeah, definitely front and center. We've seen a few IPOs this week. In fact, we're going to be talking with the founder of One. It's a chip IPO. The stock soaring for a second day. It began trading yesterday. Ambic Micro's founder will be here with us. So that we are going to certainly get into. And listen, we got to talk about the Mag 7, right, Tim? Because we're seeing some outperformance. Not every name is higher, but Meta and Microsoft certainly are.
Yeah, that's on our radar from yesterday and in today's trade. But after the bell today, we're hearing from, of course, Alphabet. No, not Alphabet. Did I say Alphabet?
That's okay.
Yeah, that was
Apple
last
and
week.
Amazon.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
Apple and
it's
Amazon.
a lot.
The final two of the Mag 7, except for NVIDIA, that we
Yeah.
got, in a few weeks.
Yeah, we're watching them all, though, because they are such an engine behind some of the moves that we tend to see in the market. We're also going to keep an eye on what's going on with trade. We did see White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt saying that President Trump will sign an executive order on trade later today. That order to have to do with logistics on tariffs. At the same time, she mentioned that the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer continuing talks with their Chinese counterparts. So, is it Friday yet?
No, it's not even close.
And by the way, it's really dark outside because it's going to start pouring any minute.
All right, all that and more over
Happy
the next
Thursday.
hour. By the way, Figma opened at $85. 33 was that IPO price. We're going to continue to cover this throughout the hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, though. First up, a day's check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here she is, Amy Morris, in for Charlie Pellet. Hey, Amy.
All right, thank you, Tim. Yeah, a trading halt for design software maker Figma. Backers raised $1.2 billion in an initial public offering, pricing its shares above the marketed range. Shares opened around $85, but right now the trading has been halted. President Trump signed 17 letters to the CEOs of pharmaceutical companies, calling on them to take action within the next 60 days to lower drug prices. S&P Pharmaceuticals Index now down more than 1% to a session low. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500, little changed on the downside. NASDAQ is up 0.2%. The Dow is now down 0.3%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.34% and the 2-year yield at 3.94%. Microsoft reached a $4 trillion market capitalization after reporting quarterly earnings that beat Wall Street expectations, reporting better than expected growth in its cloud business. Microsoft shares now more than 4% higher. eBay shares jumped after the company projected sales topping analyst estimates, suggesting optimism for continued consumer resilience at a time of shifting U.S. tariff proposals. Shares of eBay right now 19% higher. On-demand news for on-demand news, 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec.
All right, so much coming at us. Amy Morris, thank you so much with the rundown. Hey, yeah, one day after the Fed decision, one day before the closely watched monthly jobs report, and it's a day when we got, Tim, a bunch of data that showed stubborn inflation and weaker than expected personal spending.
Bloomberg TV and radio international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee is with us right now. He joins us right here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Mike, you were on Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom and Paul a little earlier, how everyone at the Fed seemed pretty comfortable at the press conference, but based on the recent data flow, including today's and ahead of tomorrow's jobs report expectations, does the Fed decision and commentary to you, is it checking out?
Yeah, I mean, I think
in a word, yeah.
The data today. I mean,
when did you become a man of so few words?
I thought you were asking me in here to talk about the Major League Baseball trade deadline today.
We may get to
it.
That would be just answering your own questions because I have no idea what you're talking about.
But the data we got today basically makes Powell's case. The case that he was making yesterday was that we don't know what's going to happen with inflation because the president's taken so long to get this stuff going, and now we're finally going to start getting it, theoretically, tomorrow, and it will take a while to get into the economy. And we also don't know what this will do to the economy, except that right now the economy looks fairly solid and the labor market looks fairly solid. And that was all kind of reinforced by the data we got today. The inflation data rose, and it doesn't look good. And if we still have this kind of news coming in September, it's bad for the idea of a rate cut. But it's not going out of control, and it's based on some things that are not tariff related. You look at the initial jobless claims numbers; they don't move, and it's not like companies are firing people, so they may not be hiring. We'll find out tomorrow, but they may not be firing. Incomes went up. Okay, wages were low, but the employment cost index showed a big gain in wages, and spending rebounds. It wasn't a huge amount of spending, but it was up from what we saw. So overall,
we're doing okay.
Yeah.
Right? As the U.S. economy. How much of this did Jay Powell and the Fed have? None. Okay. So pretty good.
No,
Jay Powell and company, right?
They had the GDP report, as we all did yesterday, but they would not have gotten anything by the time of that meeting.
It was such a fascinating meeting, and I don't know. I know we're not supposed to have opinions on things, but it felt like that was a Fed chair being a Fed chair in terms of really looking at the data, thinking about the mandate. And I know there was two dissenters, and I don't know, some people said that maybe that was political, some said Jay Powell's being political, but what you are saying is, based on the data, all of this made sense. But how do you kind of roll in the two dissenters? Because that was, the first time we saw that in more than 30 years.
Yeah, there could be politics to it. But
they were appointed, right, by President Trump.
Politics in the sense that they want to express their dissatisfaction with the direction that it's going right now, so perhaps they're considered
or politics in the sense that Chris Waller would like to be Fed chair.
Okay, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah, I mean, and he would tell you he'd like to be Fed chair, but he would also argue that he's not making the dissent case because of that. And his dissent case that he laid out a couple of weeks ago was very well reasoned, and it makes a lot of economic sense. And you have to make certain assumptions that the rest of the Fed about the progress of the economy, the rest of the Fed disagreed with, but it wasn't like wildly Trumpish. It was a well reasoned thing, and so. Because it was that, and because Waller has the personality he has and gets along with all these people and is very well respected as an economist, I think they just put that aside, and the rest of the Open Market Committee, and they say, okay, that's a good argument. We don't necessarily agree, but you did a good job of explaining yourself, and nobody's taking it personally, and nobody's looking at it as any kind of attack on Chairman Powell. You go back to the Volcker years, you had four governors at the time, they called them the Gang of Four, who basically tried to vote against him every time because they did not like the fact that he was raising rates. All that. And that was quite political, and that was quite an attack on Volcker. But
remind us how that looked in hindsight.
Well, obviously, in hindsight, Volcker is the patron saint of central bankers now because he stood up to the political pressure, and he brought down inflation for decades.
Just before we go, jobs tomorrow. What are we expecting? What are you watching for? Jay Powell said labor market's a really important statistic to watch.
More of the same, basically.
Okay.
The Fed is watching the unemployment rate. They see that as the sort of benchmark for the overall economy and how it's performing and going to perform. And it's not so much the number. It's supposed to go up to 4.2 from 4.1. That's not a big move. It's the speed with which it would move. If you got up to 4.5 by September, the Fed would be worried because it would suggest that a lot of companies are starting to get rid of people because they see something in the economy they don't like.
Right.
A small rise isn't going to matter. And the hiring is slowing down, but companies are not firing. So everybody's just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen. We'll see you tonight at 11:59 or whatever, and see what happens.
Michael McKee, so appreciate it. International economics and policy correspondent at Bloomberg TV and Radio. Speaking of waiting, we were waiting for Figma shares to start trading. They have, and waiting for us downtown, Tim, is our own Caroline Hyde.
She's the co-host of Bloomberg Technology. Right now, shares are paused due to volatility, but they surged as much as 229%. The company raised $1.2 billion in an IPO. Caroline has been there all day at the New York Stock Exchange. She, in fact, interviewed the company's CEO a little earlier today. Caroline, why such a discrepancy between the IPO price and where this started trading?
I mean, wow, to triple, no wonder price discovery took so long and it took forever to get this opening trade. But really, the retail investment enthusiasm, the institutional investor enthusiasm has been phenomenal. This was 40 times oversubscribed IPO. People wanted in that much. And remember, they actually went out there and sort of auctioned this on the roadshow, trying to get a better price discovery than perhaps we've seen for Circle or for CoreWeave. But the pop has still been more than tripling of that $33 price that they priced at yesterday, and the opening trade coming at 85, and now it's above $100. People trying to wrap their head around the opportunity of this design software company. This is all about designers, says the CEO, Dylan Field. But he said, make no mistake, yes, I'm in this to grow the company, but not always to drive the share price higher. This is about the long term. This is about generative AI. This is about innovation. This is about M&A. He said he's going to take big swings. He's investing in this company longer term. Remember, he has more than 70% majority control in terms of shares. He can still do what he wants in terms of pursuing growth of this business, even though it's gone public, Tim and Carol.
Caroline, I want to understand, I feel like with all these companies that are coming out, especially when there's an AI connection, what exactly does this company do? Who's going to be their customers that will actually provide that growth going forward?
I mean, their customers are all the big names on the S&P 500, on the Fortune 2000, and they have 13 million users. In 13 short years since they first built this business, they now have 13 million monthly active users around the world. 80% of those are outside of the United States. Who are they? Yes, they're designers. They're designer of the website that you use, the designer of the application that you use on your phone, but they're also developers, and this is where the generative AI aspect comes into it. They've been really innovating in terms of product since even the Adobe deal was called off. Remember, they wanted to buy $20 billion for this particular company. It's now worth triple that. Adobe wanted it for the design side of the equation, but they kept on bringing us new products. You can now use generative AI with Figma Made, and that's a way in which you put a prompt in, and then suddenly you can create that website, that application with ease. You don't have to be a developer. But there are things for developers. There are things who want to create a slide deck around design. It's all about bringing people together on one URL to be able to keep on iterating on a particular website or app that you're designing. But really, Dylan Field feeling that the scale of this is nowhere near current standards of 13 million monthly active users. He wants to keep on building, and I think the opportunity is there. Remember, he's got startups snapping at his heels. He's got to keep on delivering when it comes to generative AI.
It's a almost $55 billion market cap company, Tim, here out of the gate.
Yeah, it's had a pretty incredible journey, given that a certain acquisition of the company did not work out. Caroline, before we let you go, what does it say about IPOs moving forward, especially in the tech space? I already had a source text me today expressing enthusiasm about this pop because he works for a company that is pre-IPO.
I mean, really, the enthusiasm has been so palpable here from the people who work at the business, but the early investors as well. I had Index Ventures on. Now, they invested at seed round. I had Kleiner Perkins. They were in at Series B round. And these are the companies that now have Discord that they've backed, if you're taking Index. You've got plenty of companies eyeing if you're wondering about where Canva goes next. If you think about whether Klarna is waiting to go as soon as fall. All of these companies have been waiting on the sideline. But remember, Figma's done something quite unique. They have come at a market capitalization more than their 2021 round. You can't say that about Service Titan. You can't say that about some of the previous companies that raised earlier. So this is the key issue. We'll have to see whether those companies can get a valuation that wins out for all investors.
Caroline Hyde, the co-host of Bloomberg Technology, live just outside the New York Stock Exchange. Caroline's going to be joining us a little later, too, on Bloomberg Business Week Daily to cover all the earnings after the bell.
All right, back to the macro, the Fed, the trade, the markets, tariffs, everything that we are keeping a watch on this Thursday. Even though it feels like a Friday, it is still Thursday. In particular, we want to dig a little bit into what we've seen in the dollar and the FX trade. Jayati Bhardwaj is with us. She's director in FX strategy for TD Securities back here in our studio. Good to have you here. A lot coming at investors. We've seen some strength as of late in the U.S. dollar. Let's go back to the macro. What's of note, especially in a week where we've heard from the Fed got a decision. We have the White House still doing trade deals and tariff deals. There's some extensions. We're trying to figure it out. What's the important macro trade right now for the U.S. dollar?
Thank you so much for having me. Always a pleasure to join both of you in the studio. I think what we have learned from this week is that, there is still a lot of uncertainty, even with the trade deals being announced, particularly on the data side. With the trade deals being announced, you're obviously getting less confusion on the trade front. With EU being the largest trading partner, you have some certainty on what that tariff rate now looks like. But unfortunately, the Fed did come out yesterday and told you that there's still a lot of uncertainty on the data front that warrants a lot of caution, a lot more caution than what markets were priced for. Going into the meeting, markets were more than 50% priced for a September cut. They felt comfortable with the fact that the Fed should be coming and easing interest rates, but Powell gave no such indication because there's still a big risk out there, particularly on the inflation side, which is severely underpriced by markets right now, which is what we've learned, that while you're getting a little bit more clarity on the trade front, now we're utterly data dependent because on the macro growth and inflation side, there's still a lot of uncertainty, which is not resolved with just us knowing those trade deals.
Why do you think inflation is being mispriced by the market right now?
So this is actually a very interesting question. So we actually have some in-house models, which is where we actually track trading currencies on the basis of different macro factors. So our macro factor, our growth factor, our equity factor, all of those factors are making a lot of money, but our inflation factor has actually been losing money, which is an indicator to me that FX markets have actually not been paying attention to inflation data. They think that with the tariffs and the uncertainty around the trade deals, focus has primarily shifted to the growth outlook. But one thing we are now realizing is that the baseline tariff rate is no longer 10%, it's at least 15%, which is also interesting because we don't know what that pass-through of inflation will look like. The last CPI report that
This
we
is
had...
something Bob Michel on our Fed specialist said yesterday. Like the range was more like either, I can't remember, 18 to 20, but it's much higher than the 10% that we've all been talking about.
Yes. And the last CPI report had, the market reaction was very telling. We had a downside surprise, but markets took it hawkishly because you saw the first signs of inflation tariff pass through into the goods categories, particularly into toys, which markets took to be very hawkish, even though the core CPI was a downside miss.
And forgive me, I meant Bob Michael. So what's interesting is, all right, so what does this mean for the dollar then going forward in your view?
I would say that, we are bullish the dollar in the short term tactically. You still have August 1st, the deadline tomorrow, which is ticking. But there's two scenarios which can play out with most of the countries. Either you don't get a trade deal, which brings in a lot more uncertainty and volatility into your local assets, or the second path is you do get a trade deal, but on terms which appear more favorable to the US than your country, which is now actually leading into US local equity market outperformance over other countries' equities. Both of these are actually dollar positive. So thankfully, in the short term, this makes my job a little bit easier because irrespective of a deal or no deal, it should feed into a little bit of a dollar bounce in the short term.
Stronger dollar, though, possibly problematic for U.S. multinationals in terms of selling their goods. So is that something to think about when we look at profits and profitability going forward?
Not yet, because we do think that this dollar bounce will be a bounce. It will not, bring up that rise back of the U.S. exceptionalism. We won't get euro back to 105 or below that. We don't think it's that kind of a move. It's more of a short-term adjustment which market needed given what was priced in.
We promise more time later. We love having you on with us. Jayati Bardwaj, she's director in FX strategy for TD Securities, joining us. Coming up next, we got to go back to the Mag 7. So much coming at us. That's
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. The S&P 500 wiped out an advance that had reached 1% ahead of the jobs report and President Trump's tariff deadline. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 now down 0.1%. NASDAQ little changed on the upside. The Dow is down 0.4%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.36%. The 2-year yield at 3.94%. Figma is a web-based interface design tool for websites, apps, and other digital products, and its shares jumped 229% in its trading debut today. Trading opened at $85 a share. It's now bouncing right around $105 a share. CVS Health raised its 2025 profit guidance as the company's Aetna health insurance arm and pharmacy unit outperformed expectations in the second quarter. Shares of CVS right now down 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, you can subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stinovec.
All right, gotcha. Amy Morris in for Charlie Pellet today. Well, Meta Platforms shares soaring to a record after Facebook's parent company gave a strong revenue forecast and reported second quarter results that beat analyst expectations. Microsoft also rallying, not as much, but still a pretty strong rally, pushing it up intraday to a $4 trillion market cap. That after reporting quarterly earnings that beat the street's expectations. We should point out Microsoft reported better than expected growth in its cloud business, with its Azure cloud computing unit posting a 39% rise in sales. With the day after, with the roundup, back with us is someone we lean on big time when the numbers are coming at us in real time for what we need to know. Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Technology Research, Mandeep Singh, here in studio. Thank you for coming back. I know it's been a busy 24, not even 24 hours for you. Meta and Microsoft, anything new that came out on the company's calls that you think is of import, or did it just kind of confirmed everything we got in the actual earnings?
You know, I look for the token count, so I was looking for that in the Microsoft call.
token count same, right?
We're talking about it because you are talking about it.
And so Microsoft did share that for the full year, the $500 trillion number. The units get really big, but that's how this stuff works. And look, that's what I think Meta is missing. I mean, the print was awesome. Everything was great. But when you look at the app usage, WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook Blue app, you don't see the kind of jump that Microsoft Copilot or Microsoft GitHub apps have. And that is where the Gen AI usage is getting reflected. Meta doesn't have that bump in the usage. Still, ad pricing was very strong, which is why they had such a big beat.
Why doesn't it have that bump in the usage? Is it because people, as consumers, as customers of these products, because that's what we are, do we not associate Meta platforms with AI the way we do ChatGPT?
No, so it's about the core use case of Gen AI. Gen AI right now is being used in coding agents. That's where the GitHub Copilot comes in. It's being used extensively for search. Your ChatGPT use case, the Copilot, Microsoft Copilot use case. So in the case of Meta, yes, they have 1 billion monthly active users for Meta AI, but it's being used in WhatsApp. And within WhatsApp, nobody is actually going to Meta AI to ask questions. So that's where you will see the bump. Meta AI as a standalone app doesn't have the kind of monthly active users that ChatGPT and Gemini have, which is why all the frontier model companies have a separate app.
People don't go to these apps to ask questions because historically they're not known as places where you get answers. They're known as places where you look at photos, like in Instagram, or known as places where you communicate, like in WhatsApp. How does Meta Platforms change that?
So then my question is, if you're spending $70 billion in CapEx to get AI compute, not the traditional CPU compute, where are you using it? How is it driving engagement? And so next year they're spending $100 billion. I would say 60 to 70% of that is going towards AI compute. Where are you using it? And that's, to bring it all home, token consumption. That's your AI usage. So if you're not sharing token count, if your engagement is not going up, I mean, your results are great because your traditional ad business, which is machine learning driven, is doing phenomenally well. They are optimizing for, showing you the most targeted ad. And that is what gets reflected in ad pricing. I do think they got a lift from TikTok's, uncertainty and the fact that TikTok could actually be banned after getting a couple of extensions. So all that video ad budget is going towards Instagram. In fact, there was a study that said if TikTok was to be banned, 60% of that ad revenue would go to Instagram, 20% would go to YouTube, 10% to Snap, and then Reddit, etc. So maybe they are getting that bump from TikTok uncertainty, but to my mind, the Gen AI usage is nowhere reflected in Meta's results yet. And they're talking about $30 billion additional CapEx, similar to Microsoft, but Microsoft has a backlog of $368 billion in cloud. And they grew Azure segment 39%. Next quarter, it'll probably be higher. So they have so much visibility to using that AI infrastructure that if you're a Meta investor, they're spending $100 billion. But you don't have that visibility. How are they going to monetize it?
So wait, so help me out. So the stock's up almost 12% as we speak, pretty much at its highs of the session. It's up almost now 33% year to date. So are investors maybe getting a little overenthusiastic about the AI impact to Meta?
So yesterday, Mark Zuckerberg in the morning put out this blog post about personalized superintelligence. What he's saying is this AI will improve on its own. So you don't even have to keep training it on open internet data. The AI that they are looking to build and deploy will be a lot more personalized AI that can learn about your habits, that you can use in your day-to-day tasks, which again, to me, it's no different from what
They also
ChatGPT
talked
is.
about the metaverse at one point. No, but I'm just, but is that, like you keep saying that the other guy, that so much is kind of in-house, right? Used? Like, I'm just trying to understand, like, are investors getting this wrong, Mandeep?
Not wrong, because their core business is so strong that they can afford to invest in infrastructure. And it's a good thing they have pivoted from metaverse to AI. So having this infrastructure alleviates any sort of constraints they may have on the compute side. I mean, Microsoft called out how they are supply constraints still.
Right.
So imagine if Meta was to use public clouds, they would be supply constrained. They can't even find the compute. So at least from that perspective, they have all the compute available to deploy. Question is, what are they deploying and where will the engagement show up? Because it's not showing in their family of apps and they don't have a standalone app like a Gemini. Like Google showed that engagement in AI overviews. They showed that in the Gemini app. I don't see that in the Meta family of apps.
Could it come?
It could come, yes. That's why they have poached all these smart researchers and, they are paying them 100 million plus salaries. So the hope is it will come. And that's why I think investors are buying into it for that hope that, they have assembled a great team. Maybe it will come in next 2 quarters.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, investors certainly liking it. Shares of Meta are up about 12% as we speak. And Mandeep, of course, also talking about Microsoft. That stock's up about 4%. Mandeep, thank you so much. Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Technology Research, Mandeep Singh here in studio.
Hey, now to the other big tech on our radar today. That would be Amazon and Apple reporting after the close. Let's bring in Bloomberg News Managing Editor for Global Consumer Tech, Mark Gurman. He joins us from our Bloomberg News Bureau in Los Angeles. Mark, the expectation today when Apple reports tariffs are going to be front and center. Will we get an update on the effect that tariffs have on Apple?
For sure. That's going to be a large part of the conversation, I anticipate. During the March quarter, Apple said that they are anticipating a $900 million, so a sub $1 billion headwind because of tariffs in this June period. So we'll get an update on that. But overall, this is going to probably be a muted earnings report. I'm not anticipating a lot of fireworks. I'm mostly interested in the post-game commentary. I really want analysts to be asking, if you're watching this, analyst, here's what you need to ask. Definitely ask Tim Cook about succession. Definitely, put him on the fire regarding artificial intelligence. And definitely see what he has to say about his relationship with Donald Trump. And if that's going to come into place here to help them in the coming quarters with tariffs, because that's when the real impact is supposed to take place.
We talked with Laura Martin of Needham, and we're going to actually talk with her tomorrow. And she's talked about that maybe it isn't Tim Cook that needs to be at the company and leading them forward kind of for their next era.
She joins Walt Piecyk over at Lightshed as well.
Yeah, not
analyst who said that.
alone, not alone. Is it time for a new leader at Apple?
There's a difference between if there should be a new leader at Apple and if there will be a new leader at Apple. And I'm in the business of telling our viewers what the reality is, what's actually going to happen, right? And what's actually going to happen is that Tim Cook is going to be the CEO of Apple for as long as he wants to be the CEO of Apple. And I anticipate that to probably be 3 to 5 more years, maybe 7 more years. I think he's going to be running that company for a very long time to come. I'm not anticipating any imminent change to who the CEO of Apple is, right? There are a number of reasons for that. They're putting the design team under Tim Cook in just 6 months from now. If there was anything imminent related to a CEO change, they'd be putting the design team under who that next CEO is going to be. Tim Cook is probably going to end up becoming chairman of the board of Apple in the next year or two. Their current chairman, Arthur Levinson, is at that required 75 years old retirement age for being a board member at Apple. So you'll likely see that shift to Cook. That's something that Satya Nadella has done at Microsoft. He has both roles. Obviously, Mark Zuckerberg is a founder, but he has both roles. Given that Apple's stock is up 1,500% since Tim Cook became CEO back in 2011, given that there was not certainty over how Apple would do in the post-Steve Jobs era, I think Tim Cook has bought a lot of goodwill with the one group of people that matters when it comes to CEO, right? The board of directors essentially has one job, to hire and fire the CEO. And I don't anticipate them firing Tim Cook.
Okay, we've talked succession. We've talked potential impact of tariffs. Mark, you know where I'm going now, and that's artificial intelligence. Are we going to get color from Tim Cook or anyone on the call about the AI strategy? I know there are a lot of questions about it.
Well, I can tell you exactly what he's going to say. He's going to defend the strategy. He's going to say that they've got new features coming, that they're working hard on it. They're starting to figure things out. They're not too worried about it. Maybe he thinks AI models are going to become commoditized in the coming years anyways. So it doesn't matter how much these companies are throwing at it because everyone is going to have access to the same technology in the not too distant future anyways. So he'll pitch an upbeat message there too.
Is he right? I mean, or is that just sour grapes and being behind? I mean, Apple just lost, its 4th AI researcher in a month to Meta.
Yeah, there's the reality of what's actually going on behind the scenes, which is a disaster. And there's also the reality of what Tim Cook is going to portray today, which is that everything is fine, right? And so, the real juice is that they're losing people, they're bleeding talent, their AI models are behind the competition, they're not investing as much as the competition, their Siri features are still several months behind, and the overall Apple Intelligence product is a laggard in the industry. Then there's the other reality of sitting in this chair today, do consumers actually care? Right? And I think that right now consumers don't care. People are not going to stop buying iPhones because they're behind in AI. But talking about 2 to 3 years from now, yes, it's going to be a real problem. But you have to remember, are these models going to become commoditized in that same period of time or not? And is 2 to 3 years enough time for Apple to catch up? I think
Right.
without an acquisition, no, but with one, I think they'll be fine.
You like talk about caring, investors care. Stock's down almost 17% year to date. Stock down just a little bit ahead of earnings after the closing bell. Hey, Mark Gurman, thank you so much. Managing editor for Global Consumer Tech at Bloomberg News, joining us from our LA bureau. We talk about another hot IPO when we come back.
CEOs of pharmaceutical companies calling on them to take action to lower prices for Americans within the next 60 days. S&P Pharmaceuticals Index down more than 2% now, and that dragged stocks lower. The S&P 500 is little changed on the upside. NASDAQ is up about 0.3%. The Dow is down 0.3%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.35%. The 2-year yield at 3.94%. Figma is a web-based interface design tool for websites, apps, and other digital products. Figma shares jumped 229% in its trading debut today. Trading opened at $85 a share. Figma right now trading around $105 a share. Sources say Salesforce and ServiceNow are in advanced talks to invest about $750 million each in Genesys Cloud Services. The investments would value Genesys at roughly $15 billion and be a rare instance of enterprise software rivals backing the same company. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stinovec.
All right. Thank you so much. Amy Morris in for Charlie. Well, another IPO today. Of course, we've talked about the VC-backed Figma. We'll have more on that in our next hour. We talked about with Caroline
It's up 219%. Just
a little bit of volatility, too, in the session. But talk about welcome, right? A warm welcome, certainly to the private, to the public markets, I should say. Just yesterday, we had another IPO, Ambic Micro making its trading debut. Shares soared 61% that first day of trading. It's been up as much as 34% in today's session. Right now, about a 15% gain. It's a maker of ultra-low power semiconductors for AI applications. It did raise $96 million in that upsized IPO. So let's get into it. The technology, the business, the outlook. With us in studio, Scott Hanson. He's the founder and chief technology officer of Ambic. And as we said, joining us here at Bloomberg headquarters. Scott, your IPO, congratulations.
Thank you.
You did really well and continue to do so in a second day. About the outperformance, what about the business, in your view, can you tell the Bloomberg audience, justifies the performance and the reception that we're seeing in these first 2 days of trading?
Look, I can't comment on day-to-day ups and downs, but what I can tell you is
I know
why,
you're happy.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you why investors bought into the vision, right? And our vision from the start, actually, from when I founded the company back in 2010, was to put intelligence everywhere, right? It was to take chips, take intelligence, and embed it in the billions of devices around us, in your watch, in your smart doorbell, in security cameras, and in everything. And in the last couple of years, it's really been about taking AI and breaking it out of the data center and moving it out to these same devices. So we do that by enabling lowest power chips out there. And I think that really resonated with investors. I think there's this belief that AI is breaking its way out of the data center. And in order to do that, you need to be energy efficient. That's what we've mastered over the last 15 years. So I'm taking all of this as an endorsement that people believe in that vision.
What's your moat? Because there's a lot of competition in the space, companies doing and trying to do what you're doing. How do you compete? How do you make sure that you actually have a moat here?
So actually, the company was founded out of the University of Michigan. So I did my PhD work there. We invented a bunch of technology that is now central to Ambic. We've got a circuit platform that allows us to build chips that are 2 to 5 times more efficient than what's out there. We brand that as SPOT, sub-threshold power optimized technology. We could spend the next 2 hours talking about it. I won't bore you with that. But really differentiated and unique platform, patent protected, growing all the time. And what's really exciting is we now have a bunch more money to go fund the ongoing development of that.
What I'm curious about, and we talk about the semiconductor space all the time. There's a lot locked into semis, and there's different kinds of chips, different types of chip companies. What is it that makes your AI chips different from what we're getting from the NVIDIAs of the world, the Intels of the world?
Most of those companies are thinking when they think about power, they think about watts and kilowatts, right? Watts and thousands of watts. We're thinking about microwatts, so millionth of a watt, and milliwatts, thousandth of a watt. So we're on completely different power
The
scales.
stuff that would go to smartwatch or glasses and so on and so forth.
Exactly. And there's a huge number of these devices. Even the likes of Qualcomm, let's say, who's made it big in phones, is still thinking in terms of hundreds of milliwatts and watts. And so we're yet below that. So a huge number of devices that want that kind of power.
10 years ago, though, when you guys were developing, or a little bit longer out, we weren't all talking about AI. It was certainly in our universe, but it's not like it is in the last 2.5 years. So was there a pivot in terms of what you guys were thinking about that your chips were going to do?
Yeah. And I'd love to tell you that I anticipated this, right? But I will say this. The company's name is Ambic. Ambic means ambient IQ, ambient intelligence. So it's always been about intelligence everywhere.
Well, what was the original mission?
And well, it was that, but it wasn't with AI. AI being this this mathematical technique that we can use to really achieve intelligence. Previously, it was let's add sensors where there were no sensors before. Let's add a little microprocessor that can crunch numbers. But suddenly, with what the world saw with the launch of ChatGPT back in 2022 was, oh my gosh, we can do some incredible things with these AI models. That really lit a fire under a lot of our customers because they thought, oh, okay, these tasks that maybe were accomplished by traditional algorithms can now be achieved with AI. And that was a turning point for us. So actually, we like to think of the company in two phases. A phase one was, it was really about extending battery life. We helped a lot of our customers in the wearable space, in smart home space, medical device space, go from a week of battery life to 2 weeks of battery life or 4 weeks of battery life. At some point, that doesn't matter anymore, though, right? And what they really want is they want to add more computation, more intelligence in that same budget. So phase two has really been about that. It's been about let's put AI where there was no AI before.
A big focus for us, and I know a big focus for companies that actually build technology, has been supply chains. Given the new tariff regime that we're in, we are expecting to hear from the president at 4 o'clock today when he is going to sign an executive order on trade. We'll bring you updates from that, of course, as we do get them. In the meantime, talk to us about how your business has shifted geographically. Has it moved completely out of China? What's the status there?
So if you were to look at our revenue from several years ago, specifically in our prospectus for the IPO, you would see that China represented a much bigger fraction of our overall revenue. There was a point where it was 50% or more of the business. What shifted for us was a second ago I said, hey, back in 2022, we started focusing on AI everywhere. Well, as we've focused on applications that valued us for that kind of led us outside of China. Okay, so we still have business in China. We still have a great engineering team there that works and supports some great customers. But the bigger opportunities for us at the moment are elsewhere. It's been in the U.S., it's been in Europe, it's been in other geographies outside of China. So we have some dependence there, but it's dramatically reduced compared to a few years ago.
Who are your customers? You keep referencing them.
So
we have this great function, I always like to say, a supply chain function. So we kind of know the input, the output.
Yeah.
It has yet to be filled in, so fill it in for us.
Yeah, well, we sell to anybody building battery-powered devices. Some names I can mention are Garmin. I can mention Google. I can mention Whoop, the fitness tracking company. A lot of these companies are building health tracking wearables. We've helped them go from, years ago it was basically a glorified step counter. These days they're almost doctors on wrist, right? They're really getting quite good at that.
Does Apple want to work with you?
Have
you talked with them?
I won't comment on that. We don't ship with Apple today. That's a tough prospect for a small company to take on. And so we've really focused on other customers that were more appropriate to our size. Now that we're a public company, that's something we can, of course, explore.
Yeah, so you could scale up if all of a sudden a giant customer came to you and said, we need your help.
And we've shipped more than 270 million units to date. So you go walk around this building, go walk around a mall, go walk around the hospital, you're going to see our devices in use. So we're out there everywhere.
What?
I love it. I mean, you mentioned Whoop, Garmin.
Yeah.
Those are like, that's my world. But you're not consumer facing, so people don't necessarily understand that that's what you do.
Like, what's something we could buy that Tim and I could go to the store and we'd buy? Your
activity tracker.
Yeah, go buy a Fitbit at the store right now, and that has our chip in it. Go buy any number of Garmin watches at the store, and you'll see our chip there.
Talk to us about technological growth. You mentioned Spot. We know Apollo is part of the program as well. When you look out in your pipeline and your ambitions, what do you want the processor to be able to do that it can't do now?
Oh my gosh, that's a great question.
Larger processors, wider market?
Yeah, so first of all, what we have always done, you hear about Moore's Law, right? Moore's Law is alive and well for our portion of the world too. It's not just the bleeding edge data centers and the mobile phones. Every year our products, the Apollo product line is our processor line. They're getting faster, lower power, more integrated. And so actually what we disclosed in our prospectus leading up to IPO was a new family we're developing called Atomic, and this will be our first AI forward product. So what we've seen is we talk to customers in the AR glass space, in the camera space, in a bunch of other spaces. They want more AI compute capability on device. And we've been doing that for years, but they have these really grand ambitions that blow my mind. And so we need to build a product that's going to take us there.
Meta Platforms, a customer?
I can't talk about that. That is a great company for sure. And I would say if you look at publicly available information on them, they have some crazy ambitions that blow my mind. I mean, they talk about what they want to do with those glasses. Just yesterday, Mark Zuckerberg was talking about super intelligence making its way out. And I completely align with that vision.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Come back soon. Scott Hanson, he's the founder and CTO of Ambiq, joining us. When we come back, stocks on the move. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenovec. Stocks given up their early push higher, but still in the green on the S&P 500, just up less than 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite up 0.3%. The Dow down 0.2%. Figma up 215%. Just wanted to throw that one in there.
This is why individual names, even on a down day, we should point out that we have seen the stocks rally fade as U.S. drug makers get letters from the president. The president also expected to sign an executive order imposing new tariff rates on trading partners, so we might get that later on. So there's kind of still a lot coming at investors in certain sectors.
Yeah, we did also just speak with Scott Hansen over at Ambic Micro, IPO this week, up 14% today. So even though we are seeing a little bit of enthusiasm fade as a result of macro and I guess we could call it macro, I don't know, concern about what happens from Washington, especially with a certain sector. We're seeing some real excitement with names that have debuted this week.
Yeah, this is why you've got to kind of look into the particulars. I just want to quick take a look at pharmaceuticals, because if I look at the S&P 500, 1,500 pharmaceutical super composite, it's down about 2.2% here. And this has to do with the President Trump, of course, demanding drug makers to slash U.S. prices. So once again, we see some pressure on the sector. I'm Carol Massar, along with Tim Stenovec. Let's get, though, to some particular stocks on the move. With us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denitsa Sukova. Meta. Got to talk about Meta. It is just soaring. It's unbelievable.
It's incredible. Gains are fading, but definitely Meta is holding. Of course, the ticker is META. It's up nearly 12%. We saw so many of the names that were up kind of felt a lot of pressure, but Meta is still soaring. It crushed expectations. Of course, it's coming off the earnings report. There was so much excitement. There were so many upgrades. I cannot even keep up with the numbers. We have JP Morgan, we have HSBC, and we're not talking about like a small price target upgrade. Like HSBC upgraded from $610 to $900. So things are moving very fast. Obviously, we had good reports from Microsoft. It hit $4 trillion for some time. So incredible optimism there. Of course, all those big tech companies, including Meta, including Microsoft, they're relying on their legacy businesses to fund their pursuits of AI, and that's paying off. But also operating margins rose to 43% in Meta. So we're seeing some profitability. It's not just about AI spending, and it's paying off. The company's up 33% year to date. Incredible, right?
It's unbelievable. Rosenblatt Securities, I looked at some of the, at what the analyst price targets were. Rosenblatt Securities has the street high, according to Bloomberg data, of $1,086 a share, and Meta right now at around $777 a share. It's just off and running.
It looks like investors at this point are supporting the increase in spend on CapEx, the paying big money for that AI talent, and then also all the investments that they're making in AI. Even though, as Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence has explained, we're still not necessarily seeing the results of that spend at this point.
For sure. It's just the beginning, but they're happy to pay up.
I would really, shameless plug, I can be like Matt Miller. I would highly recommend everybody check out our podcast feed and some of the conversations we had with Mandeep yesterday after the earnings, and then, of course, in today's trade, because really killer. What's really interesting is the number one gainer in the S&P 500 is not Meta, it's eBay.
Yeah.
Talk to us about eBay. Ticker, of course, is the company's name.
Yeah, obviously company with a much smaller scale, but a very important one, showing us a lot about what's happening with consumers. Shares jumped 19%. The company projected sales that topped analyst estimates. If we look at the second quarter profit, pretty good number there. It was $1.37 a share, which is 7 cents more the street expected. We're seeing some optimism for consumer resilience. Although one metric that did particularly well was the sale of used and refurbished goods, which you can argue that is not necessarily the healthiest signs for a consumer. Clearly, there is some caution there. Purchasing power from U.S. consumers grew and helped offset demand from European markets. So clearly, maybe the U.S. consumer is a little bit stronger than what we're seeing overseas. But when we look at the stock, it has gained more than 40% this year. Just incredible rally. And yeah, it keeps going.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I like the sort of macroeconomic look there, and maybe using it as an indicator. Okay, finally, Shake Shack. Let's talk burgers.
That's probably the opposite economic. It's again the consumer, but we saw Shake Shack slump 14%. It forecasted third quarter revenue that fell below expectation, and we're talking about inflation, and we're talking about cautious diners. The ticker, of course, is SHAK. The company has pledged to ramp up pace of new product launches. We have some interesting one with fried pickles. I don't know how bullish I am on that, but they also have a Dubai chocolate shake, which was very popular. That said, that
Dubai chocolate is everywhere.
It's so big.
It's down at the World Trade.
What is it?
It's
oh my gosh.
There's a Business Week story on it. You should check it out. Dubai chocolate.
I'd like to eat some of the chocolate.
Well,
next time.
Yeah, next time.
The
Sorry.
pistachio
Please-
prices are
please
going
continue.
well.
Sorry.
Anyway, the company said that its efforts are showing promise. They're trying to keep lids on costs, but clearly that's not enough to lift sentiment. One metric that clearly is weighing is sales at established restaurant climbed less than what analysts were expecting. Shake Shack is down 5% year to date.
All right, Denitsa Sokova. Check out our Stock Movers podcast. Find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. That's going to do it for this hour of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Coming up on TV, The Close. Tim and I continuing right here on radio. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump is dispatching to Gaza his Mideast envoy and his ambassador to Israel. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Tomorrow, Special Envoy Witkoff and Ambassador Huckabee will be traveling into Gaza to inspect the current distribution sites and secure a plan to deliver more food and meet with local Gazans to hear firsthand about this dire situation on the ground.
CBS's Deborah Patta.
In a new report published by a respected medical journal, The Lancet, a group of health professionals said it was time to break the silence on genocide. Their findings made since October 7, 2023 are damning. Life expectancy has reportedly fallen by 35 years. Gaza has the highest number of child deaths of any conflict zone, and the report concludes starvation has been relentlessly used as a weapon of war.
President Trump has given Mexico an extension, but the White House says the midnight deadline holds for other countries to reach a trade deal. CBS's Jill Schlesinger on what could be ahead.
Now it seems that we're settling at a 15% tariff rate with some, I would say, hazy details on how those countries will be investing in the United States, different for each country.
A federal appeals court is weighing President Trump's use of an International Emergency Economic Powers Act to impose the sanctions. Legal analyst Jessica Levinson.
One of the big questions is whether or not the president has the power under this statute to impose these tariffs. This is a congressional statute that has never been used to impose tariffs before.
A Trump administration attorney insisted it's lawful nonetheless. There will be some relief from the extreme heat in the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, but first, severe storms. Jim Krasula reports.
Millions from central Virginia to Connecticut are seeing torrential rain, flash flooding, and a severe storm threat, including tornadoes. Caitlin Anders lives in North Plainfield, New Jersey, which saw widespread flooding devastation just a couple of weeks ago.
You panic. You go, oh God, this is going to happen again.
There will also be significant weather-related flight delays.
After the deadly shooting at a Manhattan office tower, many corporations are rethinking their security.
Office landlords have been inundated with calls from companies asking them to increase security measures, according to the Financial Times. Some companies are considering training employees to respond to shooters, and others have asked about employing AI programs that can identify guns in live security camera footage.
Correspondent Christopher Cruz on Wall Street. Stocks are mixed. This is CBS News. Roughly 70% of Americans say they find interacting with automated phone systems frustrating. Michael Toscano reports there's a bill in the Senate to fix that.
Comedian Julie Story captures the experience.
Thank you for calling this automated system that sounds like a real person but will be significantly more frustrating for you.
Democratic Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego and West Virginia Republican Senator Jim Justice have introduced a bill to ensure that you can speak to a real human being and one located in the U.S. if that's your preference.
Oh, it sounds like you have a question about your account. Is that right? Yes. Ooh, that's too bad because now I'm going to take you through prompts that have nothing to do with your question.
The bill would limit federal benefits for companies who ship those jobs overseas.
All of our representatives are busy at this time.
Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
Goodbye.
Microsoft is now the world's second $4 trillion company. Its earnings report showed strong growth in its cloud computing services and AI. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Thursday. We've also got some big earnings coming after the closing bell. We'll get Amazon just after the close and then Apple a little bit later on, probably about 4:30 p.m. Wall Street time. We'll be breaking them down. Another bunch of earnings as well. We should point out that the earlier moves to the upside that we saw on in U.S. stocks, they've really kind of fallen out of run out of steam, I guess I should say. S&P just up about 2.5 points here. NASDAQ 100 down almost 46. Some of it has to do with some of the news that we continue to get out of the White House when it comes to tariffs, trade. Right now, we know that we do have the president talking about drug makers slashing U.S. prices again. So it's all kind of coming at investors right now.
Just an update for everybody who's been watching this Figma IPO. Shares up 227% as we speak, as high as 252% earlier in the session. A reminder that this IPO priced at $33. It's right now trading at $108. Volume is heavy. It took a long time for price discovery. The high has been $116.38. It opened at $85 a share.
Off and running in a big way. Tomorrow, though, is the big trade deal deadline. We've seen some stuff kind of coming through with delays and some different things. The tariffs, though, we've got a really important question to ask. Are they even legal? Eric Larson follows all of this on our legal team. He's going to weigh in and really lay it out for us. Also, Russia is building a new web around the Kremlin's handpicked super app. It's called Max, and no, it's not a new streaming network. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, this is a good story. Josh Brustein is going to be joining us a little later.
All right, coming our way in just a moment. As we said, huge day for earnings. Apple, Amazon after the bell, Reddit, Roku, and a lot more. We're going to have all the numbers, break them down, and reaction, especially to Apple and Amazon. We'll have that over the next 2 hours. First up, though, let's get to the trade. In for Charlie Pellet is Amy Morris. Hey, Amy.
All right, thank you, Carol. Hello to you. President Trump signed 17 letters to the CEOs of pharmaceutical companies calling on them to take action to lower prices for Americans within the next 60 days. You were just referring to this. S&P Pharmaceuticals Index down now more than 2%. That is one of the things that's pushing markets lower today. The S&P 500 is little changed on the upside. NASDAQ is up 0.3%. The Dow is down 0.3%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.36%. The 2-year yield at 3.95%. Design software maker Figma shares jumped more than 220% on its trading day debut. Figma CEO Dylan Field.
What we really want to do is involve the design community in this experience today that we're having, because I think it's not just that Figma is going public today. Design is going public today.
Figma CEO Dylan Field on Bloomberg Television, and boy, did they go public today. Opening at $85 a share, now bouncing around $108 a share. Google will be forced to open its App Store after Epic Games won its case against the tech giant. That ruling means the Google Play Store will have to lift restrictions preventing app developers from setting up rival marketplaces and billing systems. And New York Governor Kathy Hochul has declared a state of emergency ahead of heavy rain expected to impact New York City and the surrounding area. Hochul posted that announcement on X. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stennebeck.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Amy. Do appreciate it. Tariffs and trade front and center. The August 1st deadline is fast approaching tomorrow. It's not so-called Liberation Day, April 2nd.
No.
It's not July 9th, which was the
other one.
Yeah. Now we're at August 1st is the deadline, but there's an extension with Mexico.
Correct. And we're still waiting to find out kind of where we are with U.S. China. Maybe we'll get an update a little bit later on today.
But separately with all this, there's the big question. The president's trade war, it's facing a crucial test as federal appeals court hears a challenge to his use of emergency powers to impose sweeping tariffs on imports. The question seems basic, but it's pretty complex. Are these tariffs even legal? Eric Larson is with us. He's Bloomberg News legal reporter. Eric, are they legal?
Well, I think ultimately the Supreme Court is going to answer that question, but they did address it today in the Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit, which is an appeals court in Washington. Because it's such an important case, they had all 11 judges in that court hear these arguments today. They were something that both sides have been preparing for months now. One side, all the Democratic-led states filed a lawsuit, and a group of small businesses. And they, of course, won at the U.S. Trade Court, which found these tariffs were illegal, the ones that were issued under the emergency law. So this hearing was to determine whether or not the trade court decision will be affirmed or overturned.
What are the arguments on both sides?
Well, the states and the small businesses that sued say that this emergency law that Trump cited from 1977 doesn't say anything about tariffs, and it was never intended to be used for the president to issue tariffs, certainly not sweeping global tariffs against all of our trading partners. On top of that, they argue that the national emergencies that Trump declared in order to invoke this law are bogus, that the trade deficits, as Trump said, the U.S. trade deficits are a national emergency, a threat to our national security, and that justifies issuing these tariffs. Same with fentanyl. He said that crisis in the U.S. warrants big tariffs against Mexico and Canada and China. So these emergencies, the states, small businesses, they say they're bogus.
Section 232. This is what was invoked in the first Trump administration with China, correct?
Well, that's the thing, is there are a bunch of different trade laws that can be used legally and arguably to issue big tariffs in a lot of different situations that are. This law in particular has never been used to issue tariffs before. So there's all these other ways, Section 232. And one of the judges today was asking the Justice Department lawyer about that, saying we have all these other trade laws that a president can use to issue tariffs. What's the point of all those if a president can just use this one to do whatever he wants?
Could that be a backup plan for the president?
I'm
if
sure.
the court strikes down at least this methodology of sweeping tariffs, could the president go back and use another part of the law?
I think that a lot of critics of these tariffs have even said that is something that is possible, that there's other ways that Trump could put these tariffs in place. Their issue all along in these lawsuits has been that Congress has the power over taxing and tariffs. And that this is a massive tax on all Americans who are paying the bulk of these tariffs. So that's something only Congress can do. And that this law was just never intended to be a blank check for any president to issue whatever tariffs he wants at whatever rate against any country for any period of time.
Is this once again about presidential authority?
Is
that kind of the crux
of it? It's like
of it?
so many of the other cases that have been going on against the Trump administration.
So this is what I'm wondering. Like, here we are, Eric, as you know, at Bloomberg. Often the top stories and most read stories, certainly over the last couple of weeks and for a long time, have been about trade deals and tariffs. And we've seen markets certainly react on that. Tell us about if this goes to the Supreme Court, or if this decision is a decision that requires it to go to the Supreme Court. Is it possible that all of these headlines could be made insignificant and not important and not real?
Well, that's a huge question, right? We already have these tariffs being baked into the global economy while they're being debated because this same appeals court allowed them to stay in effect while this appeal proceeds.
But there's a big question mark.
There's a big question mark.
All of them?
But as we're seeing, a lot of countries are going ahead with negotiating and some of them reaching deals. We haven't seen all the details on them yet, of course, but they're certainly trying to reach these deals. And there is a chance that potentially the Supreme Court ultimately could decide that they're illegal. Perhaps they don't want future presidents to have the same kind of blank check. So these countries might have to go back to the drawing board.
Well, have any other presidents ever done this in terms of? No. Okay.
No.
I think the hard part about this is that, we heard this from Fed Chair Jay Powell yesterday, the uncertainty that is going along with this.
No, you're
so
right.
It's like if you're a company that is trying to figure out, okay, we need to get these things from here and we need to communicate to investors how much it's going to cost us now in this new environment, that's a challenge. Yet we haven't necessarily seen that reflected in the company earnings, at least to the extent of, at least in this quarter, Carol, right? You remember last quarter we heard all the uncertainty from the airlines, we heard concerns about ripping up guidance moving forward. If you're an investor and you're looking for some sort of resolution here, is there a realistic timeline for this, or is this this drumbeat just going to continue as it makes its way to the Supreme Court?
I think that the Supreme Court, when it gets there, is going to probably move expeditiously on this. They can move quickly in cases that are extremely important. They could also just they could also just let whatever the lower court ruling is sort of stand, right? Say if Trump loses at the federal circuit and they don't take it up right away. Could be a hint of things to come. But until there is a final decision, no company is going to have any certainty. But as you mentioned, these other options for Trump issuing tariffs, even if he were to lose on this, I think we know that Trump, based on how he usually does things, is he would press ahead with some other way to get these deals done.
And it sounds like he's got the options out there, right, in terms of other mechanisms he could pull.
Sure. I mean, these tariffs that we've seen here, they said in open court that they were basically a pressure tactic, giving Trump a way to pressure countries to come to the table.
We actually talked with Bill George, executive fellow at Harvard Business School, former chairman and CEO of Medtronic, and remember he thought CEOs...
They're approaching this all wrong.
He's basically saying by delaying, making either an M&A deal or strategy, if you're waiting for tariff clarity, he says at the same time you've got competitors, they're seizing, the opportunities while everybody else, maybe American CEOs are kind of waiting for clarity on the tariff deal. So it's kind of interesting. What is the timetable here? Today?
We don't have one. I mean, we're of course preparing for a decision to come anytime, but they could take days, they could take weeks to come up with a decision, and then of course Supreme Court.
So don't. I hope you have no vacations planned.
I don't know.
It's just
because you're going to be here.
But this is it, right? This is kind of our world. Like this is an uncertain aspect, and we'll have to see how it plays out. Thank you so much. Get home safely. We know we're waiting for some big rain here in New York. Eric Larson is Bloomberg News legal reporter. Check out his work on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com.
Hey, coming up next, we're talking Figma and IPOs because Figma up about 230% as we speak. To remind everybody, shares surged as much as 253%. The company and some of its shareholders raised $1.2 billion in the IPO. Get a great roundtable, not just on Figma, but also on something else happening in tech.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
We have a fascinating Bloomberg Business Week story. Has to do with Russia, the Kremlin, a new app, a new internet? I don't know. We're going to break it down. Do not go anywhere. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
2021 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is now down 0.1%. NASDAQ is up 0.1%. The Dow is down just about 0.5%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.3% and the 2-year yield at 3.94%. Figma, a web-based interface design tool for websites, apps, and other digital products. Shares jumped as much as 253% in its trading debut today. Trading opened at $85 a share, now bouncing around $107, $108 a share. It's bouncing through there. Microsoft reached a $4 trillion market capitalization after reporting quarterly earnings that beat Wall Street's expectations. Microsoft reported better than expected growth in its cloud business with a 39% rise in sales. Shares of Microsoft up nearly 4%. eBay shares jumped after the company projected sales that topped analyst estimates, suggesting optimism for continued consumer resilience at a time of shifting U.S. tariff proposals. Shares of eBay jumped 19%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stinovec.
Hey, Amy, thanks so much for that update. Do appreciate it. Figma shares up 229%. I had to wait for the 8 to hit the 9 just now.
Moving around a lot.
They surged as much as 253%. This after the company and some of its shareholders raised $1.2 billion in an IPO. The trading valuing the company far above the $20 billion mark that would have reached in that now scrapped merger with Adobe a few years ago.
It's like, flip your hair on
Hey,
that one.
yeah, exactly. $20 billion.
$53 billion market cap.
Yeah, exactly.
Unbelievable.
Hey, Dylan Field is the CEO and co-founder of Figma. He spoke to Bloomberg Technology's Caroline Hyde this morning ahead of trading.
I think it's not just that Figma is going public today. Design is going public today. I think we're now in a world where design is the differentiator. That's been our thesis for 10 years. We've seen it play out, but it's even more clear now that design, craft, point of view, that's what sets companies apart.
Well, investors certainly agreeing with that vision today, sending shares up to $108 each. That IPO, remember, was $33 a share. I want to bring in Anthony Hughes, Bloomberg News equity capital markets reporter. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Excitement is one word to use to describe the way that investors are receiving this. I mean, there's a big delta between that IPO price and where it opened, north of $80 today.
Yeah, it's not that common to see an IPO go up 200% on the first day. I mean, back in 2021, it wasn't that uncommon to see companies go up 100% in a day. But
and how did 2021 end?
Not well.
Okay, just want to make sure.
So that's one of the points to keep in mind here, I guess. But it's a very high multiple on which their stock now trades. I mean, you mentioned a sort of, let's just say, a circa $50 billion market cap. This is the company that's earning less than $1 billion revenue a year, and you know, but it's growing fast. It's
wildly profitable, right?
Well, it's more about the growth of the top line. I think it's profitable. It is profitable business, but it's not wildly profitable at this stage. I think if you look at the interview that we had this morning there with the CEO, he's very much focused on growth, AI being, you know, a key pillar of that, but also he's talking about M&A and the like as well. But that's a company growing at 40% a year, and if he keeps that going, then you can
top line growth. You're talking about, right?
Growth, yeah, the revenue side. So that's obviously how a lot of people do look at valuing software companies like this, and this company has now a premium valuation in that software sector, but valuations in the software sector got very high in 21 and they came back pretty hard after that. So, you know, people are going to wonder whether, you know, some of these valuations are sustainable, but this is relatively early. If there's going to be a great revival in software IPOs, this is relatively early in the process. I guess.
What do they do?
They're a company that does, you can call it creative tools software or design software. Designers apparently love the software, which is used in the browser, and you can collaborate with your colleagues to create mobile apps or websites, and also there's an AI product which they've just developed, which will allow designers to get to really automate a lot of these tedious tasks and to develop these apps really based on a conversational prompt, and then you can tweak it around and create the prototypes is the word that they use, which is the prototypes of the apps, and you know, this is a very popular and has a very strong market position, this business versus the incumbent, which was Adobe. So.
What?
I just want to know if this is like, I don't know what the right term to use is, but it's not like open season, but is it like, is this the era of sort of a new round of companies going public because there is investor appetite? Like, are all these companies that have been on the sidelines for months or for years, are they just going to say, okay, this is the signal we need?
It's a very favourable signal, but I just caution that there's not that many companies, certainly in the software sector, that have that sort of profile, which is 40% plus growth, and then we have this thing called the Rule of 40, which includes the growth and profitability. It has 90% plus gross margins, and it has a really strong market position. And not that many other companies, you'd say, in that position. So there is some unique aspects to Figma before you get too carried away. But but there's a bunch of companies that want to go public, certainly later this year, and probably more so next year, and the valuations are on the move upwards, so it's going to be attractive for people to go in a lot of cases.
For somebody who watches the equity capital markets here, I mean, like, what are you going to be watching? Like how this stock trades over the next week or two, and see if whether or not we get a significant pullback, especially after such a strong opening. Give us an idea of how you're going to kind of watch the trajectory and the trend lines here.
Yeah, there is a bit of a trend sometimes with IPOs like this, where in the first, maybe not the first week, but maybe the first few months, it would pull back to a more, to revert to the mean, you might say.
Yeah.
But I think either way, this will still have a very lofty valuation, and certainly a premium valuation for the software sector. So in that sense, even if it comes back a fair bit here, it'll still have a valuation which the company would be very pleased with, and would put it amongst the premium echelon, the top echelon of software names. So, that's a great achievement by the company for now.
All right, well, the stock's up 228% in its first day of trading. Anthony Hughes, thank you so much. Bloomberg News Equity Capital Markets reporter right here in studio.
Okay, from a big tech IPO to what may become a big app. It's called Max, and no, it's not the latest HBO rebrand.
No, it's not.
You get it?
Nice job.
I just want, please laugh. Okay, you don't have to. It's a sprawling app built as a way for users to communicate, manage their finances, access government services, and even skip the lines at music festivals. And it's controlled by the Russian government. And unlike WhatsApp...
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
It's controlled by the Russian government.
Unlike WhatsApp, it doesn't have end-to-end encryption. Joshua Brustein is Bloomberg Businessweek technology editor. He joins us from New York this afternoon. Josh, is this app a way to give the Kremlin substantial power over Russians' online activities, as one of the analysts whom you spoke to for this story said to you?
I think the short answer is yes. It's also the culmination of a long-running strategy from Vladimir Putin's government to clamp down on foreign internet services, the ones that you are familiar with, Facebook, Instagram, X, and replace them with locally controlled alternatives. And by locally controlled, I mean they're run by private companies, but they have close ties to the Kremlin and are widely seen as under state control.
It's funny. Oh, it's not funny, actually. Tim and I were talking after we read your story, and it's just, we're kind of like asking each other, why, like, we all of a sudden just have, it feels like a new Cold War on so many different fronts. And it's just countries that just want to be, borders on so many different levels and control everything that goes on within their borders.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's two kind of versions of this going on. You hear it oftentimes referred to as digital sovereignty. A lot of countries are interested in this. They want more control over the internet. A lot of times there's a suspicion of the United States, or just kind of a fear that if such economically important services are coming from abroad, that's going to leave us disadvantaged. Then there's a second level, which I think you see in Russia, obviously in China, where there's that, but also a real desire for state control, visibility into what people are doing on the platforms, the attempt to censor, every aspect of digital life, and an acknowledgement that, this is where life happens now.
It is, and I think the comparison to China, I think, is an important one, because it seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong, China didn't start out as like having an open internet. It's sort of, this is what was created from the bottom up. I mean, how difficult is it can you put the toothpaste back in the tube in a place like Russia and get everybody to use this app? And I'm not saying that they had or have had in the past, and even in the past few years, have had a completely and totally open internet. We know that, and we know freedom of the press is not like we have here in the US in Russia. But isn't it at a different place than China is and ever has been?
Absolutely. And I think that the question you raise about can they get people to use this in the way they want to is an open question. There has been an effort. The effort is uneven. You see a lot of services have been banned, but it's notable that a lot of really popular services from Western companies have not been banned. YouTube is still fairly popular in Russia. Wikipedia operates in the country. And recently you've seen the Russian alternatives start to be developed there. But I think it's telling that they haven't shut those services off. They're too popular at the moment. WhatsApp, obviously, also the most popular online destination in the country. I think the Russian government would love to have a substitute there that they have more control over. But we're in this intermediary space where, the government's trying to get to a place it wants to get.
Yeah, it's interesting too. I thought you include in your story, Russia recently approved a law that would fine people for web searches for material the state labels extremist. It has outlawed LGBTQ-related content. Even minor online expressions of opposition to the war have led to lengthy prison sentences. I'm not sure what this, I'm not completely surprised. I don't know, and I think about what China's doing here as well. So is it just a matter of time, Josh, that we should assume that folks in Russia largely will be cut off from a lot of outside social media?
I think the answer to that is yes. It's clearly going that way. This is something that has been happening for quite some time, but it really accelerated with the invasion of Ukraine in 2022. That's when a lot of the Western outlets were banned. And you see in a lot of, you mentioned prison sentences for people who object to the war. There have also been an increasing number of internet blackouts, which the government says are necessary to prevent against Ukrainian drone attacks. So when you're in this situation where there's a war going on, that's oftentimes a opportunity to clamp down on expression, to exert more control. And considering that this war seems likely to continue on for some time, I think that those incentives will remain in place.
Josh, real quickly, just about 30, 40 seconds. I mean, what do we know about what people inside Russia really feel about maybe increasingly being cut off from global social media? Or do we know?
A lot of things in Russia, it's hard to tell about public sentiment. I do think that the use of VPNs, which are technologies that allow you to mask your location and go outside, have always been popular in Russia. The government is trying to cut down on that, and I think that should tell you that there is some tension between the government and its population there.
Josh, we're going to leave it there. It's a great story. Joshua Brustein wrote the story. You can check it out on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com as well. Russia is building a new web around the Kremlin's hand-picked super app.
I got to say, what we love about stories from Josh and other members of the team, it's just a snapshot of something that's going on around the globe. While we are so focused on things we should be, but it's just a reminder that in countries there are things going on that are potentially cutting off their people from the world, and just kind of significant.
Hey, speaking of things we should be focusing on, we've got some big numbers after the bell, and before that, got Qualcomm shares moving lower.
Amazon, though, right now, ahead of its earnings, up about 1.5%. Apple, slightly lower. This is Bloomberg.
Nei, jeg har bare ikke Jeg har bare tatt det rolig. Jeg venter på han Trumperen. Han Trumperen lager jo kaos hele tida, så jeg har liksom ikke fått gjort så jævla mye. Så er det vanskelig å få gjort noe når det er så mye sånn småkontor. Så jeg bare sitter rolig. Det er det første ordentlig røde dagen i dag. Litt spesielt, da Meta har kommet inn med knalltall. Så jeg tror folk begynner å skjønne at dette er helt kaos. Microsoft har nå opp 3,75% for å være opp 8-9% i dag. Hva tenker du på nå, Frode?
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. A market rally sputtered and then lost steam. We go to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call with Jordan Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Amy. The main U.S. averages are fading ahead of tomorrow's tariff deadline. The SP cash is down 0.2%, with the NASDAQ down 0.4%. Taking a look at the Dow, Microsoft, 3M, and Amazon lead, with UNH, Merck, and Nike under pressure. Microsoft and Meta remain strong after last night's results, and more big tech numbers are coming after the bell, with Amazon in the green ahead of numbers and Apple in the red. Figma shares gained 250% on its IPO, and Trump has demanded that pharma companies slash drug prices. Wrapping things up, gold is in the green, oil is in the red, and Bitcoin is little changed ahead of Coinbase results. My name is Jordan Fitzgerald from the First Word Breaking News Desk. Back to you, Amy.
All right, thank you, Jordan. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the
drive to the close.
The country music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. We've got about 18 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Thursday, July 31st, last trading day of the month of July, and stocks hovering near their lows of this session. You heard the team breaking it down 11 on the S&P 500, down 233 points on the on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. So we're down about 0.5% on the Dow, down 1/3 of 1% on the NASDAQ 100, a decline of 81 points on a day when you've got something like Meta up about 12% in today's session, and you have Microsoft. We've seen that gain about 3 to 4% higher in today's session. It's about a 4% gain. Apple's down a little bit. Amazon gained following last night's results from Meta and Microsoft, continuing to be up about 1.5%. Both Amazon and Apple, two of the big ones, reporting after the close. Not the only ones, but really the big ones.
I just want to interrupt this message to bring a New York City and New York State centric
Tim has been
comment.
glued to his weather app.
The New York Governor, Kathy Hochul, has declared a state of emergency ahead of heavy rain expected to affect New York City and the surrounding area. Heavy rain and potential flooding are expected to affect the evening commute. Employers are encouraged to dismiss employees early, the governor added.
We're not going anywhere,
we'll be
by
here.
the way.
We'll be here.
We're going to be
But
breaking
get home
down
safe,
your
everybody.
earnings.
Check out the MTA website for what has been disrupted thus far.
Exactly. We want everybody to be safe. Hey, having said that, we're going to be breaking earnings down after the closing bell. Qualcomm came out last night. That stock is down about 7.5% here in today's session. We should point out that we did actually catch up with the Qualcomm CEO. Our Bloomberg Technology team did, and here's what the CEO had to say to them.
I believe that investors are probably still over-indexing on the short term, and they've been focusing about Qualcomm as a handset company. I think the handset market has been a market that has not been growing, and then you have this conversation about the fact that Apple's transitioned to their own modem. You have to step back, and you have to understand that Qualcomm has very, very unique and competitive IP across many areas. We're no longer just a communications company.
That, of course, was the CEO of Qualcomm, Cristiano Amon, earlier on Bloomberg Technology stock. Though, as we mentioned, Qualcomm down, Tim, 7.5%.
Let's bring in Jay Goldberg, Senior Analyst for Semiconductors and Electronics with Seaport Research Partners. He's got a neutral rating on Qualcomm. Hey, what do you make of that comment, Jay, that Qualcomm is no longer just a communications company? Do you buy that?
Well, yes and no. I think for the last few years, the story of Qualcomm has been their effort to diversify away from the reliance on mobile. Mobile is still 70-80% of revenue, and that market's just not growing. So they have a great franchise there. They make a lot of money selling mobile parts, but that market isn't growing.
Jeg tror markedet skal krasje helt, da.
Automotive and IoT and,
Nå har den der... Jeg fikk en melding her i stad.
Those are pretty good ideas. They're doing a pretty good job there, but
Hva
some
sendte
markets
du?
take a long time to develop. Automotive in particular is
Save.
really material to their revenue until 2027, 2028.
Nå går jeg ut inn av chatten, så får dere
It's a
lese
long
det.
time to wait, and there just wasn't much encouragement from their
Discord.
earnings yesterday that sort of changed that trajectory.
The Apple story here. Sorry, Carol.
No, go.
I'm eager to talk about this.
I know,
Because Cristiano Amon mentioned this in the interview. He said that Apple is transitioning to their
Done.
own modem. Is Qualcomm diversified enough to have Apple move away from them completely?
So I think they've been talking about Apple leaving them for a long time now.
Oh, we just lost Jay. We're going to get him back, though. Jay Goldberg over at Seaport Research Partners. Jay joined us just maybe even last week.
Yeah.
Reminder that Jay is the only analyst on Bloomberg with a sell rating on NVIDIA. So one of the reasons we like to talk to him is to see if he's still bearish on NVIDIA.
Well, and I was just looking at Qualcomm, since that's the name we were talking about. Samsung Electronics accounts for 27% of Qualcomm's revenue. Apple's in second place, accounting for about 18% of Qualcomm's revenue. And then you've got Xiaomi at about 10%. Then it starts to fall off a lot. Meta's the next one, fourth biggest customer, about 2% of Qualcomm's revenues. But it does sound like, they have been talking about Apple paring back.
Say the Samsung one again, too. Samsung.
27% of Qualcomm's revenues come from Samsung Electronics.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're the CEO, you want to try to convince investors that you're diversified enough and not necessarily a communications company. But as Jay said, the automotive market takes a long time. I mean, think about how long it takes a smartphone you buy every, I don't know, it used to be every 2 years, maybe every 3 years. I'm like pulling it, like, it's like every 4 years now. Cars, you hold on to for a much longer period of time. They're much bigger purchases.
Yeah, exactly. It's gosh, we've had a car for more than 10 years at this point. A lot of chips in it too, but nonetheless, it's not something that we've been buying every couple of years. It's interesting, and he's got a sell rating on Nvidia, as you said, the only analyst on the Bloomberg with that rating. And we're not going to get Nvidia earnings, I think, until later in August, right? In terms of getting an update on their business, so we'll be looking forward to that. I think it comes down, August 27th.
Yeah, one question that I had for Jay is, because he covers semiconductors, and we ask Ian King this all the time, who covers semiconductors and networking for Bloomberg News, is where we are in the smartphone cycle. Let's bring Jay Goldberg back in on this. He's senior analyst for semiconductors and electronics with Seaport Research Partners. We got him back on the phone. Jay, where are we in the semiconductor cycle here? We know this is a cyclical industry, but we got Texas Instruments and Intel giving cautious outlooks. Where are we in the cycle?
I think a lot of areas around consumer and industrial, we're just recovering. It's been a rough couple of years post COVID, and now those areas are starting to recover. But really, the story in my sector is all about AI. It's AI is the focus for everybody. Anybody who has any exposure to AI seems to be rewarded. But I think investors are starting to be a little pickier about choosing their AI exposure. Like not all AI exposure is the same, and so companies that deliver good results have to deliver really good results, and people like say Qualcomm, who just give sort of in line or okay numbers, get punished. Like people want real AI exposure, not sort of perspective, maybe someday far in the future.
So when you weed through the semiconductor space and you think about real AI exposure, who is it that you find interesting then? I mean, we mentioned your sell rating on Nvidia, but so who is it that you think is something investors should be paying attention to and possibly investing in?
I think Broadcom looks very appealing here. They're participating in all the hyperscalers, internal silicon projects. That's going pretty well. AMD also is emerging as the sort of second source to NVIDIA. They have a ways to go still, but I think they have a credible story there. Some people are looking at Marvell. There's a lot of debate around that stock. They're participating, like Broadcom is, in the custom silicon side of things, but that's they still have a lot to prove there. I think those are interesting areas beyond sort of just the traditional buy NVIDIA and forget about it.
All right, good to get some time with you. Thanks for powering up again. We know it can get a little hectic. Jay Goldberg, of course, senior analyst, semiconductors and electronics at Seaport Research Partners, joining us on this Thursday afternoon. Folks, we're just about 10 minutes away from Amazon earnings. That stock we've seen trade higher throughout the session, still a gain of about 1.8%. Apple coming our way too, around 4:30 p.m. Wall Street time. That stock down about 0.5%. This is Bloomberg.
Bare vent og se. Hvis dette er begynnelsen på et stort fall, så kommer alle til å si å, alt er overkjøpt, og alt er så dyrt, etter at det har begynt å falle. Det er sånn hver jævlig fuckings gang. Så sitter jeg her som en dust og bare, det skal ned, for det er alt for dyrt, og så går det bare opp, og så begynner det å falle, og så bare, å, det er alt for dyrt, nå skal det falle. Jævla nisser, ass. Skulle falt faen meg for oktober for et år siden. Sier seg sjøl, da. Når en indeks har opp faen meg 36% pga. et par selskaper, og så syns ingen det er rart. Latterlig. Det er så latterlig at jeg har faen ikke ord. Hæ? Må selskaper tjene penger? Er det ikke bare AI? Er ikke AI fremtiden da? Må du tjene... Å? Må du tjene penger i tillegg? Å, fy faen, det var rart. Jeg trodde bare man kan satse på AI, så skal det gå opp i uendeligheten. Ja, men skal ikke Trump redde verden da? Så kan han stoppe krigen i Ukraina på et døgn da? Han kan ordne et skattepakke til hele verden på en uke? Faen for et marked det er, ass. Det markedet er helt... Ja. Jeg kommer til å ta et stort tap etterpå. Jeg klarte å dra inn 20 000. Først tappte jeg 12, og så hentet jeg en 12, og så tjente jeg 7 000, og nå er jeg minus 12 000.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Nasser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are just about 7 minutes away from the closing bell on this Thursday. And of course, we're going to have Amazon earnings right after the close. So we'll be breaking them down with our TV colleagues. And then in about 37 minutes, we should get Apple crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Math.
I know. It's
Really impressive.
Yeah. Good education.
You didn't even use the iPhone calculator. I don't know. I had to make an iPhone joke.
You're so funny. Hey, we should say stocks, not so funny perhaps, certainly if you're trying to be a bull in this market. Stocks taking another little bit of a leg down here, so moving towards their worst levels of the session, down about 0.5% in the S&P 500, down 0.9% on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and down about 2/3 of 1 percentage point in the NASDAQ 100, despite Meta soaring in today's session, despite Microsoft rallying in a big way. Amazon is rallying ahead of its earnings today. And then you had an IPO, Figma, just unbelievable, off and running.
Yeah, about 250% was the latest high, but we've surpassed that, Carol. We're up 261% for Figma, $119 per share, $33 was the IPO. It opened at 85, just north of 80, I should say.
Look up a rally in the dictionary,
And that's what you see.
What you would see.
Yeah, Meta up 11%, Microsoft up 4% as we speak.
Can we talk about, I don't know, you guys can usually see behind us. Forgive us for those who are listening on radio, but we're surrounded by a lot of glass. It looks out into an outside courtyard. And so you can really get a good feel of like the weather outside. Sometimes the sun's coming through in a big way. Right now it's kind of dark outside because we are anticipating the rain to start in New York anytime soon.
Yeah, you look at the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal in the last hour. 2 of the top 5 have to do with what's happening with this weather. The New York City area is facing potential flooding. Commuters are bracing for that flooding too. Heavy rain this afternoon, just hours after an unrelated power outage that continued to snarl subways late into the afternoon. The MTA, Carol, suspended service on multiple lines as crews investigated a loss of electricity to signals near West 4th Street, Washington Square in Manhattan. Other lines were delayed as trains rerouted or skipped stops to avoid the outage.
Listen, it can be so rough in and around the New York Metro, especially when we get a downpour because the water doesn't really have a lot of places to go, at least initially. And it's been so...
It goes into the subway.
Humid. It does go into the subway. It's been so humid here that we've been talking about complaining big time about the heat. It's been kind of unbearable and unsafe for so many New Yorkers. Having said that, the disruptions could be a little tough if anybody's trying to get out at an airport, for those of us trying to commute home, because it's all going to happen just as we are leaving our offices today.
I'm not a meteorologist, so take this with a grain of salt, but I'm looking at...
He kind of wants to be. You should see how he looks at, like, the
I used to
radar
do
constantly.
weather. I did used to do weather back in the day, many years ago.
When?
Just after college in Vail, Colorado.
Wait, were you in front of a green screen? all
We
that
didn't
time?
have the budget for a green screen. What I had was
Did
the
you draw pictures?
what I had was the National Weather Service website and a TV behind me that a producer could control. Anyway,
Tim the Weatherman.
Tim the Weatherman,
Who'd have thought?
not a meteorologist though. I
Okay.
want to make sure that that is clear.
Thank you.
Looking at the radar though, it does appear that the worst of this weather over New York City is happening between now and about 5 o'clock, and then it's moving east over Long Island and a little bit to the northeast of the city. So if you're out right now, it could get a little worse over the next 45 minutes.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on it, right, and see what happens, and certainly be sure to check before you jump into a train or head to an airport to make sure.
Hva tenker du på da, Frode? Nasdaq, eller tenker du på
drier, cooler weekend after days of hot and humid conditions? It's been pretty rough. Washington will also be hit by downpours with flood watches in effect from Connecticut to Virginia.
Check flights. I'm getting reports from some people who are listening to us right now that their flight has been canceled already.
Who's that?
Ryan's stuck.
Hey, Ryan.
Jeg tror ikke gull kan kanskje falle ned til 250, men jeg tror ikke han skal falle så mye mer, egentlig.
Probably, right?
For hvis markedet kollapser, så kommer gull til å stikke av.
Little bit where we're going to do quite a bit of earnings, and don't worry, we'll keep you company as your flight is canceled.
Speaking of earnings, we've got Amazon as we head to the close and head to their earnings in just a few minutes' time. It is up about that share price, up about 1.9% here. Apple, though, coming your way in about half an hour. It is down about 0.7%. Over to our TV colleagues go. We're going to count you down to the close and to those earnings right here. Closing bell coming your way.
Breakdown of all of today's market action starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick alongside Katie Greifeld taking you through to that closing bell with a global simulcast. It's already started. There's Carol Massa. There's Tim Senovic in the radio booth. Welcome to our audiences across Bloomberg Television Radio, our partnership with YouTube. A rally to start the day, one that looks like it's going to end in the red despite big gains from Microsoft and Meta.
Yeah, it's really kind of fascinating to see where the overall numbers are going to end up here. I've been looking at pharmaceuticals. They're down about almost 3% here as a whole. Of course, we heard from the White House some pressure from the president for U.S. drug makers to lower prices. So again, sector specific within what is kind of an overall down market.
Seeing some exuberance, though, when it comes to IPOs.
Jeg synes ikke det. Jeg tror ikke de kan falle så mye. Men vi må følge med litt nå på hva som skjer med Trump. Nå har jeg gått og skriket at det kan komme en korreksjon nå et år, da. Og det har bare gått opp på grunn av AI. Men det virker som flere analytikere begynner å skjønne at oi, faen, det er litt dyrt, eller? Men det er ikke de aksjer som vil falle mest, sånn som KOA og MPCC. Jeg tror tariffen tror jeg kommer til å gjøre at MPCC kommer til å løsne. Jeg hadde ikke solgt de der. De har fått så mye juling i utgangspunktet. TGS også, der er det masse aktivitet på forskjellige sokler, har jeg hørt rykter om tidligere. Jeg hadde aldri solgt det der nå.
Here in New York, and we've got a lot to get to here in the after hours with tons of earnings, including from Microsoft and, from Amazon and Apple. There was Microsoft and Meta last night. That's one of those.
Husk på hvor de kommer fra. Det har falt noe jævlig.
Finished the day just barely in the green, up about 10 points as we wait for these numbers to settle. The S&P will decidedly end in the red, down 20 points or 0.4%. The Dow down 0.8%, and the Russell 2000 lower. That's your laggard on the day by almost 1%.
Hey guys, most names in the S&P 500 lower today, about 365 to the downside, 137 gaining ground.
Keep going.
Paramount? Oh, okay. So let's talk about Paramount, if we will, because it's crossing the Bloomberg terminal as we speak. Ticker, of course, is PARA, and let me bring up the numbers here. Let's go to second quarter revenue. The company, $6.85 billion. That is just pretty much in line. The street was looking for $6.87 billion. Second quarter adjusted EPS, continuing operations, 46 cents a share. That compares with an estimate of 37 cents a share. We are seeing the stock, I think initially, are we seeing it?
Yeah, it's kind of fluctuating, Carol, between gains and losses here. Of course, the stock that is going to be absorbed into Skydance and repurposed, if you will, one of the many earnings that we're waiting to cross the wire, and that includes Amazon. Carol, I believe Amazon earnings now on the tape.
All right, so let's get to it because we did see the stock gaining in the regular trade. Let's get to it. Second quarter EPS, $1.68. That is 35 cents better than the street was expecting. Second quarter net sales, folks, $167.7 billion. Again, that's a beat. beat. 162.15 was what the street was looking for. AWS, always important. Net sales ex FX up 17%. That's in line with what the street was expecting. Second quarter operating margin 11.4%. That too, Tim, is a beat. 10.4% was what the street was expecting. Outlook, always important, sees third quarter net sales of 174 to 179.5 billion, and Tim, the street
Amazon leverte bedre enn ventet og bedre guiding.
so that's a beat. Stock right now up about 1.25% here in the aftermarket.
We're looking at what Andy Jassy says to shareholders. Our conviction that AI will change every customer experience is starting to play out as we've expanded Alexa Plus to millions of customers. Continue to see our shopping agent used by many millions of customers. Launched AI models like Deep Fleet that optimize productivity path with our 1 million plus robots. Made it much easier for software developers to write code. In addition, he says our AI progress across the board continues to improve our customer experiences, speed of innovation, operational efficiency, and business growth. Andy Jassy is excited, he says, for what lies ahead. Shares now lower by about 1%.
Let's talk a little bit about what they see ahead. Third quarter net sales between $175 billion to $179.5 billion. The estimate had been for $173.2 billion, so a little bit of an upgrade there. AWS, just to go back to it, remember there was a lot of focus on this because it's AWS, but also because we saw Microsoft put up big numbers yesterday when it came to Azure, but it looks like net sales for AWS beating as well.
All right, just real quickly, Roku shares higher in the after-hours trade as well. The company coming in with second quarter EPS of about 7 cents.
Alle AI-aksjene, Amazon,
on that metric, revenue up 15%,
Alphabet,
1.11 billion, and that is a beat over what the street
leverte bedre enn ventet.
Bruk
også.
I'm going to go to First Solar in a moment, but Amazon sees third quarter operating income of
Jeg kjøpte litt Nasdaq nå. Jeg er short, men jeg kjøpte Nasdaq nå. Jeg tror det kan poppe opp på den morgenen. Vi falt 300 poeng på Nasdaq i dag.
Some of the bouncing around that we've seen in shares of Amazon in the aftermarket. So we've seen
Så de leverte
down
kjempebra
about
tall.
0.6%, Romain.
Let's talk a little strategy. The company formerly known as MicroStrategy, they've increased their fiscal year 25 Bitcoin gain target to $20 billion from $15 billion. The company sees fiscal year 25 earnings per share of $80 per share based
Basically,
on
altså hedge kontoen da.
$1,000 Bitcoin outlook. Remember, Bitcoin's just shy of
Han vil ha pluss på
$120,000 right now.
denne.
Sees net
I
income
dag
of
var det en
$24
spesiell dag, ass.
billion. Sees fiscal year operating income of $34 billion. Their second quarter cash and cash equivalents has missed estimates. Shares in the after hours are,
en bra da.
well, I can't really tell right now. Up about 0.5%.
All right, breaking news also here on Fannie and Freddie, both stocks moving higher in the after-hours trade. This after a report by Bloomberg citing people familiar with the situation that President Trump has met with leaders at J.P. Morgan, at Goldman Sachs, and at Bank of America, at the White House, and asked them to devise a plan to monetize the mortgage giants. Remember, these are effectively the government-sponsored enterprises that have been in conservatorship since the financial crisis back in 06, 07, 08, a path, maybe, potentially, to being released from that conservatorship.
Interesting to see this breaking news because, of course, we learned earlier today that Goldman CEO David Solomon was meeting with Trump on Thursday afternoon. We know that he invited J.P. Morgan's Jamie Dimon last week. I believe Brian Moynihan also scheduled to appear there. Now some details about what exactly they're talking about, and certainly a hot topic there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. These quasi-public-private enterprises have always been fascinating. All right, let's get to another earnings crossing. We're talking about KLA Corp crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Let me just pull it up here on my Bloomberg. And you've got KLA fourth quarter revenue, $3.17 billion. That's a bit of a beat. The estimate on the street was $3.08 billion. Fourth quarter adjusted EPS, $9.38 a share. That is certainly some outperformance there. The street was looking for $8.55. Let's go to the outlook. First quarter adjusted EPS for KLA, they're looking for adjusted EPS in the first quarter of $7.76 a
Jeg
share.
lurer på om det vi ser nå rett og slett Sale on News, altså, for alle de tallene som kom, også sånn Amazon med til alt sammen, de slår forventningene, men markedet har gått så jævlig i forkant, så vi går på det. Det er litt spesielt,
more
ass.
than 3%. Remember, these shares were up 52% going into the print today. The company with second quarter subscription and services revenue that missed estimates, coming in at $655.8 million.
Coinbase
Total
tomma.
revenue for the second quarter coming just shy of estimates at $1.5 billion. Trading volume coming in shy of estimates at $237 billion. And second quarter Transaction revenue coming in at 764.3 million. That's shy of estimates of 810 million. Once again, shares right now lower by about 5.4%.
Well, I have a good news story, and that is what's going on with Reddit, of course, reporting, and you can see that shares are up 11% after hours. That's after Reddit raised its third quarter revenue forecast. They now see revenue for the third quarter between $535 million to
Reddit leverte også bedre enn
$545
ventet, så Reddit leverte bedre enn ventet, Amazon
estimate
leverte
was,
bedre enn ventet,
for
Outlet
around
leverte bedre enn ventet, Meta leverte bedre enn ventet. Altså alle AI og basically
and it
tech
also
har levert
helps
bedre enn
that they
ventet.
beat on second
Men
quarter
Nasdaq stuper.
revenue as well. So a beat and raise coming out of Reddit.
I'm just going to squeeze one last one in. Rocket Companies just reporting as well.
Jeg
Shares
håper
higher
at
by
starten
8%
på
in the
korreksjonen.
after-hours trade. The mortgage company saying that adjusted revenue did come in above estimates at 1.34 billion. EPS coming in above estimates at 4 cents a share, and the guidance for the third quarter, the company says revenue should be in a range of
Rocket også kommer bedre enn ventet, opp
And just quick, I
8,33%.
want to end in First Solar because we're seeing that stock move up about 4% in the aftermarket. Second quarter EPS 318 to 266. Talking about the outlook, sees fiscal year EPS of 1350 to 1650 a share. That is above 1250 to 1750. So bit of a range there, but nonetheless, we are seeing that stock, which has been under some pressure, up about 4.6%. And just a reminder, we've got Amazon now down about 2.3%. Apple coming your way in just about 23 minutes. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Across platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. Romaine and Katie continuing there on their coverage over there on TV. Tim and I continuing on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We'll see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenivek. Amazon shares down about 3% in the after hours. The company sees third quarter operating income $15.5 to $20.5 billion. That was in line with estimates that are at $19.42 billion. I guess maybe on the lower side, it's not in line, and that could be why the stock is moving a little lower. Second quarter operating income, though, blew past estimates at $19.17 billion.
Yeah, I do think that third quarter operating income could possibly, especially the downside or the lower end of the estimate, be problematic. Let's see what our team has to say. It is such a massive company, as you know. We need two Bloomberg Intelligence analysts to really break it down with us.
De tenker på Fi, og så er det vel reelle krypto, det er ikke noe CFD eller noe sånt nå, så jeg tenker at det er ganske store Fi, sånn som på Firi og sånn. Og
Chicago Bureau, and we've got Poonam in our Princeton Bureau. Hey, Anurag, I want to start with you because AWS is always so
Coinbase, og så har
when it comes to the top and bottom line here at Amazon. Walk us through what we got on that side of the business.
Hva heter de andre igjen?
Yeah, I mean, as you see, they met
Den største.
US growth of 17% in
Ja, Binance.
constant currency. But, this is where we are saying that this is probably not good enough because Microsoft beat by a big number, Google beat by a big number, and the big question is...
Det er ganske spesielt, altså. De største AI-aksjene leverte i dag,
That's going to be probably one of the most important questions on the call.
og så går vi ned 300 poeng. Hvorfor har det ikke gått ned
I want to bring in Poonam
på
here
ræva
because
tall?
one thing that I noticed when I was
På
reading this in real
drittall?
time, the statement from
Hvorfor skal vi gå
CEO
ned på bra
Andy
tall?
Jassy, also president over at Amazon.
Jeg
Was
tenker at
Poonam, how much you
det
talked
er
about the connection between the shopping
Jeg tenker
experience
at
for
nå,
Amazon's
nå
core
det kan ikke
customer
bli noe bedre, så
and
nå blir det sikkert
artificial
salg,
intelligence? Because
for det
up
har
to
gått så mye i
now,
forkant.
and maybe I'm
Hva er det?
wrong, but I've thought about AI in the context of AWS.
Hvorfor helvete er vi her oppe, liksom? Hvorfor har det gått 36% opp på Nasdaq? Hvorfor?
Is it actually doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. AI is a big deal in e-commerce, and Amazon's been investing a lot to improve the customer experience. It starts with search, right? When you go to Amazon and you're searching something, they've just improved it, and they've also launched Rufus, which is their AI or your personal assistant. So that's really been helping shoppers and just, figure out what they want to buy. You want to buy a microwave, but what microwave is better? The shopping assistant helps you not only bring choices forward, but also helps you navigate through the descriptions, the pricing, etc. So it really helps improve conversion, and that's where AI is helping on the shopping side.
What metrics do you look at, Poonam, to make sure that the investments that they're making are actually leading me to spend more money on Amazon?
So Amazon doesn't share all the metrics that we'd like to see, but we know that they've talked about conversion and how that's improving. So I think that's the number one metric. To any extent, when we get color around that, I think that is what's most important. If you think back, online conversion, just broadly speaking, is in the low to mid single digit range. So only about 5% of shoppers that go online to shop actually transact.
Vi er en sånn hybridbørs, da, Slumdog, så du kan jo faktisk du handler med CFD-er, og så kan du veksle det til ekte krypto. Nei, da faen jeg.
It's higher on Amazon, of course.
Let's remind everybody that in the aftermarket following earnings, Amazon down about 2.6% here. It's only up about 7% year to date. Anurag, you talked about, the blowout numbers that we've gotten from the likes of Alphabet and others when it comes to cloud. AWS, as we said, the growth was in line with what the street was expecting. Why might they not have outperformed what we got from some of the other hyperscalers?
The first thing is they're much larger than all the others. Their run rate is over $100 billion. So, that's one factor. And, to be very honest, growing 17-18% at 100 billion is not a bad deal. But the second part is when you look at somebody like a Microsoft, they are getting the benefit of ChatGPT transactions being run on their cloud. So that's a huge benefit for them. Amazon doesn't have that option, frankly, because they don't have a ChatGPT like application that's running. A lot of what they're doing is on the enterprise side, and those applications are currently in the build phase, which means over the next several years we should see the trickle-down effect of those usage driving up AWS. So I think there is a timing mismatch. I don't see, them as being inferior in any way to some of the other cloud providers. In fact, as I said, they are the largest with probably the most services out there right now.
Do they stay the largest? I mean, they certainly were early into this. I think you could say that they helped invent this. I mean, Andy Jassy, certainly that's why he's CEO after heading up the Amazon Web Services and then being picked by Bezos to take this job. Would you say that they are comfortably in first, or is Azure at Microsoft, Anurag, and also is Google Cloud doing a good job of catching up?
They're both doing a very good job of catching up. And as I said, Microsoft has an inherent advantage there. So maybe down the road, several years from now, let's say 3 to 4 years, they would be neck to neck. But, one of the things is this is a market where we think the entire market is growing much bigger. We don't see 5 years from now AWS being a smaller business than where it is right now. The rate of growth depends on the propensity of enterprises to spend on technology, but we think all three of them will benefit with cloud becoming much bigger over the next 3 to 5 years.
We should point out some more of the statistics on Amazon. Online stores net sales, $61.5 billion, up 11% year over year. Physical stores net sales, about $5.6 billion, up 7.5% year over year. Third-party seller services net sales, $40.35 billion. That's up 11% year over year. Poonam, they also say in some of the commentary or conviction that AI will change every customer experience is starting to play out. So we talked about it a little bit earlier. I mean, what they are doing in terms of getting people to spend more time on the platform, it's all happening.
Yeah, it's happening. I mean, all the numbers that you just cited, they outperformed expectations. So whatever they're doing, and they're doing a lot, they're doing it right. We think that Amazon is making the right moves to expand their retail footprint online. Once again, it comes back to what do customers want. They want everything. And Amazon's a marketplace that really sells a lot of different types of goods. And they want the speed. And speed is key here because you can get things same day or next day from Amazon without paying a fee being a Prime member. So that's really key here. And the numbers in the second quarter were actually quite impressive on the retail side. They did do really well. Prime Day sounds like it was a great success. We'll hear more on the call, but the numbers outperformed on the retail side.
Is there a follow-through, if you will, when it comes to what this tells you about kind of consumers and the U.S. economy?
Yeah, I think consumers are focused on value, and I think Amazon does give you value. They are trying to keep prices low, and this may be a function of that, where, as consumers shop around and they're seeing price hikes due to tariffs, either they've already started or they're coming up, they're finding deals on Amazon. So they're going there, and that's a nice place for Amazon to be as we move forward into the second half.
I want to ask both of you, and let me start with you, Poonam. I mean, what are you thinking about that you want to listen for on the call that the company does with analysts and investors, top of mind, or what you would be asking?
Yeah, for me on the retail side, it's really the tariff question and the de minimis question. You know, we know we're losing the de minimis exemption, so how should we think about that in terms of their third party, especially where they do rely on some of those drop shipping, especially haul. And then the second thing I'm looking for is just how they're going to be pricing the goods as we move into the second half, because for now we have been somewhat insulated with a 10% pause on most goods outside of China, but that we know is changing in the back half.
Hey, Anurag, come on back in here, because one thing that I'm looking at the write-ups right now, and it does seem like, you know, what we said at the beginning, that this operating profit estimate for the current quarter really underwhelmed. Why is it that Amazon doesn't get rewarded for being less profitable the same way that other companies are rewarded for this? Or maybe the better way to ask it would be, you know, the measure of CapEx and why, you know, investors are so okay with Meta Platforms spending so much money, but Amazon's operating profit not coming in as high as they thought it would. Is it because Meta's just printing money and has a higher margin business?
Jo, det raser som faen, Slumdog, men jeg har sagt det nå i flere måneder, og det har jo ikke stemt. Det er typisk at det stemmer i dag, den dagen jeg går litt long.
For probably 10-15 years, you know, they were extremely unprofitable, and people, you know, still rewarded for them. You know, in our view, profitability story has been amazing over the last 3 to 4 years. Look at where AWS has gone from low 20s to the 30s. Now, today it was a bit lower than what consensus were anticipating, but you know, it ebbs and flows because of the capex that they are investing in throughout their ecosystem. Imagine a business, I mean, last quarter, their AWS profit or operating margins were 39.5%. I mean, that's a 40% margin business. That's pretty impressive across any, you know, tech platform. So again, it is lumpy, but that's because of investments. That's because of how they hire. You know, we think longer term, that is still a 40% margin business.
So I want to put the same question I asked of Poonam, Anurag, what you are thinking that you want to know a little bit more about when the company gets on the calls with analysts and investors.
Yeah, the two things that we want to know is what's happening to your capex. Now, my gut feel is they will want to take the capex up because all the other cloud providers have done it, so they can't really be left behind. But then the second question is, well, can you give me an idea for all the capex that's going in? What kind of AI workloads are you seeing? And if you are seeing some AI workloads, you know, why not disclose that number and, you know, talk about it openly as Microsoft has done in the past, you know, 1.5 to 2 years.
All right.
Hey, Poonam Goyal, I want to bring you back in here because you cover e-commerce and athleisure. Carol asked you a really good question about if we can get any insight into the consumer and the health of the consumer by reading into these numbers. Would you say that Amazon is well positioned if you indeed believe that we could be entering a downturn? We did see this question asked yesterday from at the Federal Reserve by one of our own reporters, and referencing that Vantage Score report that high-income consumers are actually missing on their bills right now when it comes to autos and credit cards. Is Amazon well positioned to be a player if we do see a downturn?
I think if we see a downturn, Amazon's not going to escape the ramifications of that. But that said, compared to everyone else in retail, I do think Amazon will fare better than the rest. And I do think that they will continue to attract the value customer who's just looking for deals and looking for value. Because at the end of the day, when you think about how retailers buy, those with scale have buying power. And Amazon has over $700 billion in GMV based on our estimates. I can't think of a retailer bigger than that in the US that has buying power.
All right, Poonam, we're going to let you go. Poonam Goyal, Senior Analyst for E-commerce and Athleisure. We're going to be watching out for her research and commentary also following the company call. She is, of course, with our Bloomberg Intelligence. Anurag, before you go, at least for this moment, Apple should be crossing in less than 10 minutes' time. What will you be looking out for here?
You know, we really want to know what commentary they have around AI initiatives and what is the policy at this point in terms of adding, you know, other third-party models onto the ecosystem. When we look at the results, we think we're going to get a push or a pull forward of demand from, you know, the last quarter. But next quarter guidance is extremely important, which we don't think is going to be that great.
I feel like we keep saying we want to know more about AI. What are you doing? What are you doing? Anurag Rana, thank you so much. Senior tech analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. They're in our Chicago bureau. I do want to point out, though, Amazon, the big one right now, it is still down about 3.7% here in the aftermarket. And of course, we've just talked about the company, but projecting profit for the third quarter that is underwhelming on the expense that it has been doing when it comes to artificial intelligence. The race is on for AI, and it looks like some companies, take Meta, take Microsoft, take Alphabet, investors are impressed, but not necessarily the case here with Amazon.
We should also note the president is making comments right now. He's expected to sign an executive order on trade. We'll bring you his comments as they do become more relevant. Right now, he's talking about the President's Council in sports, fitness, and nutrition. You can tune into Live Go on the Bloomberg terminal for his comments.
All right, we're going to continue to monitor that in the nation's capital. Right now, we stay in Washington, head back to Amy Morris with a check on some of the headlines here after the closing bell. Hey, Amy Morris.
All right. Hey, Carol, thanks so much. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. We do bring you closing numbers each day here at Bloomberg. The S&P down 24, NASDAQ down 7. The Dow lost 330 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.36%. The 2-year Treasury yield at 3.94%. Lots of earnings. I'm not going to hit them all. Here's the highlights. Amazon down nearly 4% in the post-market after its projected operating income fell short of estimates, and that has investors worried that Amazon's just spending too much time trying to keep up with the race for artificial intelligence. Reddit shares 12% higher in the post-market. Reddit raised its third quarter revenue forecast and its second quarter earnings beat estimates, so Reddit shares are gaining. Clorox forecast adjusted earnings per share for 2026 that missed estimates. Shares of Clorox 0.5% higher in the post-market. President Trump meeting with bank leaders, including CEOs of JP Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, and Bank of America at the White House. He's asking them for their pitches on monetizing mortgage giants Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, including a major public offering of stock, that according to people familiar with the matter. Figma, the web-based interface design tool for websites and apps and such, their shares jumped 250% in their trading debut today, opening at $85 per share, ending the day around $117 per share. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stinabet.
All right. Thanks so much for that update, Amy. Do appreciate it. Looking at shares of Apple right now, they're up about 1%. There are kind of three themes that we are watching for, Carol. Has to do with artificial intelligence.
Right.
Tariffs.
Right.
Succession.
Right.
Tariffs, I think, is number one. It's the most immediate impact. Like Mark Gurman told us earlier, the message that Apple management will send will be that when it comes to AI, we are in a good place. He will deflect the criticism that we've been hearing.
I want to know what that means, especially when they continue to lose some really top talent when it comes to what they've been doing in AI. Let's see certainly what our Sarah Frier has to say about all of this. She's Bloomberg News big tech team leader, and she's out there on the West Coast. Apple, we're just about 6 minutes away, kind of eager. Top of mind for you, Sarah, and the team.
I mean, it's an era of so many changes for Apple at once. We have the tariff pressure, the competition in China, so like a couple China-related big pieces that we're thinking about today. We also have the AI battle with other big tech companies. Apple is lagging behind its competitors in that front. So we'll see what they have to say about that. They've been losing talent. They've been trying to rethink their strategy. And then further, we're going to just look at the device sales. It's always a tough quarter for Apple in the middle of the year here. It's not the holiday season, and it's not after new device releases. But it's possible that people will have been buying devices to get ahead of possible tariffs coming later. So if that is a positive trend, that could help the numbers somewhat. But look, Apple stock is down this year. Look at it compared to the rest of the big tech crew. People are expecting a lackluster report, so they have to really blow it out of the water in order to reassure people that they're on a better trajectory. trade.
And let's remember, I'm just looking at our live blog, Mark Gurman putting out there that Apple, of course, no longer provides guidance for the current quarter in its earnings press releases, but he says he would expect some color on the call. I mean, the other thing is, during the earnings call back in March, Apple said it anticipated a $900 million headwind due to tariffs during the third quarter. So we'll see, as Sarah, you've been pointing out too, we'll see whether or not, Tim, that prediction holds up.
Right. Are they going to give another number, or
Yeah.
are they going to give more color on whether it was as bad as they expected? And this is the third quarter for Apple, by the way, the one that they're reporting today. And then, we'll hear about the fourth quarter.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it's a really tricky time to be them when you have this product, the iPhone, that has been so dominant for so long, and you have to think about your next era. That's been the story for Apple for the last 5 years, I want to say.
Yeah, and I think it's important for us to keep in mind when we're hearing about these like CapEx numbers for the year being in the $100 billion if you're a Meta Platforms. It's a different animal when we're talking about Apple. CapEx for the fourth quarter, the estimate is for $3 billion. So a far cry from those companies that are hyperscalers that are investing so much in AI right now. For the current quarter, for the quarter that just ended, that would be the third quarter, we're expecting revenue, the Bloomberg consensus, at $89.3 million. Products revenue to come in at $62.8 billion. iPhone revenue to come in at $40 billion. Sarah, you mentioned something that is so interesting to me, and it's the idea that traditionally this has been kind of a slow quarter, at least for devices, because people expect now at this point, after close to 20 years of iPhones coming out, that the September release of the iPhone is, again, ahead of the holiday season, is really where you see that new phone and you buy that new phone. But
if you're buying a new phone now, it's usually you've dropped it and it's broken.
Exactly.
Or other reason you're in dire need of a new phone, which not as many in the market are. But yeah, you're right. It could be different this quarter
because of tariffs.
Right.
And the question I have for you is, it doesn't matter if that phone is made in India or if it's made in China, because if it's not made in the U.S., President Trump kind of doesn't care.
Well, but the idea that iPhones will ever be made in the U.S. is it's not going to happen. I mean, we've talked with Mark Gurman about this many times. It's just one of those feats that's sort of impossible with the way current manufacturing is set up. The people who build these iPhones are especially trained to do it. They would be a whole lot more expensive, maybe thousands of dollars more, if they're made in the U.S., at least according to some estimates.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating. And I'm, again, looking at the live blog. I mean, we've been talking with analysts, we've been talking with Mark Gurman, we talked with the team about, Tim Cook, who has now been identified with the company for a long time and, was put in a tough position taking over, right, from Steve Jobs, but has done incredibly well with the company and has been doing that for a long time. But you do wonder, there are some analysts that we talk to that say maybe it's time for him to move on and a new CEO to come in place.
Yeah, two analysts in particular, Laura Martin over at Needham mentioned that to us in the last couple of weeks, and then Walter Piecyk over at Lightshed, formerly of BTIG, has been vocal about that too.
Like, you do wonder, is it just a case that they've just got to figure out this AI thing and what it means for the company and get on board? Or, the other thing is, Sarah, we talk a lot about Apple, that there's sometimes with the smartphone, they weren't the ones first out of the gate, but man, they really took over the market in a big way.
I mean, I think you recently saw a shuffling. Oh, here are Apple numbers. They just came.
Okay, let's go to them right now. Third quarter earnings per share, beating estimates, $1.57. The estimate was for $1.43. Third quarter revenue coming in above estimates. Wow, really blowing it out of the park at $94 billion. The estimate was for $89.3 billion. iPhone revenue, Carol, coming in at $44.58 billion, beating estimates of $40.06 billion. Once again, that third quarter revenue really knocking it out of the park. $94.04 billion. This is the current quarter, remember. The estimate was for $89.3 billion. What are shares doing?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the stock up about 2.5% here in the aftermarket. As you mentioned, third quarter EPS, $1.57. That is 14 cents better than what the street was expecting. That third quarter revenue, definitely outperformance there, $94.04 billion. The street looking for $89.3. Taking a look at, I'm just trying to see what other numbers we're getting here. Mac revenue, $8.05 billion. That was better than what the street was expecting of 7.3. Third quarter products revenue overall, $66.6 billion. That too is a big beat. 62.36 was the estimate. Greater China revenue, that came in a little higher than forecast, 15.37 billion. The street estimate was for 15.19 billion. iPad revenue a little bit light here. And again, total operating expenses, let's go there, 15.52 billion, a little bit higher. Street was looking for 15.38 billion dollars. But again, we're seeing the stock bounce around in the aftermarket, and we're seeing it mostly higher, now up about 1.6%.
Yeah, Mark Gurman put it pretty well. He says a massive beat by Apple. Revenue topped estimates by close to $5 billion. Earnings per share came in above estimates. iPhone came in more than $4 billion above estimates. Wearables came in just shy of estimates. Greater China above estimates ever so slightly. Mac was up. It was iPad revenue that came in slightly below, and then also wearables. But you know what? That's a tiny portion of overall revenue.
Not sure if we still have Sarah with us.
We do.
Sarah Fryer, good, sorry. Forgive us as we were going through the numbers. Your take as we see the stock move higher in the aftermarket.
This is what they needed to do. This is exactly what they needed to do. I think what we have yet to hear, this shares could move again on the current quarter guide, which we might get on the call. And they could move on anything that Cook says about AI and investment there. Those are kind of the balls that are still in the air on this one. But across the board, we're seeing really good numbers from them. That should go a long way to reassure investors that they're on a good track. And it may be because people are getting ahead of tariffs.
Yeah, and what's interesting, they also, headline crossing that they're going to pay that quarterly dividend of 26 cents a share. There's no change, so it's not like they're upping. We always talk about all the cash on their balance sheet, and folks are saying, up the dividend or pay more back. And we, this is a company that certainly has done things like buybacks and so on and so forth pretty aggressively.
Sarah, were you right in the iPhones being pulled forward in a sense due to tariffs? I mean, this was a massive beat when it came to iPhones in a quarter where people are holding off typically.
I mean, that's got to be it, right? You have to think that if people are looking at, if tariffs are going to make things more expensive, what are the big ticket items in my life that I need to buy now before that happens? And iPhones would rank towards the top of that list. If you think about what people feel like they have to own right now, that's one of those things that is a big ticket item that people might want to replace sooner to save money.
So appreciated. Of course, our Sarah Fryer, she's Bloomberg News senior tech team leader, joining us from the West Coast. And we're looking at shares of Apple up about 1.5% here, almost 2% higher here in the aftermarket. Again, some of the big red stickies, as we like to call it here at Bloomberg, third quarter revenue easily outperforming what the street was expecting, $94.04 billion. Street was looking for $89.3 billion. Third quarter iPhone revenue, that too was a big beat, $44.58 billion. Estimate was $40.06 billion. Again, Sarah Farr saying maybe some of that buying was pulled forward. And then third quarter Greater China revenue outperforming just a little bit.
Expectations have been
low,
adjusted.
But
yes.
Still.
That's, $15 billion, nothing to shake a stick at.
A hair above, right?
Yeah, shares going into the print down 17% this year. I want to bring in Ivan Feinseth, Research Director and Chief Investment Officer at Tigris Financial Partners. The firm has more than $500 million in assets under management. They've got both Apple and Amazon stock for clients. He joins us from New York City. What do you make of this? It was a pretty massive beat on the top line, really a massive beat across every category. Slight beat when it came to China, iPad revenue slightly below expectations. What are your first impressions?
Well, I think there was a lot of caution going into the quarter, and they were strong on revenue, definitely strong on iPhones, and strong on iPhone sales in China. Those were the key concerns. I think that even Tim Cook just commented that pull forward sales based on tariffs were only a small part from what they were seeing.
So then why do you think the iPhone beat was so big?
It just could be where we are in the upgrade cycle.
But we're in a time where people hold onto their phones for longer and wait to buy it because that new one comes out traditionally in September, late September.
there's still a lot of 12s out there, so people may can maybe hold off, or the promotion. We're still seeing a lot of promotions from the carrier providers like AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. So the promotions drive sales. Maybe it is, like Sarah said, concerns over higher tariff-driven prices, and people are upgrading now. So either way, there was a lot of concern that it could have been a weaker than expected quarter, and it was a much stronger than expected quarter, especially in 3 key areas: overall revenue, iPhone sales, and China iPhone sales.
All right, so you've got Tim Cook saying today Apple is proud to report a June quarter revenue record with double-digit growth in iPhone, Mac, and services, and growth around the world in every geographic segment. So highlighting that, the big question that we had, Ivan, they're going into it, and one of the things that was top of mind is AI, right? In a couple of weeks where we've been looking at the hyperscalers, the big spend, the return on investment as a result of that. What about on AI? How big a deal is that for you when you look at Apple?
It is a big deal, and they still really have not wowed on AI yet. And they're talking about partnering, working with other AI providers. I mean, Siri still needs a lot of improvement. A lot of the functionality that is out there is pretty good as far as pictures and text and email messages to integrate AI to help facilitate the editing of pictures and sending texts and emails. But I think they still have a long way to go, because Apple has always had a tremendous wow factor, and AI has really not been at the level that everybody is expecting from Apple. So that is an opportunity, but services revenue did increase nicely, which is another key point. So those, I think, are really that's the fourth of the total 4 key points that everybody was focusing on.
Our Ian King sharing with the team on the live blog. Service revenue up 13%. Wearables provided sales that actually showed a contraction of about 8.6%. Mac sales, an increase of 15%. iPad revenue, a decline of 8%. And iPhone had revenue, an increase of 13%. AI, why is it so tricky for Apple? They're continuing to lose some top talent. Why is it so tricky for them, Ivan, that they can't seem to get it together?
May be the conundrum, because Apple is viewed as an incredibly innovative company. And while they're never the first mover, they didn't invent the smartphone, but they took it to the next level. They didn't invent the iPod, took it to the next level. So each thing that they address, they take it. They're not the first mover, but they do take it to the next level. So everybody has high expectations as far as Apple Intelligence or AI. So I think that is part of it, and they really haven't come out and wowed everybody. The other area that I think is important, well, I think the Vision Pro as a concept was really great, but I didn't think they were going to sell that many of those headsets at $3,400. And I expected at some point they would come out with a more streamlined version, a much more cost competitive version.
Vil du si hva jeg skal gjøre for noe? For jeg kjøpte ganske mye kontrakter nå før Apple-tallet. Nå går jeg penger på dem. Om jeg skal ta gevinst, eller om jeg skal sikre litt i morgen, fordi Apple-tallene kom inn helt psyko-bra. Og vi har falt jævla mye i dag før tallene kom. Så det kan jo komme en ganske bra rekyl i morgen på Nasdaq.
I already talk to myself with my phone all the time. I can just talk to myself wearing glasses. That's totally fine. Certainly you're right, Ivan. The form factor for the Vision Pro, much different than Meta's Ray-Ban sunglasses. Hey, our own Mark Gurman repeatedly saying essentially this, and I'll read it right from the live blog. This is nothing new to our audience because Mark says it all the time. He writes, as I've been saying, despite concerns about the performance of Tim Cook from some analysts, there is no universe in which the board will replace him. With this type of quarter, it's essentially impossible. Do you agree with Mark's assessment there, Ivan, that Tim Cook is there to stay despite the challenges that the company's experienced when it comes to AI?
He has done a phenomenal job. He's created tremendous shareholder value and returns. since his tenure as the CEO. Companies hit bumps. Apple has innovated tremendously under his time as CEO. So he's done a great job. And I don't think any of the issues that have that are concerns right now are really, could be tied to some kind of fault of his. So I think it's highly unlikely that they will replace him. And I think that Apple will come back strong in AI. And I think we will see the next generation of some kind of, AR, VR headset moving more toward the glasses type of form factor, of which they have 1.5 billion iPhone users. They have over 2 billion ecosystem of Apple product users that are eager to adopt Apple products and buy Apple products. The integration across their products is tremendous. And they just enhanced that further with the recent announcement of the Glass operating system that standardizes the interaction of all the devices.
Hey, just one last question. As we see Apple shares up about 2% here in the aftermarket, anything that makes you want to buy Apple shares here?
We have a buy on it. We got 220 price target. We're probably going to reevaluate and raise it. And I think on any weakness, it has been a buy. And I think that they will surprise on the positive for AI. And the services revenue also is a tremendous driver of growth and profitability. And that will continue as well.
All right. Good stuff. Ivan, thank you so much. Ivan Feinseth. He is Research Director, Chief Investment Officer over at Tigris Financial Partners. They've got over $500 million in assets under management, joining us here in New York City. Again, watching Apple shares higher in the post-market after they reported earnings and some strong numbers, outperformance there. Stock up 2%.
Yeah, getting some solid analysis from Mark Gurman on the live blog, who talks about that iPhone revenue beat of $44.6 billion versus the estimates of $40.1 billion. Mark writing, the explanation behind the surprise beat: shoppers flooded Apple stores earlier in the quarter when they feared immediate price hikes. It could create some pull forward, though, for the fourth quarter. Perhaps that could be offset later in the period when the iPhone 17 goes on sale in mid to late September. The other factor, he says, could be the iPhone 16e, which at $599 is priced quite a bit higher than the low-end iPhone SE it replaced. Let's get an update on everything happening in the after hours, because there's a lot more than just Apple. Amy Morris is in DC. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Tim, we are going to bring you the closing numbers right now here at Bloomberg. The S&P down 24 points, NASDAQ down 7. The Dow lost 330 points today. It was a big beat for Apple. It reported third quarter revenue that topped analyst estimates, boosted by strong sales of the iPhone and products in China. Apple shares now up 2% in the post-market. Amazon is down 3% in the post-market after its projected operating income fell short of analyst estimates, worrying investors that maybe Amazon's spending too much time trying to keep up with competitors in the AI race. Reddit shares are 19% higher now in the post-market. Reddit raised its third quarter revenue forecast and its second quarter earnings beat estimates. Figma shares jumped 250% in its trading debut today. Trading opened at $85 a share, ending the day around $117 a share. And I know you've been keeping an eye on the weather there. CBS now reporting that drivers are having to be rescued from their cars on the Clearview Expressway in Queens because of flash flooding there. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovich.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. Amy Morris in for Charlie Pellet. I'm just going to mention that NASDAQ 100 E-mini futures, they're just down about 0.6% here, even as Apple is rallying in the aftermarket. It's up about 2.5%. But nonetheless, the overall tone continues to be a little bit of a negative one when it comes to the aftermarket. And we should remind everybody, we've got the jobs report tomorrow.
We do.
At 8:30 a.m.
Hey, what a nice way to cap off the week. Before we get there, though, we get to Ed Ludlow. He's the co-host of Bloomberg Technology on Bloomberg TV. Weekdays at 11, or if you're watching it in San Francisco or on the West Coast, 8 a.m. Hey, Ed, you've had about 25 minutes to digest this. Share your thoughts in the T Live, the live blog, at Bloomberg on the Bloomberg terminal, which everybody should be reading when they're listening to us as well. What sticks out to you apart from this massive iPhone beat?
Well, Greater China, I think we got a lot of questions because we knew that Apple would return to year-on-year growth in that market. It's such an interesting place to look because there's the pull forward effect and tariffs, right? Mark's done a really good job of explaining that to us. But the degree of the beat, you also have to take into account what Apple was doing in the last 3 months of their fiscal third quarter, which was heavy discounting, heavy promotion, and trying to stay there, you know, with a marketplace in China that has many more domestic players. And it's so important because it's a political story as well. So we always talk about tariffs from the point of view as Americans and the Trump administration. But if you're a Chinese national in the market for a piece of consumer electronics, there is an element of like, should you be buying an American handset right now? If there is a sort of, at the moment it's trade, but political tension between the two nations. So very interested because Apple will always talk up their position on the call where they sit in the handset market.
All right. So I don't know, you know, we were talking so much ahead of this report about concerns about Tim Cook and succession. Sounds like we don't need to be worried right now. Maybe we didn't before either.
With Tim Cook, I mean, you know, do you guys remember exactly 3 months ago, I was on set with you in New York City and we were talking about like Apple is still very good at profit and the bottom line. Apple's still very good. This was a record fiscal third quarter revenue. Moment, big beat, iPhone seems to be strong. So discount the pull forward effect for 1 minute. You know, what I've heard in the interim is who would replace Tim Cook? Why? Not just why would you replace Tim Cook? Like, what is it or who is it that's out there that's better? You know, he's an operator, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's an operator, and supply chains are his expertise. He was thinking about supply chains before everybody had to learn about them due to tariffs.
But
This is what he did.
But is this a problem that AI is not his expertise, perhaps? And this is the other thing that everybody said, you know, that we were concerned about. Is he the right man in terms of this AI era that we're in?
Well, I don't know if you guys have discussed it yet with some of the sell side reaction that you had on, but the services number was interesting. Like, there is growth in services, and part of the logic, it runs both ways. You know, Apple has always talked about installed device base and the ecosystem, and then it exposes people to a broader range of services. But it can always work the other way around. You know, Apple, if you've never had an iPhone, for example, and you're thinking about this AI age, you might say, you know, I'd really like to use Siri or Apple Intelligence and go in and buy a handset for that reason. That's where, in the end, revenues will show up for AI, for Apple, you'd imagine, in the services division. So, you know, there must be pressure, even forget who might or will replace Tim Cook in the end of time or whenever it is, but there must be some pressure there on management to kind of talk about this on the call, like explain how people are interacting with them on AI, if they are at all.
What is, yeah, go ahead, Carol.
Well, I'm just looking at our live blog, and Joe Leon, our U.S. equities reporter, says the first reactions to Apple's results are rolling in. Vital Knowledge's Adam Crisafulli described the print as solid, noting that there was not much to complain about. However, he did note that there may be some questions about whether some of the strength in iPhones was pulled forward, and he said, on top of that, Apple, quote, still has a lot of tariff question marks hanging over its head. Do you agree, Ed? That's fair? There's still, I mean, we as an organization continue to remind people that there is still a lot of uncertainty when it comes to the specifics behind the president's tariffs, some of which he's, you know, talking about relations with Canada right now. He's making some comments from Washington, but there's still a lot to be answered. There's also the impact of it, a lot to be felt still.
Apple's earnings statement does not specifically address tariffs or the impact that tariffs had in the quarter. In May, the CFO on the call, which we're waiting for this quarter, said that there would be a tariff impact of $900 million in the fiscal third quarter, but that was based on tariffs as they stood in that moment, their ability to model based on the information they have. The situation's changed. You will have covered it in the last 48 hours. India, for example. $15 billion of phones and phone components flow from India to the US every year. So there will be an element of impact that they'll need to address.
But could the cynical part of me, Ed, says, could this be a political move, some political savvy by not calling out tariffs so you don't attract the ire of the Trump administration? We saw what happened to Amazon when the reporting came out, and it was all over the place, the reporting about them adding communication about tariffs.
Well, I'll never forget that moment sat next to the two of you on May the 30th, I believe it was, where, or it might have been a different date, where we looked at the boilerplate, the risk factors section on the forward-looking statements. And Apple, just as Amazon had done, had tucked the words trade policy and geopolitical tensions into the boilerplate. So they're at least this fiscal third quarter being consistent with last quarter. It's in there in the risk factor. I call it the risk factors, but it's under the forward-looking statements, and it is boilerplate. They then went on to talk about tariffs on the call. That's all. That's the reporting. That's what happened today, and it's what's happened in the prior quarter as well.
Ed, what are you thinking about? What a week, right? We knew it was going to be a big one. There's so much news coming out of investors between the Fed meeting, economic news, tariff trade, and of course, 4 of the Mag 7 reporting. We've had Meta, Microsoft, and now Apple and Amazon, and just before that, Alphabet and so on and so forth. When you look at big tech, so important in terms of the composition of the public markets. How is the group doing? And I know not every company is the same, but pull away and give us the big, broad thought.
It's the right question because they are all peers of each other across different domains. Apple had growth, but it was modest single-digit growth. Compare and contrast with Microsoft, Meta, and even Amazon, much higher levels of growth right now, more tangible read-through from prior year capital expenditure investment to revenues that are driven by AI. Apple's not yet showing that. So in that way, they're analogous. What they are all under, all of them, is talent pressure. And so Meta talked about this in great detail on their earnings call, that not only would capital expenditures grow to fund infrastructure and data center, but they would continue with the path they've gone down on talent. Apple has historically not done what Meta is doing. It does not offer ginormous $100 million or plus pay packages that eclipse that of senior management.
Is it going to have to, though, Ed? This is the market we're in now.
Again, you may be shocked to hear, I don't have a crystal ball, but I would wager that somebody on the call, one of the analysts, will ask. In part simply because of the reporting that Bloomberg has done, a number of the most high-profile hires that Meta has made have come from Apple, and they were people on the R&D and research side that were leading AI. So are they replacing those people, or how are they being competitive here? It's a fair question. It's one the market's been asking at least since the turn of June, when the stock started trading, Apple stock, more in line with the concern about AI.
Okay, the one question you want answered on the call. Last question to you, and then I know you got to run.
So that sucks because Romain had already asked me, and I said what I just said to you. I think he'll get asked about talent and whether they'll change policy to stay competitive.
Okay, so
I hope he is.
We can give him another question then, Carol. That was a gimme. That was a mulligan.
Okay, what's another?
I don't know. What could come out on the call that might make you a little bit nervous about Apple, and or would say just make you even more kind of enthusiastic about their fundamental story?
Probably not addressing the structural changes that this administration is trying to put in place. That's the long-term story as well. Shift of supply chains. Apple doesn't really publicly talk about that as much. I wonder if now they will, but I don't know.
All right, gonna leave it there. Ed Ludlow, you rock. He is the co-host, one of the co-hosts at Bloomberg Technology on Bloomberg TV at 11 a.m. Wall Street time. Be sure to catch him on that. Apple shares paring back some of the gains, but still up about 0.9%. President Trump is talking from the White House, making a variety of comments. Among some of those that jump out, at least at me, he said that he has told Canada they'd have to pay to be under the Golden Dome, a proposed U.S. missile defense system. We know that. He also talked about we are going to put sanctions on Russia, he said, but I don't know if those sanctions will have any effect on President Putin, he said, on Russia's latest attack. It's disgusting.
Another redhead crossing the Bloomberg terminal, Carol. Mm-hmm. This one completely unrelated, but worth bringing to our audience. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Ray Dalio has sold the last of his stake in Bridgewater. He's still a client. He said in a statement to the firm, quote, "I look forward to Bridgewater's future success, and I'll be a client and a mentor." He's still invested in Bridgewater funds, according to the Journal.
All right, pretty, fascinating. Someone, it's his firm, iconic, has been identified as.
Was his firm.
Yeah, exactly. And it's somebody that we, certainly talk about a lot here at Bloomberg in terms of his investment philosophy and his investing prowess, if you will. We're going to continue to track the president because it sounds like he's made some comments about Canada specifically. He has not spoken to Canada today, though. He says the Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney, has given him a call. The president wrapping up his comments. Right now, though, I'm Carol Masser, along with Tim Stanovic. Let's get to some stocks on the move. And we have in the house Carmen Reinecke. She's Bloomberg News equities reporter. You're going to talk about Apple.
We have to. I mean, it's one of the biggest stories in the after hours. I mean, so earnings beat pretty much across the board, especially on things that, investors were really looking for. So iPhone, iPad revenue, China, which has been a big sort of line item for Apple. The shares are up. They've paired a little bit. They're up about 1.3% in the after hours right now. This is ticker AAPL. In just a few minutes, the call will be starting for Apple, and they usually guide or give a little bit of a forward guidance on the earnings call. So that's something I'm going to be watching very closely, especially to see how the stock moves. Apple has been one of the biggest laggards in the Mag 7 this year. It was down 17% at market close today, and because it's one of the biggest companies in the S&P, it's been a huge drag. I mean, obviously, we're still at at or near record highs, so all the other stocks are they're doing the work, but getting this one sort of back in the game would be really great.
Okay, shares of Apple in the after hours ahead of the call, where we're recording this, up about 1.2%. Amazon, also one that you're watching in the after hours, given we just heard from the company as well.
Yeah, so this one is not looking quite as good. It's down 2.6% right now, ticker AMZN. Really here it's the guide, I think, that investors are reacting to. It's the operating profit for the third quarter. It's just less than what investors wanted to see. And it's really what it's signaling is that there's a worry that Amazon is spending too much on AI and that it's cutting into their profit, right? And so obviously spending on AI is a huge, important thing that these companies need to be doing to be keeping up, but investors still want to see that return on investment. So Amazon dragging a little bit. It's up about 6.7% today, year to date before earnings.
All right. In terms of pops after the market closed, just real quickly, got about 30 seconds, Reddit. It is ticker RDDT, and it's up about 14%. What's going on?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Reddit because this is a pretty big move. The company is also sort of an AI name because, a lot of LLMs or whatever use Reddit to train. So basically, the company reported its most profitable quarter. It went public in 2024, projected third quarter sales that beat expectations, and it really signals strength of the advertising business. I think this is also really interesting coming after Meta.
I was just thinking the same thing.
There's definitely a tie there. So we're seeing that this is a place where AI is really working, and Reddit was basically unchanged year to date at the close. So should be a good story tomorrow morning.
Yeah, definitely investors tapping that one in the aftermarket. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Carmen Reinecke there. Check out our Stock Movers podcast, Biggest Winners and Losers in the Stock Market, 5-minute episodes. Find it on Apple, appropriately so, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast.
You get a break, Carol?
Either a glass of wine or some Wheaties. We
Da
need one of
stikker
them.
det. Da
All right,
går
have a
vi
safe
på
night.
klokken
Out to power starts
12
now.
igjen. Fader.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
Tonight, the countdown to the president's tariff
Da
deadline.
snakkes vi etterpå. Åh.
The trade team has been working around the clock to try to